What's up, guys? Omni-sensei here with What If 3 Space Marines Were Warped to Star Wars Universe? Part 2. If you enjoy this kind of content, please smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description. I hope you enjoy listening to it. Sebastian, damn Jedi, Sebastian grumbled as he sat quietly in the cargo bay of the Nubian. Maximus had requested that he be transported off Coruscant in secret, so as not to raise alarms with the natives or the Jedi they were traveling with. Maximus's reasoning was simple. He didn't want to be stopped from leaving the planet and wasting any more time. Now that they had finally left Coruscant, Sebastian could emerge from hiding. The space he occupied was cramped, but he shoved things aside with his shield before activating the lift. It took him up to the hallway, which connected to the rest of the ship. Finally free from the lift, he walked into the room where everyone was gathered, noticing the two Jedi visibly stiffen. His optics scanned the room before focusing on Jar Jar, who also seemed frightened. "Alien filth," Sebastian spat, raising his sword as he stepped forward. The room broke into panic as the Black Templar advanced, ready to strike down the vile creature. But he was stopped by Maximus, who stepped in front of him. "Hold, brother. Not here," Maximus said over their private vox. "You would dare stop me from killing a Xeno?" Sebastian retorted venomously. "For now, yes," Maximus replied. "This one seems to be some sort of pet for the Queen. I've thought about killing him myself, but I have a feeling it wouldn't go over well with the gathered company." "We will seek another opportunity," Maximus continued, placating his brother. "I do not like this. We are the Adeptus Astartes. We make no concessions," Sebastian barked. Maximus simply looked at his brother before Sebastian lowered his head. "But I will trust that you have our best interests at heart and mind." Turning around, Sebastian locked eyes with Obi-Wan and Kagan, who looked pale at his presence. "I know your faces. I saw you in that temple of yours," he said, moving to sit on one of the massive crates in the room. "What is the meaning of this?" Kagan demanded sharply, looking at Maximus, who came to stand next to his brother. "You have nothing to fear. We are on the same side for now," Maximus replied, folding his massive arms across his chest. "Same side?" Obi-Wan asked incredulously. "He slaughtered dozens of our brothers and sisters, and you just expect us to say nothing? We're harboring a wanted mass murderer," Obi-Wan said, his voice rising. "Be silent," Sebastian's cold voice rang out. "I care not for your feelings on the matter. What happened at your so-called temple was just. It was necessary. The Emperor demands it. You both are so filled with hatred. The Council was right about you," Obi-Wan said, his hand reaching for his lightsaber. "Reach for it," Maximus warned dangerously, "and I'll fulfill what I told you the first time we met." Obi-Wan hesitated, his eyes flicking to his master for guidance. "Why? Why would you kill so many of our order? What have we ever done to you?" Kagan asked, still reeling from the traumatic experience. "Because I am hatred incarnate. Suffer not the alien to live," Sebastian replied, quoting an ancient text. "It's not what you did that angered me, it's what you failed to do. Do you see this?" He gestured to the silver pauldron on his left shoulder, adorned with strange symbols. "This marks me as one who kills every filthy Xeno I encounter, save for a few." He glanced at Jar Jar before continuing, "Lesser species. But those at your temple? They were a threat to humanity, so I did what I do best. I slaughtered them." Sebastian's words hung in the air, heavy with malice and conviction. The room fell into an uncomfortable silence as his gaze shifted between the Jedi and Jar Jar, the latter trembling under his piercing stare. Obi-Wan's hand remained inches from his lightsaber, but the tension in the air was palpable, almost suffocating. Kagan was the first to speak, his voice calm but laced with disbelief. "But this is madness. The Jedi are not your enemies. We are defenders of peace." Sebastian's lips curled into a cold, humorless smile. "Peace?" he scoffed. "Your peace is nothing more than a veil to hide your weakness. You claim to defend, but you only delay the inevitable. Humanity's future is not one of tolerance and understanding. It is one of survival." Maximus stepped forward, his imposing presence adding weight to the conversation. "Enough. We will speak no more of this," he said, his voice rumbling like thunder. The mission comes first. There will be no more distractions. We move forward. Obi-Wan shot a wary glance at Maximus, but the larger warrior's steely gaze held no room for argument. And what of our order? What of those you've already slaughtered? You cannot just erase the lives of so many. Maximus's red optics bore into him, but it was Sebastian who answered, his tone sharp as a blade. They were weak. Your ideals endangered everything the Imperium holds dear. You have failed to see the truth, and they paid the price for it. Kagan stepped forward, his voice growing stronger despite the overwhelming threat before him. You think your emperors will justify this slaughter? You believe that murdering innocents is a path to salvation. Sebastian stood, his eyes burning with fervor. Yes, he said simply. Jar Jar, who had been silently quaking in the corner, now looked between the two sides. His voice trembled as he spoke up. Yusa don't have to do this. I say no reason. Why hurt all the people? Why not try to understand each other? Sebastian turned his gaze on Jar Jar, his lip curling in disgust. Were we speaking to you, Cretan? He asked, to which Jar Jar shrank once more. Maximus stepped in, his large hand resting on Sebastian's shoulder. Enough, brother. They will understand the Emperor's will in time, he said, his tone commanding. We're wasting time. We are not here to argue the morality of our actions. We have a greater purpose. The Jedi are not our concern for now. Sebastian's expression softened, but only slightly. He gave a curt nod. Obi-Wan's jaw tightened, and he exchanged a glance with Kagan. They were still processing the brutality and unrelenting hatred they had witnessed. But even as they stood in the presence of these men, these warriors, Obi-Wan couldn't help but wonder, what had made them this way? Maximus turned toward the door, signaling the end of the conversation. Prepare yourselves. We will arrive on Naboo soon. As the others began to disperse, Obi-Wan stood rooted to the spot, his mind racing. This was no longer just a mission. They were being drawn into something much darker than they had anticipated. The line between enemy and ally was becoming dangerously blurred, and Obi-Wan had the uneasy feeling that they were heading straight into the heart of it. Kagan placed a hand on his shoulder, giving him a reassuring squeeze. We'll find a way to stop them, Obi-Wan. We have to. Obi-Wan nodded, though the doubt in his heart remained. They had no idea what they were truly up against. And worse, he was beginning to think that maybe, just maybe, the darkness was looking right at him. As they entered Naboo's orbit, Obi-Wan felt the familiar tingling of a dark presence trying to invade his mind. To his surprise, Kagan gripped his shoulder and turned him toward him. Is this what you felt last time, when we entered and left the planet? Kagan asked. Obi-Wan nodded. It is, Master. But this time it's more subdued, as if something is drawing it away. He paused, trying to make sense of the sensation. It's almost like being in a large body of water with a mass of black ink at one end. The tendrils of it are slowly bleeding toward me, against the current. The last time he had felt it, the darkness had been all-encompassing, as though he had been submerged in the ink from the start, with a force struggling to wash it away. This will need to be in our report, Kagan said, and Obi-Wan agreed. At the other side of the cabin, the two Astartes stood, conversing quietly over the ship's comms. The capital has been overrun by the automata, Raxor's voice came through. I've set up a base to the south of the city. Understood. We'll be dropped off at your location and discuss our plans then, Maximus replied, standing near Padme and Sebastian. Raxor didn't respond, and the comms unit went silent. And what about us? Padme asked, looking up at Maximus. What will we do? You will stay out of trouble. I have no wish for you to die. If that were to happen, I'd need to find your replacement, Maximus replied coldly, his transhuman mentality evident. I will not stand by while my people die. Padme snapped, following him toward the door as they neared the location of Raxor's base. The ship came to a halt, and the door opened, revealing a lush landscape. Below, a massive plain stretched out, covered with hundreds of thousands of droids, tanks, transports, walkers, and more, gathered for one final assault on the planet. Raxor and Sebastian joined Maximus as the Ultramarine gazed down at the sea of metal, folding his arms. Padme squeezed between Maximus and Sebastian, slapping the latter's thigh to make him take a step back. He growled but complied, and Padme looked up at Maximus, pointing toward the gathered armies. "I've promised you my support if you free my planet and save my people," she said, her voice firm. "Now tell me, how are you three going to defeat all of those droids?" Maximus ignored her question, turning instead to Raxer. "Did you bring it?" Raxer nodded. "It's here." "Then bring it out," Maximus ordered. Raxer pressed a button on his wrist, and the cargo bay of the ship opened. A massive metal box was revealed, and Padme stepped forward to see what it contained. As the box opened, she saw a towering set of armor inside, a Devastator-class Centurion suit, its polished blue and gold plating gleaming under the light. The suit was enormous, far larger than anything she had ever seen. Its imposing angular frame was designed for heavy combat, with reinforced pauldrons, a wide chest plate, and an array of weaponry mounted across its frame. Padme's voice caught in her throat. "What is this?" Maximus, standing tall beside her, didn't look at her. His focus remained on the droids below. "A Centurion-class suit," he said, his tone flat. "Capable of laying waste to entire battle lines. It's a weapon, not just armor." Raxer nodded, his face obscured by the helmet of his own power armor. "This model was designed for devastating assault. It comes with an array of weaponry including shoulder-mounted grav cannons, chest-mounted missiles, and an almost endless amount of heavy bolter rounds." Padme's eyes narrowed, but she stepped forward again, shaking her head. "But there's no way a single suit can turn the tide against all those droids." "You're wrong," Maximus said, his voice cold and confident. "The Centurion suit is a weapon unlike anything this galaxy is prepared for. It will tear through their lines and break them. With it, we can shatter their advance, and by the time we need to strike at the heart of their forces." Padme stared at him, but Maximus's expression remained as unreadable as ever under his helmet, still staring at the droid army. He wasn't interested in debating. "This battle isn't about holding ground," he continued. "It's about taking the initiative and delivering a blow they won't recover from." Padme remained silent for a moment, absorbing his words. Though she still had doubts, she knew that what was unfolding before her was their best shot at ending the war. "And what will you two be doing?" Padme asked, looking at the Salamander and Black Templar. Sebastian simply raised his sword, pointing toward the massive Looker-Hulk-class battleship high in the atmosphere. "While Maximus secures the planet, we will destroy their ships," Raxer said simply. Maximus's voice cut through the tension. "They're starting to advance. Now is the time for action. Prepare yourselves." Raxer and Sebastian both nodded, then began walking toward the scimitar, while Maximus took one last look at the enemy army before turning to Padme. "How can you be so confident in yourself?" she asked, her voice almost pleading, as if she hadn't expected to risk so much on so little. Maximus's expression didn't change. "I am over 250 years old. In my long life, I began killing when I was just a 10-year-old boy, and I never stopped. At 16, I went to war for the first time, and I have never ceased. At 70, I banished my first greater demon, though he still seeks me on the battlefield from time to time. I have fought Necron armies that dwarf this one 100 times over. This is nothing compared to the horrors I've faced." Padme hesitated, absorbing his words. She didn't understand half of what he said, but a small part of the unease in her chest dissipated. She wanted to believe in Maximus's confidence, but the scale of the threat they were facing seemed insurmountable. The sheer number of droids, the looming presence of the battleship in orbit, it was hard to imagine how they could succeed. But she didn't have the luxury of doubt now. "Then let's hope your experience is enough," she said softly, her voice firming. Maximus gave a slight nod, his gaze returning to the battlefield. "It will be." Without another word, he turned and moved toward the others, his heavy footsteps echoing in the tense silence. Padme watched him go, feeling the weight of the coming battle press down on her, but she couldn't turn away. She had made her choice. Her people's fate was now tied to this group of warriors, no matter how impossible their mission seemed. The sound of the scimitar's engines powering up snapped her from her thoughts as the sleek craft began to lift off, cutting through the air with deadly precision. Padme took a deep breath and turned toward Obi-Wan and Kagan, who stood quietly beside her. "Let's hope they will succeed." Padme nodded, though she still couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for them, just beyond their reach. She could feel it, like an unspoken presence in the air. As Sebastian and Raxer got situated in the ship, Maximus turned his gaze toward the Centurion suit, his suit. It had been years since he had worn it, but that didn't slow him down. He moved toward the massive armor with purpose. As he climbed into the suit, he felt the familiar tug of its machine spirit, resisting his command, fighting for control. But Maximus was resolute. He clamped down on it with iron will, forcing the suit to bend to his command. The cargo bay door opened, revealing the vast army of droids below, their countless forms sprawled across the battlefield. "May the Emperor protect you, brother," Raxer and Sebastian said in unison. Maximus took a massive step forward in the Centurion, his voice cold and unnaturally deep. "I am oblivion. I am destruction. I am doom." Maximus stood at the edge of the cargo bay, his massive form encased in the gleaming blue and gold armor of the Centurion suit. The deafening roar of the engines reverberated through the air, rattling his bones as the scimitar flew over the battlefield below. His eyes narrowed as he surveyed the chaos unfolding beneath him, a sea of droids, tanks, transports, and walkers. It was a war machine built for one purpose: the complete subjugation of Naboo. He felt the familiar hum of the machine spirit within the Centurion suit, syncing his thoughts with the weapon of destruction that was now his body. The moment felt alive, as though the very suit were testing him, challenging his will to command it. But Maximus was resolute. He wasn't just an Astartes, he was a living storm of destruction. The machine spirit would obey him. With a single, effortless step, Maximus leapt from the cargo bay. As he plummeted through the air, the thrusters on his back and legs flared to life. The world seemed to quiet around him as he descended, a metallic titan about to crash into the earth below. The landing gear on his boots exploded into action with a scream of compressed air and the whine of anti-grav generators. The earth beneath him cracked and groaned under the weight of the Centurion landing. The shockwave sent droids and debris scattering in all directions as he hit the ground with a thunderous crash. The battlefield before him was a maelstrom of chaos. Battle droids marched forward in tight formations, tanks rumbled toward him, and massive walkers loomed like giants on the horizon. It was a war machine built to destroy. Yet, as Maximus straightened from his landing, he stood tall, unwavering. He surveyed the battlefield, calculating, anticipating, moving with purpose. His gauntlets moved with mechanical precision as he raised both his heavy bolter-mounted arms. The massive weapons roared to life as Maximus pulled the trigger. Shells the size of human fists tore through the air, slamming into the ranks of battle droids. Each shot was a death sentence, an explosive punctuation mark in the storm of battle. Droids exploded into fiery fragments, their mechanical bodies shredded into pieces as Maximus unleashed a barrage of fire that echoed across the battlefield. The heavy bolters barked in fury, and with each pull of the trigger, Maximus felt the power of the Emperor's wrath coursing through him. He barely paused as the carnage unfolded. Another burst of shells tore through the droid lines, shredding even the most resilient of their ranks. His focus was unyielding, his senses honed to a razor's edge as the Centurion suit's neural link guided his every movement. A cluster of battle droids attempted to flank him from the left, their blasters raised. Maximus didn't flinch. With a swift movement, he brought his left grav cannon to bear. The weapon fired a purple beam of devastation that sucked everything towards the ground, shattering those caught in its gravitational grip. The droids didn't stand a chance. They crumpled beneath the onslaught, their small frames no match for the explosive power of the weapon. The battlefield was a slaughterhouse, and Maximus was the butcher. As he advanced, the earth beneath him trembled with each thunderous step. His Centurion suit was an unstoppable force, a juggernaut of firepower and destruction. The droids could do nothing but fall before him, their weapons nothing more than futile attempts to stop the inevitable. Maximus's weapons were a symphony of devastation, each shot a note in the unrelenting melody of death. But the droids alone weren't enough to stop him. Maximus's enhanced senses locked onto a new threat, a squadron of AAT battle tanks moving toward him, their massive guns trained on his position. These machines posed a real challenge. Their heavy cannons could damage his Centurion armor, and their thick plating was resistant to small arms fire. But Maximus had no fear. His eyes narrowed, his mind calculating the most efficient course of action. Without hesitation, he activated the missile pods mounted on the Centurion suit's chest. A salvo of rockets shot from the launchers, their engines screeching as they sped toward the tanks. The first missile hit the lead AAT with a deafening explosion, obliterating the turret and sending the vehicle spinning into the air. Secondary explosions rippled through the tank as its ammunition ignited, transforming the once proud war machine into a twisted heap of molten scrap. The remaining tanks fired their main cannons in unison, their shots screaming toward Maximus with deadly intent. Maximus used the terrain and his suit's experimental thrusters to his advantage, moving with an inhuman speed despite the immense weight of the suit. The first shot grazed his shoulder, sending a shockwave through his body, but his armor absorbed the impact with ease. A second shot struck his lower leg, denting the ceramite but doing little else. Maximus grunted in irritation, his eyes narrowing beneath his helmet. He was no longer simply a warrior, he was a force of nature. With a roar, Maximus aimed his grav cannons, unleashing a torrent of purple energy that seemed to warp reality where it struck. The AATs shuddered for a moment, then were violently pulled inwards toward what looked to be a miniature black hole that dissipated moments later, ripping the AATs apart. The battlefield shook as the tank's remains were sent scattering in all directions. Maximus didn't pause. The battlefield was a swirling storm of destruction, and he was the eye of that storm. The Centurion suit's missile pods fired again, this time targeting a group of heavy droid infantry and another tank convoy attempting to regroup. The first missile struck the lead tank, detonating with a massive explosion that engulfed the convoy in fire and debris. The blast sent shockwaves through the ground, shaking the very earth beneath him. Maximus advanced without hesitation, his weapons cutting through the enemy like a scythe through wheat. The tanks and droids fell before him, their bodies and machines shredded by the firestorm of his bolters. But the droids kept coming. Wave after wave of battle droids surged forward, relentless in their pursuit. Maximus's mind raced as he assessed the battlefield. A massive droid walker appeared on the eastern edge of the field, its towering form casting a shadow over the land. The walker was armed with heavy cannons and missile launchers, its armor thick and formidable. But it didn't faze Maximus. The challenge only fueled his fury. He charged forward, his massive form crashing through the terrain with a speed that belied the weight of his armor. The walker fired its main cannons, but Maximus was already upon it. His Centurion suit's experimental thrusters allowed him to leap forward with terrifying force. He smashed into the walker's side, his armored fists slamming into its armor with a sound like thunder. The walker reeled from the impact, its cannons misfiring as Maximus raised a new weapon high. A massive blade extended from his right fist as it hummed to life with power. He brought it down on the walker's armored back. The blade sliced through the thick plating like butter, severing vital components. Sparks flew as the walker staggered, its systems failing in the wake of the strike. But Maximus didn't wait to see the outcome. He leaped off the damaged machine, landing amid a new wave of droids. Without hesitation, he swung his blade again, cutting through the metal bodies of his enemies in a single fluid motion. More droids appeared, more reinforcements flooding the battlefield. But Maximus didn't slow. His bolters fired again, tearing through the droids with unrelenting precision. He raised his wrist launcher and fired a grenade, the explosive round tearing through a cluster of battle droids. The explosion sent pieces of their mechanical bodies flying through the air. The chaos around him was maddening, yet Maximus was a force of unyielding destruction. His mind was focused, his every move deliberate. But even as he tore through wave after wave of enemies, he could feel the energy reserves of his Centurion suit beginning to drain. The suit, though powerful, was not invulnerable. It had taken hits, and the droid's unrelenting assault was beginning to wear him down. Maximus didn't stop. He couldn't stop. Another blast struck the back of his knee joint, the force of the blow sending him stumbling forward. The Centurion suit's massive form shook as its hydraulics struggled to compensate, but Maximus's neural link quickly stabilized him. He straightened, bringing his full weight down on the droid that had dared to attack him. A single step, and the droid's fragile body crumpled beneath the force of the suit's massive foot. Maximus's eyes scanned the battlefield as a massive command tank emerged from the smoke. Its towering form was reinforced with thick armor and armed with devastating weapons. The ground trembled as it approached, its blasters crackling with deadly energy. Maximus's pulse quickened, but his resolve was unshaken. This would be his final challenge. He roared and charged, the droid commander tank unleashing a torrent of energy blasts in retaliation. Maximus twisted his body, evading the worst of the attack, though one shot grazed his side. The pain was fleeting, but it only fueled his rage. With a leap, Maximus closed the distance, his sword raised high. He slammed it into the tank with all his strength, the blow staggering the massive machine. Sparks erupted as its armor cracked, its weapon systems failing. Maximus delivered a flurry of strikes, each blow ripping through the tank's defenses. The command tank staggered, unable to keep up with the overwhelming force of the Centurion's suit. With a final brutal swing, Maximus's blade sliced through it, severing its connection to the rest of the enemy forces. The massive machine fell, its systems dying with a final hiss. As the command tank collapsed to the ground, the remaining droids faltered before seeming to short-circuit. Their weapons fell from their hands, and they all seemed to lose power before collapsing to the ground lifeless. Maximus stood amidst the carnage, his armor scorched and battered but victorious. The droid army lay in ruins around him, their once pristine forms shattered and twisted by his might. But Maximus knew this was only the beginning. The droid forces might be broken down here, but his two brothers would face far more up in orbit. But the Emperor's will would not be denied, and they would no doubt succeed. Padme stood at the observation window of the Nubian, her gaze fixed on the battlefield below. The sprawling landscape of Naboo, once tranquil and serene, was now a chaotic hellscape, choked with the mechanical horrors of war. Battle droids swarmed the plains, their lines stretching to the horizon. Tanks, transports, and walkers clashed with the forces of destruction Maximus had unleashed. She couldn't tear her eyes away. Her heart raced, a mix of dread and awe coursing through her veins as the spectacle unfolded before her. Through the viewport, she could see the massive form of Maximus, encased in the Devastator-class Centurion suit, charging into the heart of the droid army. His arrival was heralded by the deafening roar of his bolter fire and the thunderous stomps of his armor. He was a titan in the sea of machines. The Nubian floated high above the battlefield, its sleek hull barely visible against the early morning sky. But Padme wasn't looking at the ship or the soldiers at her side. Her eyes were locked on Maximus, watching him obliterate the droid army with a cold, unrelenting fury. She could see the massive explosions rippling out from his every action, each movement purposeful, a deliberate act of annihilation. His heavy bolters erupted in a steady stream of fire, each shot tearing apart droids in the hundreds. The bolts exploded, sending bodies of metal and circuitry flying into the air like shrapnel. Maximus didn't stop. He marched through the droid lines, unstoppable, his every step sending shockwaves of destruction. Droids crumbled beneath his power, their mechanical bodies twisted and broken under the weight of his assault. He moved with terrifying precision, a living storm of war. Padme's breath caught as she watched him leap into the air, his Centurion suit's thrusters propelling him like a comet toward a squadron of battle tanks. He was a blur of motion as he descended, crashing into the tanks with the force of a meteor. Explosions rippled through the ground as his grav cannons pulsed, warping reality in their wake. The tanks crumpled under the barrage, their plating torn apart, their crews reduced to nothing but vaporized remnants. Maximus didn't pause, didn't even acknowledge the destruction he left in his wake. "Unbelievable," Padme whispered under her breath, her voice barely audible over the hum of the ship's engines. She had seen war before, but nothing like this. Maximus was an extension of the battlefield, a force of nature that nothing could stop. The droids were nothing but fodder for his wrath, and with every passing second, the tide of battle shifted more and more in his favor. Beside her, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan stood silently, watching as well. The Jedi Master's face was inscrutable, but Obi-Wan's brow furrowed in concentration as he observed Maximus's brutal efficiency. "He's remarkable," Qui-Gon said softly, his voice tinged with both admiration and concern. Padme nodded, but didn't respond. She had no words to offer. She couldn't shake the unsettling feeling in her gut as she watched the droid army crumble beneath Maximus's onslaught. It was a sight of pure devastation, but it wasn't without a cost. She knew that the fight was far from over. As the Nubian left the battlefield to fly toward Theed, Padme continued to watch, her eyes flicking back and forth between the battlefield and the towering figure of Maximus. She had placed her faith in this strange group of warriors, and now, as she advanced toward the city, her mind raced with the weight of that decision. Could they really win? Could Maximus's strength and experience be enough to bring an end to the droid menace? The Centurion suit smashed through another group of droids, its massive blade cutting through metal and armor like it was nothing. Padme felt a chill run down her spine. The raw power and violence of Maximus's assault were impossible to ignore. But there was something more than just destruction in his movements. There was purpose. She wanted to ask him why. Why was he so driven? Why did he fight with such unyielding determination? But all she could do was watch as he tore through their enemies, his movements almost predatory, his focus unshakable. The Nubian soon crested a large hill, and she lost sight of the battlefield, the grand city of Theed coming into view as the ship neared the capital. The once pristine spires and domes now stood in the shadow of the war that was consuming their world. Padme turned from the viewport, her mind still racing, but her resolve hardening. As the ship prepared to land, Padme allowed herself to believe in the possibility of victory. That was until the ship landed, and the door opened to the hangar. She and the rest of her entourage walked out of the ship and through the hangar, needing to get back into the palace before a massive set of double doors opened, and in walked another massive Astartes. Only this one was different. Raxor/Sebastian. As the scimitar's engines hummed steadily, Raxor and Sebastian stood near the open hatch, watching Maximus in the distance. The towering figure of the Ultramarine was already stomping the droids below in the massive Centurion suit. The ship's engines growled, and a deep thrum resonated through the hull as they stepped back into the ship as it ascended toward orbit, but the two Astartes paid it no mind as they prepared for boarding. Sebastian's power shield hummed quietly, almost anticipating the violence that would soon come. He flexed his hand around the hilt of his power sword, its crackling energy blade a reminder of the purity of his purpose: to slaughter, to cleanse, and to protect humanity from the alien filth. Beside him, Raxor adjusted the tubes of his heavy bolter, the weapon feeding from the massive pack on his back. His armor, a dark green that seemed to soak up the light around it, shifted slightly as he moved, the weight of his war gear and his intent weighing heavily on his broad shoulders. "We'll destroy them." Raxor's voice was a calm rumble. Despite his stoic demeanor, Raxor was always calculating, always seeking the most efficient path to victory. But there was no doubt in his mind that the battle they were about to face would be brutal. Sebastian's lips curled into a cold smile, a flicker of emotion in his otherwise emotionless face. "Of course, brother. We were born for this." His voice was low, hard, the words almost an afterthought as his gaze remained focused on the hatch before him. "We will make sure it is a message they will never forget. The Looker Hulk will burn in our wake." Raxor nodded, adjusting his grip on the heavy bolter once more, his fingers flexing as the massive weapon hummed to life, its barrel twitching slightly. "We will crush them beneath our boots." The two warriors stood in silence for a moment, their minds synchronized with the unfolding carnage to come. Raxor and Sebastian, though different in their fighting styles, were equally formidable. Sebastian was the hammer, uncompromising, brutal and relentless. Raxor, the quiet firestorm, precise, calculated, and deadly. The scimitar's hull shuddered as it entered the upper atmosphere of Naboo, the shimmering surface of the planet slowly receding beneath them. The vast expanse of space stretched out before them, with the Looker Hulk-class battleship hanging in orbit, like a hulking beast waiting for its inevitable demise. Raxor's eyes tracked the ship as they approached, and he allowed himself a rare moment of anticipation. He had fought countless battles, faced horrors beyond comprehension, but there was something about facing such a monstrous warship that stirred something deeper within him. Excitement. Sebastian broke the silence, his voice steady and cold. "That ship is nothing compared to the enemies we've faced, brother. But it will burn all the same." Raxor gave a short, humorless laugh. "It is just another target. But it's a target I'll enjoy turning to dust." His fingers twitched toward the heavy bolter's trigger, ready to unleash its fury. The scimitar rocked as it engaged its engines for the final push into orbit. The monstrous ship loomed ahead, a silent giant drifting in space, its bulk overshadowing the smaller transport craft. "We are the Emperor's wrath made manifest. Nothing survives our judgment." Raxor's gaze hardened as the Looker Hulk-class battleship grew larger in the viewport, a sprawling mass of steel and weaponry. As they closed the distance, the ship's gun turrets began to light up, but the scimitar had only one destination. Its hull began to tremble as it closed in on the massive hangar bay of the Looker Hulk. The enemy's defenses fired, turret weapons lighting up in the darkness of space, but it was too late. Raxor and Sebastian were already committed. In an instant, the ship plunged into the heart of the enemy vessel. Explosions erupted as they crashed into the Looker Hulk's hangar, metal screeching as the scimitar tore through the defenses. The ship shuddered violently, but the two Adeptus Astartes stood firm. The ship's hull tore open, and the two warriors charged toward the breach, their power armor shaking off the impact with practiced ease. Sebastian was the first to move. His power shield flickered to life with a sharp hum. As he advanced toward the breach, his power sword held low. Raxor followed close behind. The scimitar's wreckage was scattered across the hangar floor, but there was no time to waste. The doors leading out of the hangar were sealed, but Raxor was already moving, his eyes narrowing as he zeroed in on the entrance. He didn't bother with subtlety. With a deep, rumbling growl, he stepped forward, his foot slamming into the door. With a screech of tearing metal, the hatch ripped open, revealing a hive of enemy activity beyond. Raxor raised his bolter, unloading a barrage of explosive rounds into the nearest enemy fighters, battle droids and mechanical soldiers that were too slow to react. The heavy bolter's rounds tore through them, the air thick with the smell of burning metal and exploding circuitry. Sebastian followed closely behind, his sword flashing as it sliced through anything in its path. He moved with deadly precision, cutting through droid after droid, his every strike a calculated and brutal act of war. "No mercy," he growled as he swung his blade, cleaving a battle droid in half. "None get to live." The two Astartes stormed through the multiple hangars, their synchronized movements cutting an oily swath through the enemy. Raxor's heavy bolter roared in time with Sebastian's sword, the two of them a whirlwind of destruction. Raxor's eyes never wavered as he tracked targets, each burst from his bolter precise, each round tearing through the enemy. Explosions rippled across the hangars as droids were shredded by the sheer firepower of his weapon. Sebastian was right behind him, his power shield absorbing incoming fire as he closed in on the nearest control console. With a powerful thrust of his sword, he tore through the thick metal, ripping the control system apart. The two warriors continued their relentless advance, the hangar bay a scene of utter chaos as they wiped out wave after wave of mechanical foes. The sound of their weapons was deafening, drowning out the screams of their enemies as the scimitar's impact zone became their battleground. Sebastian was already moving toward the next set of doors, leveling his shield as he ran forward before slamming into them full force. Raxor released another salvo, reducing the remaining droids in the hangar to smoking wrecks. Sebastian pushed forward, his sword still crackling with energy as he charged through the hallway. Raxor followed, his bolter unleashing a stream of fire, keeping the way clear as they moved deeper into the Lucrehulk's depths. The two warriors surged deeper into the bowels of the Lucrehulk, its metal walls echoing with the heavy sound of their footsteps as they moved through the maze-like corridors. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning metal and scorched oil from the wreckage of their initial assault. The distant hum of droid voices filled the space, mechanical chatter in a language that spoke only of impending death. Sebastian led the way, his power sword gleaming with cold energy as he sliced through the remains of droid after droid. He was a whirlwind of destruction, his every strike a brutal, decisive blow. A battle droid rounded the corner in front of him, its blaster rifle raised to fire, but before it could even pull the trigger, Sebastian was on it. His power sword cleaved through the droid's torso with a screech of overcharged energy, severing its body in two. The upper half fell away in a heap, still twitching, while the lower half crumpled to the ground, sparks sputtering from the ruptured power core. Sebastian could feel the adrenaline coursing through his veins. Every swing, every kill was an offering to the Emperor, a declaration that these soulless machines were no match for the fury of the Adeptus Astartes. A group of 4 battle droids emerged from the shadows, their blasters raised. They fired in unison, the blasts ricocheting off Sebastian's power shield, but the Black Templar was already in motion. With a single fluid motion, he dropped his shoulder and crashed into the nearest droid. The impact was like a battering ram, sending the mechanical soldier flying into the wall. With a growl, Sebastian swung his power sword in a wide arc, severing the droid's head clean off its shoulders. The headless body fell to the floor with a metallic thud, sparks dancing from the exposed circuits. Another droid lunged toward him, but Sebastian twisted, sidestepping the attack. In one smooth, brutal motion, he thrust his shield forward, smashing it through the droid. One more droid attempted to retreat, but it never stood a chance. Sebastian's power sword struck with the fury of a thunderstorm, slicing through its torso with a crackling burst of energy. The droid's midsection split open, and the two halves collapsed in a heap, leaking sparks and burning components. Raxor, not far behind, was a perfect counterpart to Sebastian's brutal grace. His heavy bolter never stopped firing, a constant barrage of shells tearing through droids, their bodies blasted apart in flashes of fire and twisted metal. Each round was a death sentence for anything caught in its path. The sheer volume of firepower was overwhelming. Raxor had become the executioner, and the Lucrehulk was his execution chamber. But Sebastian wasn't content with simply cutting down the droids. He sought to make every kill a lesson, a brutal reminder of what it meant to face the Emperor's wrath. A squad of droids appeared at the end of the hall before opening fire, blaster bolts lighting up the corridor. But Sebastian was faster. He sprinted forward with unnatural speed, his shield absorbing the incoming fire as he closed the distance. One droid swung a vibrasword at him, but Sebastian caught it with his power sword, locking the two blades together. The strength of the battle droid was negligent, and with a savage twist, he broke the droid's wrist, sending the vibrasword clattering to the ground. In the same movement, he thrust his power sword through the droid's chest, sending a surge of crackling energy into its circuits. The droid's body spasmed, the lights in its optics flickering before it fell to the floor in a heap of smoking scrap. Another droid advanced on Sebastian, but he swept his sword low, severing its legs at the joints. The droid collapsed to the floor, and before it could react, Sebastian impaled it with his sword, the blade piercing through the center of its core and into the ground. He twisted it, and the droid's body jerked violently before it powered down, sparks flying from its exposed innards. The corridor grew silent for a moment as the last of the droids were reduced to heaps of sparking, twisted metal. Sebastian wiped his blade clean with a swipe of his gauntlet, his face impassive as ever. "We are close," he said quietly, his voice gruff. "The control room must be around her somewhere." Raxer nodded, the gleam of anticipation in his eyes matching the fire of the battle. They pressed on, deeper into the ship. The clang of their footsteps the only sound. Sebastian, the sound of their armor-clad footsteps echoed down the vast metallic corridor, a rhythmic reminder of the unstoppable force of the Adeptus Astartes. The walls of the Lucrehulk-class battleship seemed to tremble in the presence of the two towering figures. Raxers held his heavy bolter in one hand, its massive size only adding to the weight of his imposing figure. Sebastian's power sword crackled with residual energy, its blade humming with the promise of more destruction to come. Sebastian's helmeted gaze flickered left and right, scanning the dark, sterile environment. Every inch of the corridor was a potential threat, and though the initial droid resistance had been obliterated, the threat of more enemies lurking around every corner was ever present. His power shield hummed with a barely contained fury, eager to meet the next wave of droids with the same brutality they'd already shown. Raxer, ever the strategist, moved with a quiet precision, his dark green armor blending almost seamlessly into the shadows as they advanced. He took in every detail, calculating the quickest and most efficient route to their goal. His heavy bolter, a weapon of mass destruction, was a silent, steady companion, waiting for the next wave of battle droids to appear. "The control room should be near," Sebastian growled, his voice low and cold over the Vox channel. Raxer nodded slightly, the barest movement, as he adjusted the grip on his bolter. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the area ahead. "Keep your wits about you, brother." The two moved with an unspoken rhythm, an efficiency that came only from years of battle together. They passed through the dimly lit hallway, their minds sharp, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the Lucrehulk. Ahead, a turn in the corridor loomed. Raxer held up his hand, signaling for a brief halt. He listened. The silence of the ship was oppressive, but he could sense the hum of power running through the ship's veins, the systems that controlled it, and the faint movements of distant enemy forces. Sebastian didn't need any further explanation. He had already anticipated the move. He leveled his power shield, ready for anything that might jump out at them. As they reached the turn, Raxer's fist struck the bulkhead with a thundering crash, tearing open the door to a small side chamber. Inside, a handful of battle droids stood, their heads turning in shock as the two space marines charged in. Raxer's heavy bolter roared first, the powerful rounds cutting down the droids with brutal efficiency. Sebastian followed, his power sword singing as it cleaved through the nearest droid in a flash of crackling energy. The droid's body fell apart in a burst of sparks, but Sebastian was already moving on to the next target, his blade carving through another mechanical soldier's torso. With each blow, each strike, the hallway grew quieter, the sound of battle fading as the droids were reduced to nothing more than smoking husks. Sebastian's voice was cold, steady. "This is just the beginning. We will lay waste to everything in our path." Raxer nodded once more, his weapon lowering as he scanned the next stretch of hallway. They pushed forward relentlessly, their every step further sealing the fate of the Lucrehulk. Every door, every corridor was a potential battleground, but they were prepared for it. The control room would fall, just like every enemy they had faced before. Soon the colossal doors of the control room loomed before them, their steel surface cold and unyielding, marked with the insignia of the Federation. The quiet of the corridor seemed to stretch, as though even the ship itself held its breath in anticipation. The Astartes, however, were unfazed by the momentary stillness. Sebastian's gaze was unwavering as he approached the entrance. His heavy boots thudded against the metal floor, each step a mark of his unrelenting determination. The power shield on his arm flickered ominously, a crackling barrier of energy that hummed with readiness. Without a word, his massive gauntlet clenched around his weapons, and with a single brutal motion, he kicked the massive door with all his might. The impact sent a resounding crash through the air, the door's reinforced steel shuddering under the weight of his blow. Metal groaned and bent as the heavy door was sent flying out of its position, crashing into the far wall of the control room with a deafening clang. The moment the door opened, the vast interior of the control room came into view. The scent of burning circuitry and the faint hum of machinery filled the air, but there was no time for hesitation. The room was already brimming with enemies. Droids, battle and security types alike, whirred to life at the sudden intrusion, their weapons snapping into position. But they were too slow. Far too slow. Raxor was already in motion, his heavy bolter roaring as it unleashed a storm of explosive shells into the room. The first droid was blasted to pieces, its metal frame disintegrating in a violent explosion of sparks and charred remnants. The next was torn apart in the same manner, each round striking with pinpoint accuracy as Raxor moved with mechanical precision, his eyes never leaving the target. Sebastian stormed in right behind him, his power sword held high, its crackling blade a symbol of the Emperor's righteous fury. A squad of battle droids advanced, their blasters firing, but they were no match for the power shield Sebastian held aloft. His shield absorbed the incoming fire with ease, the energy splashing harmlessly against its surface as he charged forward, cutting down the first droid in his path with a swift, clean slice. Another droid attempted to raise its weapon, but Sebastian was faster. With a twist of his wrist, his power sword flashed, severing the droid's arm clean off before it could fire a shot. The droid's body crumpled to the ground, sparks flying from its ruptured joints. Sebastian's eyes remained cold, calculating, as he moved from one target to the next, his strikes unstoppable. Behind him, Raxor's heavy bolter continued its relentless barrage, each shot a reminder of the overwhelming firepower at his disposal. The droids were falling apart, their mechanical forms reduced to twisted wreckage in mere moments. The control room was becoming a charnel house, the air thick with the smell of burning metal and scorched circuitry. But Raxor and Sebastian moved with ruthless efficiency, their synchronized assault a testament to their training and unwavering devotion to the Emperor. At the far side of the room, a lone battle droid commander attempted to take cover behind a console, barking orders. But Raxor's eyes locked onto it in an instant, his heavy bolter lifting to aim. He pulled the trigger, and the droid commander's cries were cut short as a barrage of explosive rounds tore through the console, shredding it, and the droid, into pieces. Sebastian's power sword cleaved through another droid, his expression unwavering as the final remnants of resistance collapsed into a pile of smoking debris. The control room, once a hive of mechanical activity, now lay in ruins. The hulking figures of the two Astartes stood at its center, towering over the wreckage and the smoldering remains of droids. Their power armor gleamed with the reflected glow of shattered consoles, and the faint hum of the ship systems now felt like a distant, dying pulse. In the command chair, Dalte Dauphine, the Neimoidian commander of the Looker Hulk, sat frozen. His yellow eyes, wide with fear, locked onto the two towering figures before him. He had commanded the massive battleship with authority, had issued orders and coordinated fleets with a cool detachment, but now, confronted by the imposing presence of two of the Emperor's finest warriors, he could do nothing but tremble. Sebastian was the first to step forward, his power shield humming with menace as he approached the Neimoidian. His helmeted gaze never wavered, his posture unyielding, a force of nature that could not be stopped. Dauphine, struggling to maintain his composure, swallowed hard. His hands trembled as he gripped the armrests of his command chair, his mind racing. "Please," Dauphine's voice came out as a strangled whisper. I am just the commander. You need not destroy me." Sebastian's lips twisted into a cold, predatory smile, though it was impossible to see behind his helmet. "You are in the wrong place, alien. This ship will be your grave, and your death will be swift." His voice was low, like the growl of a predator, and each word felt like a death sentence. Beside him, Raxor moved with his usual calm precision, scanning the room as his heavy bolter hung loosely by his side. His gaze fell on Dauphine, and there was something chilling in the way he surveyed the Neimoidian. It was not pity, nor even contempt. It was an acknowledgement that this creature, like all others before it, was simply another obstacle to be eliminated. Dauphine's heart pounded in his chest, his breath coming in shallow gasps. He had never felt this vulnerable, this powerless. The Astartes were an unstoppable force, and he knew deep down that no plea would save him. His species had long been used to power and manipulation, but against the wrath of the Emperor's chosen warriors, there was no room for politics or deals. Wait, Dauphine stammered, his voice cracking. I can help you. I can give you the codes to disable the ship's defenses. I can make it stop. Just don't kill me. He was desperate now, his usual composed demeanor crumbling under the overwhelming presence of the two Astartes. Sebastian's power sword hummed menacingly as he took another step forward, his dark form looming over the terrified Neimoidian. You think your life is worth something? You think your codes will save you? His voice was as sharp as a blade, cold and unforgiving. There is no negotiation. There is no mercy. Dauphine's eyes flickered to Raxer, hoping for any sign of leniency, but all he found in the warrior's eyes was the same unyielding resolve that had brought the Astartes to this point. Please, Dauphine whimpered, his voice barely a whisper. I am no warrior. I do not deserve this fate. Spare me. Sebastian's gaze remained unwavering, unblinking, as he raised his power sword. The crackling energy blade cast a pale blue light over Dauphine's face, illuminating the raw fear that now etched every feature of the Neimoidian's visage. You have no value here, alien, Sebastian said, his voice colder than the void itself. Your fate was sealed the moment you decided to stand in the way of the Emperor's justice. You will die as you lived, insignificant, powerless, and forgotten. Before Dauphine could speak another word, Sebastian's power sword flashed forward in a single decisive strike, the crackling energy blade cutting through the Neimoidian with ease. The alien's last breath was a strangled gasp as his body slumped lifelessly in the command chair, his eyes wide in shock and fear. The control room was silent once more, save for the hum of the dying systems and the faint sizzling sound of the energy blade's lingering heat. Raxer gave a single, approving nod, his expression as unreadable as ever. It is done. Sebastian turned, his power sword still crackling with the residue of its deadly strike. The ship is ours now. We need only to finish what we came here for. Raxer stepped forward, pulling the dead Xeno from the command chair before sitting in it himself. His hands moved with precision over the alien controls, his fingers tapping the various switches and buttons that seemed to mock him with their incomprehensible symbols. His mind was sharp, calculating, each movement deliberate as he searched for any clue, any function that might lead him to the ship's core systems. Sebastian stood to the side, his helmeted gaze sweeping the room, ever vigilant, while his power sword crackled softly in the still air. He kept his eyes trained on the doors, anticipating any reinforcements that might come, but the room remained eerily quiet. The destruction they had wrought so far had left the Lookerhulk's interior in chaos, and the droids seemed to have scattered, unable to mount an effective resistance. Raxer grunted as he found a section of the control panel that seemed to control the reactor. His sharp, calculating mind had already deduced what needed to be done. Even if the alien language was foreign and foul, he could see the patterns. Some of the controls were clearly linked to energy distribution. Perhaps if he overloaded the power grid, the reactor would follow suit. With a low growl of concentration, Raxer began manipulating the console, his hands swift as he pressed buttons and twisted levers. Sparks flew from the panel as alien circuits overloaded from the force of his touches, but the warrior paid it no mind. His focus was absolute. The hum of the ship's systems had grown more erratic, as if it too sensed the impending doom. Sebastian, noticing the shift in the ship's hum, turned his attention to Raxer. "Are you certain of what you're doing, brother?" he asked, his voice calm but taut with anticipation. Raxer did not pause in his work, his heavy bolter still slung across his back. "It will work," he said, his tone confident, even though the alien technology was an unfamiliar challenge. "The reactors will burn, and this ship will become nothing but scrap." With a final decisive movement, Raxer pressed a final combination of buttons. The console sparked and crackled as the lights in the room flickered. Then, a deep thrum echoed through the ship, reverberating in the bones of both Astartes. Sebastian's expression didn't change, but his hand tightened around the hilt of his power sword. "The countdown has begun." Raxer stood back up, his work done. The low hum of the reactor's power core had begun to shift, becoming more erratic. The ship will implode within minutes. It is done. The two Astartes exchanged a look, their mission now clear: escape the Lucrehulk before it was reduced to nothing but a burning husk in space. With the reactor on the verge of catastrophic overload, there was no time to waste. Raxor's eyes narrowed as he turned toward the exit, his heavy bolter now ready to unleash more destruction should any droids or survivors try to impede their escape. Sebastian was already moving, his power shield raised and his power sword crackling with energy as they made their way toward the ship's exit. As they moved, the alarms began blaring, the ship's automated systems recognizing the imminent failure. The once sterile hum of the ship now became a cacophony of warning signals, red lights flashing throughout the corridor. Raxor and Sebastian's footsteps were steady as they pushed forward, the overwhelming weight of their purpose driving them. "Time is running out," Raxor muttered, his gaze steely. "Then we make our exit," Sebastian replied, his voice grim but determined. The two warriors pushed through the corridors of the Lucrehulk, their path unimpeded by the occasional flicker of droids that had survived the initial onslaught. With swift efficiency, they cut through any resistance, never slowing in their determined march to the hangar bay. As they neared the hangar, the ship groaned under the pressure of the reactor's instability. Explosions rang out in the distance, debris falling from the walls. They could hear the creaking of the ship's metal hull, a death rattle as the systems began to collapse under the strain of the imminent reactor overload. "Come, brother," Sebastian urged. "Let us leave this graveyard behind." The two Astartes pushed forward, the sounds of their boots pounding against the ship's metal floors echoing through the hallways. They reached the hangar bay doors, just as the ship began to shake violently. Raxor swung the heavy bolter into his hands, the massive weapon ready for action. As they reached the hangar bay, the doors shook violently, a result of the reactor's destabilizing energy. Raxor didn't flinch, his eyes were sharp, his mind calculating. The scimitar was there, its hull battered and smoking from the earlier crash into the Lucrehulk. It had sustained enough damage that it wasn't likely to make it back to any safe distance. "Get to the ship," Raxor growled, but even as the words left his mouth, his eyes flicked to the scimitar's trembling form. The ship's engine sputtered, its exterior riddled with gaping holes. The craft was barely holding together. Sebastian followed closely behind, his power sword crackling with barely contained energy as they approached. The hangar was eerily quiet, but there were still droids lurking in the shadows. Their presence was a reminder of the chaos that the Lucrehulk had become. The ship was falling apart around them, and every second counted. The Astartes quickened their pace, but just as they reached the scimitar's entrance, a burst of blaster fire lit up the hangar, and several battle droids rushed into view from the shadows, their weapons trained on the two warriors. The droids fired, the bolts ricocheting off the hull of the scimitar as Raxor immediately swung into action. His heavy bolter roared to life, the massive weapon spitting a torrent of explosive rounds into the oncoming droids. Each blast sent parts of the mechanical soldiers flying, their frames torn apart with brutal efficiency. But the droids kept coming, undeterred. Sebastian was right behind Raxor, his power shield raised and absorbing incoming fire as he advanced. His power sword swung with lethal precision, each strike cutting down a droid. The hangar was alive with the sound of fire, but it was clear, the two Astartes weren't going to be stopped. The last remnants of the droids were eliminated in moments, their smoldering remains adding to the wreckage already littering the space. "We don't have time to fight them all," Sebastian muttered, glancing at the scimitar. "The ship's not going to hold up much longer." Raxor's gaze flicked over the scimitar's damaged hull. The ship's engine sputtered erratically, but its entry ramp was still lowered. They could still try, but time was running out. With the reactor nearing critical overload, they had mere minutes to escape. "Take the controls, I'll cover you," Raxor ordered. Sebastian didn't hesitate. The two warriors made a quick dash toward the scimitar's cockpit, Raxor's bolter spitting fire in all directions to ensure that no more droids would interfere. They boarded the ship, with Sebastian immediately securing the cockpit. His eyes locked onto the damaged controls, his fingers moving swiftly as he worked to power up the failing engines. "Come on," he muttered under his breath, his mind racing. The ship's power systems were fried from the earlier impacts, and it was clear the scimitar wouldn't be able to fly far, let alone get back to the planet. The engine sputtered again, and the craft shook, its hull groaning under the strain. He slammed a few switches and adjusted a few more, desperately trying to bring the engines back online. Raxor stood at the rear of the ship, his bolter still firing. His sharp eyes scanned the hangar as more droids advanced. The bay doors had begun to seal themselves shut as the Lucrehulk's core reached the final stages of its meltdown. The timer was ticking down, and there was no time to waste. Suddenly, the ship's alarms began to blare, a final warning that the reactor was about to detonate. The hangar doors were still closing, and though the scimitar had powered up, it wasn't going to be fast enough to escape the blast radius. "We need another way out," Raxor snapped, his voice low and filled with urgency. Sebastian didn't answer immediately. Instead, he quickly assessed the situation. "We need to find another ship." The pair exchanged a brief glance. They had no choice but to move quickly and find another means of escape. The scimitar's condition had gone from bad to worse. There was no way they were going to escape on it. "Let's move," Sebastian said, standing up and bolting for the exit hatch. The two Astartes pushed through the other sections of the Lucrehulk, making their way toward the rear hangars. The further they went, the louder the groans of the ship became. The tremors were growing more violent, and Raxor could hear the distinct sound of rupturing metal as the ship's core neared its boiling point. The rear hangars were larger and less damaged, still offering an array of ship options. They stormed into the hangar to find several smaller transports. One, in particular, stood out, an unremarkable but functional shuttle that could be their ticket out. "That one," Raxor barked, pointing to the shuttle. Without hesitation, the two warriors charged toward it, their heavy footfalls causing the shuttle to shake under their weight. The ship's engines hummed to life as they forced their way inside, quickly locking down the hatches. Raxor took the pilot's seat, his fingers flying over the controls. The ship's engines roared, but the shuttle was sluggish and heavy, not built for speed. As the hangar doors began to close with a final violent groan, they could see the colossal explosions beginning in the distance. The reactor was moments away from collapsing. "Hold on, brother," Raxor shouted, his voice tight as the shuttle lurched into the air. The hangar doors were barely open wide enough for the shuttle to fit through, and as they rocketed toward the gap, debris from the collapsing Lucrehulk rained down on them. The shuttle sped toward the breach, engines flaring in a desperate bid to escape the ship's destruction. The hull shook violently as they cleared the shattered hangar, but as they broke through into open space, Raxor spared a glance back. The Lucrehulk, once a symbol of the enemy's power, was now a flaming wreck in the distance, its reactor finally exploding in a violent fireball. "We did it," Raxor said, his voice calm but filled with satisfaction. "The Emperor's wrath has been delivered." Sebastian, his face impassive, nodded. "For the Emperor, brother. For the Imperium." As they sped away from the dying ship, the two Astartes could hear the distant echoes of the Lucrehulk's final death rattle, fading into the emptiness of space. But for Raxor and Sebastian, the battle was over. Obi-Wan, as Queen Amidala's entourage walked out of the ship, they made their way toward the massive doors leading deeper into the royal palace. As they approached, the double doors suddenly began to open, revealing a towering figure clad in armor. Padme's eyes widened at the sight of the massive Astartes, though this one was different. She assumed he must belong to another chapter, as Maximus would call it. His armor, blue and gold, was strikingly similar to Maximus's, yet there was something distinct about it. It seemed to shift in ways her mind couldn't fully comprehend, and the colors were a deeper, more vivid hue than she had expected. The figure before them stood in silence, his presence dominating the space. His armor gleamed in the dim light of the hangar, each movement of his body causing the blue and gold plating to shimmer and shift in strange, unsettling patterns. It was as though the very surface of his armor was alive, responding to his every breath, every heartbeat, with a fluidity that defied the laws of physics. Beside her, Kagan and Obi-Wan remained still, their hands subtly resting on their lightsabers as they too studied the new arrival. The silence hung in the air, thick with tension. Padme's breath caught in her throat. Unlike Maximus, who exuded raw physical power, this Astartes radiated a different kind of energy, an almost palpable force of the mind, of arcane mastery. His armor seemed to hum with the energy of sorcery, a mystic aura that made her feel small and insignificant in its presence. The Astartes did not speak, his gaze fixed upon her through the darkened lenses of his helmet. It was as though he were examining her not with his eyes, but with his mind. Padme felt an uncomfortable sensation, as if he were probing her very thoughts, peering into her soul. She fought the impulse to recoil. Beside her, Kagan and Obi-Wan remained silent, but Padme could feel their attention focused intently on the new arrival. The Jedi were not the only ones who felt the unease. Padme stepped forward, her voice steady despite the knot tightening in her stomach. "You are one of them?" The figure's head tilted slightly, a gesture that might have been an acknowledgement, but no words came. Instead, the shifting of his armor grew more pronounced, almost as though the suit itself were reacting to her presence. She felt a chill creep up her spine. In a moment his hand lashed out and Padme gasped as her body froze as if held by invisible chains. She struggled to breathe, every muscle locking into place under the force of his grip. Her heart raced, but her thoughts became clouded, consumed by a feeling of suffocation, as though the air itself had thickened around her. "One of them." The sorcerer's voice came. It seemed to resonate beyond her ears, warping the very fabric of reality itself. His words were not just spoken. They echoed, reverberating inside her mind. She felt her thoughts twist under his will, like a vortex threatening to swallow her entire being. Padme's vision blurred as a wave of power coursed through the air, emanating from him. The world around her seemed to bend, and for a moment, the hangar felt like an otherworldly place, a space caught between dimensions. She was aware of everything, but her body could not move, trapped in his grasp, as if she were nothing more than a puppet on invisible strings. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan acted instantly, their reflexes honed by years of training. Qui-Gon's lightsaber ignited with a snap hiss as he dashed toward the sorcerer's right, while Obi-Wan mirrored him, the blue glow of his blade illuminating the darkened hangar as he charged for the left. Their synchronized movements were swift, precise, but Padme could see the hesitation in their eyes, the sense of unease that clouded their usual confidence. The sorcerer did not seem to notice, or perhaps he did not care, as his grip tightened around Padme. Her vision swam, and she gasped for air, but there was no release. The sorcerer stood as still as a statue, his gaze unwavering as he awaited the Jedi's strike. Qui-Gon lunged with practiced fluidity, his blade aimed for the sorcerer's side. But before it could make contact, the sorcerer's hand flicked ever so slightly, and the very air around him seemed to warp. Qui-Gon's strike passed through the sorcerer as if he were nothing more than a shadow, and the Jedi Master stumbled forward, caught off guard by the sudden disorientation. Obi-Wan was not far behind, his blade swinging toward the sorcerer's other side. But again, the sorcerer's hand moved with unnatural grace, and Obi-Wan's attack fizzled against an invisible barrier, the force of his strike sending ripples through the air. The Jedi recoiled, his brow furrowing in concentration. "You cannot fight what you do not understand," the sorcerer's voice purred, his words reverberating through the hangar like a deep vibration. His grip on Padme tightened, and she felt herself lifted into the air, helpless and at his mercy. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan paused, sensing the overwhelming power the sorcerer wielded. Their lightsabers hummed, casting a faint glow against the shadows of the hangar, but neither Jedi moved to strike again. There was something far more dangerous at play here, something they had not yet fully understood. Padme's head spun, her vision narrowing as the sorcerer's eyes locked onto her with an intensity that could burn through steel. "You will tell me of the ones you speak, or I will rip it from your mind after killing everyone here," he murmured, the words floating in her mind like whispers in the dark. His hand raised further, and Padme's body was lifted higher, her feet no longer touching the ground. Fear flooded her chest as she struggled against his grip, but it was as if her body no longer belonged to her. The world around her was spinning, reality itself bending and warping in ways she couldn't even begin to fathom. The sorcerer's gaze flicked briefly toward the Jedi. "You think your power is enough to stop me," he said, almost amused. "I am the voice of the warp. Your petty tricks will not work here." Obi-Wan's gaze flicked to Qui-Gon, the unspoken understanding passing between them in an instant. The Jedi, despite their skill and experience, were helpless against the sorcerer's overwhelming power. Qui-Gon's face was unreadable, his grip on his lightsaber steady, but Obi-Wan could feel the same frustration and helplessness radiating from him. As the sorcerer's power pressed down on them, threatening to crush them with every moment, Obi-Wan felt something faint but unmistakable. A ripple, like a dark pulse against the walls of his mind. It was subtle at first, like a whisper on the edge of his awareness, but then it grew stronger, more insistent. "Power," a voice murmured, the word curling into his consciousness like a wisp of smoke, intoxicating and alluring. The voice was familiar, and it seemed to reach out to him, threading through his thoughts as if it had always been there, waiting for the right moment to be heard. Obi-Wan's breath caught as the presence grew clearer, and the pull of it was undeniable. His body tensed, his hand unconsciously tightening around the hilt of his lightsaber. The power being offered was seductive, raw, and ancient, and for a brief moment, Obi-Wan felt the temptation to embrace it. To harness it, to channel it, to fight back against the sorcerer with a force that could rival the immense power currently holding Padme in thrall. Power enough to fight this being on equal grounds. The voice in his mind echoed, a promise of strength, of victory. Obi-Wan's thoughts began to blur, and his usual clarity wavered under the weight of this new force. The temptation was palpable, an offer to break free from the chains of the Jedi Code, to use the chaotic power that swirled through the air, that beckoned to him like an open door. Padme's sharp intake of breath broke through Obi-Wan's internal struggle, her fear slicing through the chaotic fog clouding his mind. Her pain, her helplessness, it was too much. He could feel it, feel her life being drained away, and the raw temptation surged once more, louder this time, calling to him like an ancient hunger. Without thinking, Obi-Wan made his decision. He reached deep within, and the power welled up from the depths of his being, filling every fiber of his body with its raw, uncontained energy. It wasn't the Force. The Force was something he had always known, something that connected the universe, something balanced. This was different. This was chaos. A tumultuous, unrefined energy that had no beginning or end, no light or dark. The warp. The instant it filled him, he felt the surge, the pulse of destruction and force. It coursed through him like fire, licking at the edges of his mind, taunting him with promises of untold power. He could feel it bubbling up, ready to tear apart everything in its path. His grip on the lightsaber faltered as the weight of the power pressed down on him. But the Force wasn't gone. It still clung to him, pushing back against the chaotic energy that now raged inside him. It resisted, like a steady current trying to hold back the floodwaters of a storm. Obi-Wan could feel the clash. The ancient, pure power of the Force fought against the swirling chaos of the warp, trying to expel it from his body, to cleanse him. But the pull of the warp was stronger, its grip tightening as Obi-Wan drew more of it into himself. The Force strained under the weight of the unnatural power, its resistance slowing but ultimately unable to stop him. Obi-Wan's mind became a battlefield. He was stretched between the two forces, his very essence being torn in two. He drew in more of the warp, hunger and rage bubbling in his chest. His vision blurred, and for a moment, he could hear the voice again, the voice that had whispered to him from the darkness. Power. You are power. You can stop this. The words wrapped around his thoughts, seductively familiar, and for a fleeting moment, Obi-Wan felt invincible. He could feel the chaos building within him, expanding, filling the empty spaces where the Force once was. His mind became a storm, and in the eye of it, one thought kept him anchored. To kill these Astartes, and save everyone. With one final pull, he drew the power into him, the warp folding into his body like liquid fire. His heart raced, his blood ran hot, and he could hear the crackling energy around him, the very air vibrating with the weight of it. He opened his eyes, and the world seemed to shift, colors distorting, reality bending at the edges. But something was wrong. The warp was not a clean power, it was wild, unpredictable, and it didn't just take, it consumed. And Obi-Wan could feel it consuming him. The very nature of his being felt, distorted. The lightsaber in his hand hummed, but it felt alien now, the connection to it slipping. The Force was still there, still trying to reclaim him, but it was fighting a losing battle. He could feel himself changing, could feel the dark pull deepening. Obi-Wan's body convulsed as the warp continued to tear at him, black veins snaking across his skin like poison coursing through his very soul. His heart pounded in his chest as he fought to hold on to the thread of his sanity. The power, that power, was intoxicating, but it was also eating him alive from the inside out. He could feel the destruction spreading, warping his flesh and mind, yet for the briefest moment, he felt unstoppable, a force of nature in his own right. But the Astartes' mocking words cut through the haze like a blade. Foolish mortal. So starved for strength you play with something you do not understand, the massive figure said, his voice a low, rumbling growl that seemed to shake the very air around them. The Astartes gazed down at Obi-Wan with cold, almost pitying eyes, his posture radiating confidence and disdain. His armor shimmered with a faint glow of arcane power, the markings across his chest and pauldrons shifting as though they were alive, just like the warp that now consumed Obi-Wan. With a casual wave of his hand, the Astartes released Padme from his psychic grip. She crumpled to the floor, her body weak and trembling, Lyra and Shmi rushing to catch her, their faces filled with worry and fear. Obi-Wan's breath came in ragged gasps as he fought to maintain control. Every movement sent jolts of agony through his body as the warp sought to claim him fully, but he wasn't finished yet, not while everyone was still in danger. His fingers tightened around his lightsaber, the weapon now feeling like a distant memory in his trembling hand, but it was all he had left. The force flickered weakly within him, struggling to push back, but it was slowly being overrun. The Astartes, unfazed by the display of raw power Obi-Wan was struggling to contain, smirked. His voice dripped with malice. "Very well. I'll play with you for a moment." The words were a challenge, a statement of absolute confidence. The sorcerer seemed to have no fear of Obi-Wan, even as the Jedi stood in the midst of the raw power of the warp. He could see the torment in Obi-Wan's eyes, the struggle between the purity of the Force and the corrupting chaos that had begun to claim him. With a single, swift motion, the Astartes extended one armored hand. Obi-Wan's body was lifted off the ground, the warp's energy merging with the Astartes' telekinetic power. He was hurled backward, crashing into the far wall of the hangar with bone-shattering force. The impact left Obi-Wan crumpled on the floor, gasping for air, his body shaking as the overwhelming energy continued to gnaw at him. "Pathetic," the Astartes muttered, his voice tinged with amusement before he turned his attention to Kagan. Kagan, who had been watching Obi-Wan, his eyes wide in understanding of what his apprentice had done, was suddenly struck by the same force. He was flung against a nearby ship, slamming into it before crumpling to the floor, unconscious. "The power you seek is not meant for you," the Astartes said, looking back to Obi-Wan as he slowly advanced. "It is chaos incarnate, a force that consumes all who try to harness it." Obi-Wan could feel the warp coiling inside him, pushing against his consciousness as though it sought to take full control, to drown him in madness. The pain was unbearable, his very cells threatening to tear apart as he struggled to hold on. But he couldn't let it win. Through the haze of agony, Obi-Wan forced himself to push to his feet. His legs trembled beneath him, but he stood. His lightsaber, barely within reach, felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, but he seized it with desperate hands and ignited the blade with a snap hiss. The blue glow flickered weakly in the dim light, but it felt fragile compared to the chaos that surged within him. The Astartes stopped a few feet away, his expression unreadable behind the helm. His laughter filled the air, mocking Obi-Wan's defiance. "You think you can stand against me, with your pathetic weapon and your fading mind?" The sorcerer's voice was laced with dark amusement. "The warp is eternal. You, on the other hand, are a fleeting mortal." Obi-Wan's grip tightened on the lightsaber, his mind a battlefield between the power of the warp and the last flickers of the Force that still burned within him. The Astartes' power was overwhelming, but Obi-Wan was a Jedi. He had fought battles before, had faced impossible odds. He wouldn't give in now. The Astartes began to raise his hand again, preparing to strike the final blow. But Obi-Wan, in a desperate surge of willpower, took one step forward, using every ounce of energy he had left. He brought the lightsaber up in a flash, slashing through the air with speed and precision. The Astartes moved with uncanny swiftness, his hand reaching out to deflect the blow with a burst of psychic energy. The lightsaber's blade clashed against the invisible force, the energy reverberating through the air like a thunderclap. Obi-Wan's knees buckled under the pressure, but he pushed forward, fueled by the need to protect everyone and stop the chaos before it consumed everything. But the Astartes was too strong. With a wave of his hand, the sorcerer sent Obi-Wan flying once more, crashing into the wall with a sickening crack. The world around him blurred as the warp roared in his mind, threatening to drown him. Padme's voice reached him, faint and desperate, calling his name. Her concern, her belief in him, it was the only tether to reality he had left. The Astartes stepped forward, preparing to finish what he had started, his presence filling the space like a suffocating storm. Obi-Wan wasn't sure how much longer he could hold on, but as he struggled to stand, he realized one thing. This fight wasn't over yet. Obi-Wan the hangar was silent, save for the faint hum of Obi-Wan's lightsaber, now a mere whisper in the growing storm. The air was thick with tension, a brewing conflict between two forces that should never have met, the disciplined calm of the Jedi and the frenzied, consuming chaos of the warp. Obi-Wan stood, barely able to keep himself upright, his muscles trembling from the weight of the sorcerous energy coursing through him. His skin was stretched taut, veins darkening with the poison of the warp, but his mind remained clear, fighting back against the storm threatening to drown him. His heart pounded as he locked eyes with the Chaos Astartes, a towering figure whose armor shimmered with an impossible life of its own. The sorcerer stood confidently, his immense power radiating like a suffocating force, unbothered by Obi-Wan's defiance. "You cannot escape it," the sorcerer's voice reverberated, deep and rich with the dark resonance of the warp. His helmet's dark lenses gleamed with malicious energy, and his words were not just heard, they were felt, like cold fingers pressing into Obi-Wan's mind. "The warp calls to you, it owns you now." Obi-Wan's breathing was ragged, his body aching under the weight of the unholy power. But there was still a spark of defiance in his heart. He was no mere mortal. He had faced down countless enemies, and he would not let this sorcerer claim victory. His grip tightened on his lightsaber, the blue blade flickering brightly in his trembling hand. "I will never fall," Obi-Wan whispered, his voice steady despite the chaos swirling around him. He could feel the Force struggling to reconnect with him, its familiar embrace weakening with every moment. But the warp was there, twisting, coiling through him, tempting him with its raw, untamed power. His mind strained under the pressure, but he stood tall. "I will stop you." The sorcerer chuckled, a sound like distant thunder. "You think you can fight me with that?" He raised his hand, a tendril of warp energy forming around his armored fist, crackling with unnatural power. "You are nothing but a puppet now, a pawn in a game you don't understand." Without warning, the sorcerer lashed out, the raw energy of the warp blasting from his hand in a torrent of searing light. The force of it hit Obi-Wan like a tidal wave, throwing him off his feet and slamming him into the wall. His lightsaber flickered and sputtered, barely staying alight as the warp's energy surged around him, seeking to tear him apart. His body screamed in agony, but his mind fought back. "Focus," Obi-Wan whispered to himself, struggling to breathe against the suffocating pressure. He would not fall now. Drawing on the warp, he reached out, not to command it, but to survive, to hold his own. He could feel it, its madness, its chaos. But there was something else in him, something pure, his will to protect. To protect those he loved, to protect the galaxy. He focused, drawing the warp closer, trying to bend it to his will. The madness was unbearable, but with it came a fire, a fury that surged through him, searing his body but also empowering him. Obi-Wan's vision cleared, and with a roar he rose, his lightsaber igniting with renewed intensity. The blade hummed in his hand, and he charged at the sorcerer, the energy of the warp burning in his veins. Come and die." Obi-Wan was no longer listening. The power surged within him, urging him to strike, to destroy. His strikes were wild but precise, driven by the force of his will. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a wave of telekinetic energy crashing into the sorcerer, sending him flying backward. The sorcerer hit the ground hard, but before Obi-Wan could strike again, the Astartes was back on his feet, his psychic presence more menacing than ever. "You think you can match me?" The sorcerer's voice was deep and mocking. "I have existed for millennia, while you are but a fleeting mortal. The warp is my domain, and you will break beneath it." The air around them seemed to warp and twist as the sorcerer raised his arms, summoning the full power of the warp. The ground shook as dark tendrils of energy spiraled toward Obi-Wan, aiming to crush him, to consume him. Obi-Wan's breath hitched, but he held his ground. The power of the warp was rising within him. His heart raced, his body trembled with the force of it, but he would not let it consume him. He called on the Force, his connection to it flickering like a dying ember, but there was still enough of it left. Enough to help him withstand the chaos. With a roar, Obi-Wan raised his lightsaber and deflected the warp energy, sending it spiraling into the air. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the hangar, rattling the walls and shaking the very foundations of the palace. For a brief moment, the two combatants paused, their eyes locked. The air was thick with the crackling of psychic energy, the very fabric of reality trembling under the pressure of their powers. "You cannot defeat me," the sorcerer sneered, his voice cold and filled with certainty. "You cannot contain what you have unleashed." Obi-Wan's chest heaved as he struggled to control the torrent of chaotic energy swirling within him. "I will not lose to you," he said, his voice steady despite the storm inside him. "The Jedi do not fear the darkness." With one final surge of strength, Obi-Wan channeled the last of the warp's energy into his attack. His lightsaber blazed with unearthly power as he charged, his body a conduit for both the Force and the chaos that sought to claim him. The sorcerer raised his hand, attempting to block the attack with another wave of psychic power, but Obi-Wan's blow was unstoppable. The blade met the sorcerer's shield with a deafening crack, and for a moment, time seemed to freeze. Obi-Wan's body convulsed as the warp tore at him from within, but with a final desperate slash, he cleaved through the sorcerer's defenses. The blade bit into the Chaos Astartes armor, sending a pulse of psychic energy cascading through the air. The sorcerer staggered, his armor buckling under the force of the blow, but he did not fall. Instead, he let out a howl of rage, the air around him swirling violently as he summoned a torrent of warp energy to retaliate. The ground cracked open beneath him, and tendrils of pure chaos lashed out toward Obi-Wan. But Obi-Wan stood tall, despite the agony ripping through his body. His lightsaber crackled with the last remnants of the warp's power as he prepared for one final strike. His mind was a battlefield, torn between the purity of the Force and the corrupting chaos of the warp, but there was no time to hesitate. With a final triumphant roar, Obi-Wan surged forward, slashing through the sorcerer's defenses once more. "I will not fall to you," Obi-Wan roared, bringing his lightsaber back around to slam into the Astartes' open palm. The Astartes barely flinched. He raised his hand, easily deflecting the attack with a flick of his fingers, sending the blade flying from Obi-Wan's grasp again. The blade clattered to the ground, and Obi-Wan's last vestiges of strength seemed to drain away. The warp tore into him like a blade, and his consciousness began to fade. With a final gesture, the sorcerer called upon the full fury of the warp. His eyes blazed with power as his psychic energy engulfed Obi-Wan entirely. The Jedi's body jerked, his breath escaping in sharp gasps as the warp surged through him, an unstoppable force that consumed everything in its path. Obi-Wan's final thought was not of defeat, but of the people he fought for. His vision faded to black as the last spark of his will was snuffed out. The sorcerer stood over him, triumphant. The battle was over. The Jedi had been broken. "You should have known," the sorcerer whispered, his voice a final echo in the silence that followed. "You were never meant to win." As the sorcerer stood over Obi-Wan's unconscious body, a faint hum caught his attention. He looked up, his gaze drawn to a smoking ship hurtling toward the hangar bay. The massive vessel showed no signs of slowing as it barreled toward the hangar. The Nubian shot through the air at high speed, its engines roaring as it surged into the hangar with reckless force before a salamander and Black Templar jumped from a tear in its hull. The sorcerer summoned his power, twisting the ship's trajectory and sending it crashing into one side of the massive hangar. He then turned his gaze to the two Astartes who had leaped from the ship at the last moment. The two Astartes landed heavily on the ground, their power armor clanking with the impact. The air around them crackled with tension, and the oppressive weight of the sorcerer's presence loomed like a suffocating shadow. The two Marines stood, weapons drawn, their eyes locked on the Chaos Sorcerer as he turned to face them. "Traitor!" Sebastian roared, charging forward with a warrior's fury toward the Rubric Marine. Without hesitation, the sorcerer raised a hand, and the ground beneath Sebastian buckled, cracks splintering outward like an earth-shattering quake. The Black Templar struggled to maintain his footing as the very air around him twisted and writhed, pulled by the chaos of the warp. Raxer, less encumbered by the swirling chaos, opened fire, his heavy bolter roaring to life. The rounds thundered through the air, but the sorcerer merely smirked. His hands wove an intricate pattern, and the shells slowed mid-flight, twisting before disintegrating into nothingness. "Is that all you have?" the sorcerer taunted, his voice dripping with disdain before pulling the heavy bolter towards him. Sebastian, undeterred, surged forward, his power sword crackling to life in his grip. "Enough talk," he snarled. "Let's finish this." With a speed that belied his massive frame, the Black Templar charged. His sword swung in a deadly arc, aimed straight for the sorcerer's chest. But the sorcerer was already moving, his hands outstretched as he summoned the full wrath of the warp to shield him. The sword struck an invisible barrier with a violent clash, sparks flying as the power of the blow was absorbed by the sorcerer's psychic shield. Sebastian stumbled back, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Foolish," the sorcerer sneered, his gaze cold and mocking. He raised both hands, and a torrent of psychic energy surged forward, slamming into the Black Templar and sending him crashing into a stack of crates with a sickening thud. Raxer didn't hesitate. Charging with relentless fury, his combat knife gleaming in the dim light, he slashed toward the sorcerer's head. But again, the sorcerer was faster. With a flick of his wrist, a bolt of warp lightning arced from his palm, slamming into the salamander with an explosive crack. Raxer was thrown backward, smoke rising from the seams of his armor as he crumpled to the ground. The sorcerer surveyed the battlefield, his gaze shifting over the wreckage, the chaos, and the two Astartes struggling to recover. His attention fixed on the Black Templar, who was slowly rising to his feet. Sebastian didn't hesitate. His hand shot out, raising his heavy bolt pistol and firing a single round. But before the shot could reach its target, the sorcerer's will snaked through the air, and with a violent flick of his wrist, the weapon was wrenched from Sebastian's grip. The bolt round shattered in mid-air, splitting into two pieces as it veered off course. The deadly projectile soared past the sorcerer, hurtling straight into the queen's entourage, their screams filling the air as two bodies hit the floor lifeless. The chaos was overwhelming, but the three Astartes cared not for the innocent bystanders. Their focus remained on each other, bound by the violence of their struggle. With a primal roar, Sebastian hurled himself at the sorcerer, the Black Templar's power armor creaking under the weight of his charge. His sword rose, ready to strike, and the sorcerer, with a dark smile, met his fury head-on. The ground trembled beneath their feet as both combatants collided, each driven by their own inescapable purpose. But to his surprise, Sebastian lifted the Chaos Astartes off the ground, hoisting him effortlessly over his shoulder before slamming him into the wall. The impact sent debris flying, the structure crumbling into dust as they crashed through into another chamber. Raxer with a grunt, Sebastian lifted the blue and gold-clad sorcerer off the ground and charged toward the nearest wall. He crashed through it with devastating force, sending debris scattering in every direction. But the Chaos Sorcerer was not easily overwhelmed. His psychic powers flared as he twisted and wrenched himself free, rising like a shadow among the chaos. Raxer quickly followed, his heavy bolter at the ready, but his eyes narrowed as they stepped into the vast, strange chamber. The air crackled with an eerie energy, charged with unnatural power. Towering blue pillars of light pulsed rhythmically, stretching up into the shadows, while narrow bridges of metal spanned between them. The room was cavernous and disorienting, like a labyrinth of light and shadow, perfect for a battle of fates. The sorcerer stood in the center of the room, his blue and golden armor shimmering with arcane energy. His optics gleamed with malevolent intent as he surveyed his opponents. The blue glow from the energy pillars bathed his form in an ethereal light, warping and shifting as the energy from the warp seeped through his veins. "You think you can defeat me?" the sorcerer hissed, his voice dripping with scorn. "I command the very fabric of the universe, and you are nothing but insects." Sebastian tightened his grip on his power sword and raised his shield, its surface etched with runes of protection. The Black Templar's gaze was unwavering. He'd heard the taunts of traitors and heretics before, and they would not sway him now. "Your gods are powerless here," Sebastian replied, his voice cold and steady. "Only the Emperor's wrath will prevail." The sorcerer raised his hand, and the pillars of blue light around them flared with explosive energy. In an instant, the room was alive with a hum of psychic force, a blinding glow filling the chamber as a bolt of warp lightning shot from the sorcerer's hand, arcing directly toward Sebastian and Raxer. Sebastian reacted instinctively, raising his shield just as the energy struck it with violent force. The impact rattled his frame, pushing him back on his heels, but his stance remained unbroken. The shield sparked and crackled under the strain, but Sebastian held his ground, gritting his teeth as the blast reverberated through his armor. Raxer, with the speed of a seasoned warrior, darted from the side, his heavy bolter roaring to life. The rounds tore through the air toward the sorcerer, but the Chaos Astartes was already weaving through the warp. With a subtle gesture, the sorcerer deflected the incoming shots, twisting the projectiles in midair until they exploded harmlessly against the walls of the chamber. The sorcerer smirked, his voice dripping with malice. "Fools." But Sebastian was undeterred. He charged forward, his power sword crackling with deadly energy. As he closed the distance, the sorcerer's smile widened under his helmet, and with a flick of his wrist, he summoned another blast of psychic force, sending it crashing into the ground at Sebastian's feet. The room itself seemed to buckle under the pressure, the very floor beneath them shifting and warping. Sebastian grunted as he was thrown off balance, the ground beneath him buckling as though it were made of sand. He staggered but didn't fall, his resolve steeling as he fought against the oppressive psychic force. Raxer's eyes narrowed as he scanned the battlefield. He spotted a narrow bridge connecting two towering pillars of blue energy, an opening, a chance to strike. "Sebastian, move!" he shouted. Sebastian recovered his footing just in time to see Raxer sprint across the narrow bridge, his heavy bolter in hand. The salamander's figure blurred with speed as he closed the distance toward the sorcerer, the weight of his bolter giving him a steady focus. The sorcerer twisted, his hand raising as though to meet Raxer's advance. But Raxer was too quick. With a burst of speed, he leapt over a gap in the bridge, his knife gleaming in the eerie light, aiming for the sorcerer's exposed flank. The sorcerer reacted instantly, a bolt of warp lightning arcing from his palm to strike Raxor mid-air. The salamander was thrown backward with a deafening crack of energy, his body crashing into one of the glowing blue pillars. Sparks flew as his power armor absorbed the brunt of the damage, but Raxor groaned in pain, still able to push himself back to his feet. "I will break you, salamander," the sorcerer taunted, his voice filled with cold amusement. But Sebastian would not let his brother fall. With a roar, he surged forward once again, his power sword raised high. As he closed the distance, he leapt across the gap to the nearest bridge, his shield held before him like a battering ram. The ground beneath him shook, the blue pillars flickering and twisting as though responding to the violence of the battle. The sorcerer's eyes widened as Sebastian surged forward with a fury that could not be stopped. He raised his hand, summoning a violent storm of psychic energy. A wave of warp power crackled from his palm, ready to tear through the Black Templar with devastating force. But Sebastian was prepared. With a roar, the Black Templar lifted his shield high, catching the torrent of psychic power with a brilliant flash of energy. The air around him screamed as the force of the warp collided with the shield's reinforced surface. The sheer impact hurled Sebastian off the bridge entirely, sending him spiraling through the air. His body slammed into another bridge below, the metal groaning beneath his weight. The shock of the impact rattled his bones, but he rolled instinctively, quickly regaining his feet as the echoes of the blast reverberated through the chamber. His power sword crackled with the residual energy, but his resolve was unwavering. He would not be defeated. Raxor, battered but relentless, staggered back onto the narrow bridge, his heavy bolter still at the ready. His eyes locked on the sorcerer, a deep fury burning within him. "You will pay for that, traitor," Raxor growled, his voice strained but filled with unwavering determination. The sorcerer sneered, his lips curling beneath his helmet. "Your resolve will not save you." With a flick of his wrist, the sorcerer summoned a wave of psychic force toward Raxor. The salamander leapt backward, narrowly avoiding the attack as the bridge beneath him cracked and splintered. He landed on another narrow platform, his bolter roaring as he opened fire once again, but the sorcerer danced through the chaos, twisting and evading with impossible grace. The bullet splintered against the energy pillars or ricocheted harmlessly off the sorcerer's psychic shield. Sebastian's gaze flickered over to Raxor as the salamander fought with brutal precision. But Sebastian knew he couldn't afford to wait. He could feel the sorcerer's power building once again, a crushing weight in the air that threatened to choke the very life from the room. With a grim determination, Sebastian pushed himself to his feet, his shield still intact but scorched, and his power sword crackling with energy. The time for hesitation had passed. "Stay focused, Raxor," he muttered to himself, before charging forward once again. He leapt across the gap between two bridges, his massive form landing with the force of a thunderclap. He was closing in on the sorcerer now, the distance between them narrowing with each step. The sorcerer raised his hand, preparing to unleash another deadly psychic strike, but this time, Sebastian was ready. With a battle cry, the Black Templar surged forward, his sword slicing through the air. The sorcerer tried to raise his shield of psychic power, but the force of Sebastian's strike shattered it like glass. Sparks flew as the power sword cut through the sorcerer's psychic defenses, the energy crackling with brutal force. The sorcerer staggered back, his armored form flickering as the power of the warp struggled to hold him together. "Impossible," he hissed, his voice filled with disbelief. Sebastian's eyes were cold as ice. "Your power is nothing before the Emperor's will." Before the sorcerer could react, Sebastian lunged forward with a brutal strike, his power sword driving straight into the chaos-warped armor of the sorcerer's chest. The blow pierced deep, the energy of the sword crackling and searing through the sorcerer's defenses. The sorcerer gasped, his breath ragged as the sword cleaved through his chest. But in a desperate act of fury, he spewed flames from his hands, engulfing the Black Templar in a torrent of searing fire. Sebastian screamed in pain, but the searing heat only fueled his rage. "Your flames are nothing compared to the fire of my hatred," he roared, his voice booming with the ferocity of 1,000 battles. With a grimace, he ripped his power sword free, the energy of the blade crackling as he swung it down with savage precision, cleaving it deep into the sorcerer's shoulder. The Chaos Astartes howled in agony, but his expression twisted into one of pure wrath. As the sword tore through his flesh, he unleashed a wave of psychic power, his body writhing with uncontrollable energy. Bolter rounds began to pelt him from the left, the deafening roar of Raxor's heavy bolter cutting through the air, each shot a thunderous boom. But the sorcerer was unstoppable. A massive surge of warp energy exploded outward, engulfing the room in a violent burst. Sebastian was thrown backward with an explosive force, his body slamming into one of the towering energy pillars. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the chamber, rattling the walls and sending debris flying. He crumpled to the ground, dazed but determined to rise again. Raxer, still engaged in his relentless assault, was also struck by the sorcerer's burst of psychic power. The immense force knocked him off his narrow bridge, sending him tumbling through the air. His body crashed into another bridge before slipping off the edge entirely, falling toward the chasm below. His armor scraped along the jagged surface, sparks flying as he barely caught the edge of a ledge just in time to prevent his fall. Dangling precariously above a sea of darkness, Raxer's breath came in ragged gasps as he fought to maintain his grip. His fingers burned with the strain, the weight of his bolter pulling at him, threatening to drag him down. His heart raced as he held on, refusing to let go. The chaos of the battlefield blurred around him as he focused solely on holding on. His voice was a low growl of determination. Not yet. With every ounce of his strength, Raxer grabbed his knife and cut the heavy bolter free before hoisting himself back up onto the narrow ledge. His fingers dug into the jagged metal as he pulled himself up, gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his arms. They screamed for relief, but he ignored it. There was no time for weakness. His brother needed him. Meanwhile, Sebastian struggled to push himself to his feet, his body battered from the impact with the pillar. His helmet was broken and melted, burn marks from the sorcerer's flames etched deeply into its surface. He winced, peering out from the shattered side, but his resolve was stronger than ever. The sorcerer would not escape. With a growl, Sebastian regained his footing, his eyes locking onto the sorcerer, who was still reeling from the wounds inflicted by the two Astartes' relentless assault. But even wounded, the Chaos Astartes was dangerous. His power surged, a twisted aura of the warp radiating from his form as he attempted to regain his composure. "You cannot win," the sorcerer hissed, his voice echoing with dark power. "The warp is eternal. You are but a fleeting moment in the grand design." Sebastian's eyes narrowed, filled with cold fury. "I am the Emperor's wrath made flesh," he snarled. "And I will see you destroyed." Raxer, now back on his feet, brandished his plasma pistol. The weapon roared to life as he fired, the plasma bolts streaking toward the sorcerer's head. But the Chaos Astartes moved with preternatural speed, flicking his wrist to deflect the rounds, the plasma exploding in midair and shattering against the psychic shield the sorcerer had summoned around himself. Raxer's eyes flashed with determination as he tossed the plasma pistol aside. With a battle cry, he charged forward, his footfalls pounding against the narrow bridge. He leapt from one bridge to the next, crossing the gap with lethal precision before launching himself at the sorcerer, knife in hand. The sorcerer's eyes flicked toward the incoming assault, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned a psychic barrier to intercept the strike. Raxer's knife met the shield with a resounding crack, but the force of the blow sent shockwaves through the air. Raxer didn't relent, his muscles screaming with the effort as he drove his knife forward again and again, each strike weakening the sorcerer's psychic defense. But the sorcerer's face twisted into a snarl of pure fury, his gaze flashing with dark power. In a final desperate attempt, he channeled all of his remaining strength into a devastating psychic blast. The warp itself seemed to tear open around him as he unleashed a torrent of energy with a scream that echoed through the chamber. Raxer was caught in the maelstrom. The psychic force struck him like a thunderclap, throwing him backward with violent speed. His body was racked with blinding pain as the energy tore through his armor, leaving deep scars in the metal. But it was his left arm that took the full brunt of the attack. The bolt of warp energy disintegrated the limb, shredding bone, flesh, and ceramite in an instant. His scream was cut short as his left arm was reduced to a mangled stump below the elbow, the charred remains of his armor hanging uselessly at his side. The force of the blast sent him sprawling, crashing against the far side of the room. He hit the ground with a sickening thud, his body skidding across the metal floor. His vision swam with darkness as the pain radiated from his severed arm, the weight of his injury threatening to overwhelm him. Sebastian's heart froze as he turned to see Raxer crumpled on the ground, his left arm gone at the elbow. Rage exploded within him, a primal fury that drowned out everything else. "Brother!" he roared, his voice thick with anger. But there was no time to mourn. The sorcerer was recovering, and the moment Sebastian had been waiting for had arrived. His fury drove him forward. With a growl, Sebastian surged toward the sorcerer, his power sword crackling with bright energy. The sorcerer, still reeling from the attack, raised his hand to conjure another wave of psychic power, but Sebastian was faster. Filth. Sebastian spat, his voice like a storm as he swung his sword with deadly precision. The blade cleaved through the sorcerer's psychic barrier with terrifying ease, and the sorcerer's attempts to shield himself were in vain. The sword drove deep into the sorcerer's side, cutting through the warp-infused armor and searing flesh beneath. The sorcerer let out a howl of pain as the blade buried itself to the hilt. Sebastian didn't stop. He twisted the sword, ripping it free with brutal force and cleaving downward again, this time aiming for the sorcerer's throat. The sorcerer tried to retaliate with a burst of psychic energy, but it was too late. Raxer, despite his grievous injury, had struggled to his knees, his remaining hand clutching his combat knife. With a snarl of defiance, Raxer charged, moving on sheer instinct, his remaining strength pushing him forward. He leapt toward the sorcerer, the knife gleaming in his one remaining hand. But the sorcerer was already crumbling. With a final anguished scream, the sorcerer's body began to flicker and warp as the power of the warp unraveled in him. The last vestiges of his dark magic flared out of control, a final burst of destructive energy surging into the air. But the sorcerer's body was already in the process of disintegrating under the sheer force of the attack. With a sickening crack, the sorcerer's neck snapped beneath the weight of Raxer's and Sebastian's strikes. His head was wrenched back as his body crumpled into a heap on the floor, twitching in the final moments of his demise. The blue and gold armor, once gleaming with unholy power, now lay in ruin, the last remnants of the sorcerer's essence dissipating into the air. Sebastian stood over him, panting heavily, bloodied and battered, but victorious. His power sword hummed with a low, vibrating energy as it crackled in the silence that followed. The blue pillars flickered and dimmed, the oppressive psychic storm in the chamber dissipating. Raxer, bloodied, managed to stand next to his brother, gritting his teeth through the pain. His left arm was nothing more than a ruined, blackened stump, but his eyes still burned with defiance. "Well fought, brother," Raxer said hoarsely, his voice a rasp. Sebastian nodded grimly, his expression unreadable. "The Emperor's wrath is eternal, and we will see his will done, no matter the cost." Together, they stood over the sorcerer's broken form, the chaos of the battle still ringing in their ears. The room was now silent, save for the ragged breathing of the two Astartes. The sorcerer's threat had been extinguished, but there was still much to do. Anakin Skywalker, as Anakin watched the Jedi battle the Astartes, a growing fear clenched in his chest, an all-too-familiar sensation he had grown accustomed to in recent times. Kagan was thrown toward one of the ships, knocked unconscious by the Chaos Sorcerer, while Obi-Wan continued to fight valiantly. "Ani!" His mother, Shmi, shouted as Anakin ran toward the fallen Jedi. Reaching Kagan, Anakin began shaking the man desperately, shouting for him to wake up as he saw Obi-Wan struggle against the massive space marine, who seemed to toy with him. "Master Kagan, wake up, sir!" Anakin cried out, panic rising in his voice. After a moment, Kagan stirred, pushing himself up to his hands and knees. His eyes, bleary but focused, locked onto Obi-Wan as he fought the Astartes. "Obi-Wan!" Kagan shouted, struggling to his feet, stumbling slightly. "I will not fall to you!" Obi-Wan yelled, his voice filled with determination. In that instant, the Astartes ripped his lightsaber from his hands, and the sorcerer overwhelmed him with raw, untamed power. "No!" Kagan roared, his voice full of anguish as he forced himself to his feet. He began to move toward the sorcerer, but his attention was diverted by a sudden explosion as a massive droid Federation ship barreled into the hangar. Reacting instinctively, Kagan pulled Anakin toward him, leaping backward just as the ship crashed violently into the ground. As the dust settled, Kagan saw the Black Templar and Salamander Astartes leap from the wreckage, crashing to the ground and immediately engaging the Chaos Sorcerer in a new battle. The battle raged fiercely, but a single seemingly insignificant moment shifted everything for the galaxy. The Black Templar raised his heavy bolt pistol and fired once before the weapon was torn from his hand. The bolt round split into two as it hurtled towards the Queen's entourage past the sorcerer. Anakin watched in silent horror as one half struck his mother, sending her collapsing to the ground. The other half hit Lyra, who also crumpled. "Mom!" Anakin cried, wrenching himself from Qui-Gon's grip and charging recklessly toward his fallen mother. The three Astartes paid no heed to the chaos unfolding behind them. Sebastian hoisted the Thousand-Sun Sorcerer over his shoulder and charged straight at the wall leading to the massive generator room. Anakin reached his mother in a frantic blur, his hands trembling as he knelt beside her. The impact of the bolt round had left a scorched wound, her once vibrant eyes now dull with pain. "Mom, please," he whimpered, his voice shaking as he cradled her in his arms. Tears blurred his vision, but he couldn't look away from her face. Shmi's breath was shallow, but she managed a faint smile, her hand reaching up to gently touch Anakin's cheek. "Ani, you must be strong," she whispered, each word a struggle. "The Force, it's with you, always." Anakin shook his head, refusing to accept the reality before him. "No. You can't leave me. I need you." His chest tightened, the words choking in his throat. For a brief moment, he looked up, his gaze flickering over to Nira, who was kneeling beside Lyra's body. Nira held Lyra's face in her hands, her sobs racking her body as she wept uncontrollably. The sight of her grief struck Anakin hard, adding to the storm of emotion swirling within him. Shmi's breathing faltered. "Anakin, you will change the galaxy," she whispered, her voice fading. "You are the one." Anakin's heart thudded painfully in his chest. He wanted to scream, to shout at the universe, to beg for her life to be returned, but all that escaped was a choked sob as he pulled his mother's head to his chest, crying the way only a child could after such a tragedy. Kagan, seeing his apprentice's body lying nearby, quickly ran to Obi-Wan, kneeling down beside him and gently lifting his head. "Obi-Wan," he whispered urgently, shaking him lightly, his voice tight with concern. Obi-Wan did not stir. Qui-Gon's heart sank as he placed his left ear to Obi-Wan's chest. There, faint but steady, was the sound of his heartbeat. A fragile thread of life remained. Relief flooded through him, but it was tempered by the urgency of the situation. He quickly checked for any other signs of injury, his hands moving expertly over Obi-Wan's body. The young Jedi was unconscious, but he was alive, barely. His skin was cracked, and black veins marred his body, but Kagan could still feel the strange energy, the same power he had sensed over the planet, slowly corrupting him. He closed his eyes, feeling the Force weakly pushing back against the corruption, but it was a losing battle. He still had time, though. Looking over at the Queen's entourage, he saw the two children crying over their mothers. Padme had gone to comfort Anakin, gently pulling him into an embrace, while Nira was receiving only comforting words from Captain Panika. Kagan made sure Obi-Wan was all right before standing and walking over to the group. Kneeling down, he looked at the boy first. "He killed them." Anakin sobbed, tears streaming down his face. "He killed them both." Qui-Gon's gaze flicked down to Shmi's bloodied body before returning to the boy. "The Astartes are fighting him now," he said softly. "I'm sure it will be all right." Anakin shook his head, pulling himself away from Padme's embrace. "The Black Templar killed them," the boy cried, his eyes falling on Nira, still crumpled over Lyra's body. Kagan didn't know what to say to the boy, but he knew he had to try to calm him. "Breathe, Anakin. Just breathe," he said, placing a hand on the boy's shoulders. "Sebastian was trying to protect us. What happened was an accident. He didn't mean to do it," Kagan explained gently. "No. He knew what would happen." Anakin protested, his voice shaking with rage. Kagan knew he wouldn't change the boy's mind, so he left Anakin with Padme and stood. He walked over to Nira. The girl looked up at him with despair in her swollen, red eyes before her gaze dropped back to her mother's body. Kagan knelt down next to Nira, unsure of how to comfort them in such a devastating moment. "I am so sorry," he said quietly. "Do something. Anything," she begged, desperately dragging her mother's lifeless hand toward him. "You're a Jedi. Bring her back." Kagan took the cold hand, but shook his head gently. "I can't. She's gone. I'm sorry." "No," Nira whispered in disbelief, before breaking into sobs, collapsing onto her mother's chest again. The group fell silent as the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the generator room. The two loyalist Astartes entered, the Black Templar leading the way. His massive shield was scorched and ruined, though his sword remained intact. A chunk of his faceplate was missing, revealing a cold eye that looked upon the chaos with contempt. Raxer followed, his armor cracked and chipped in multiple places. He was missing his left arm just above the elbow, but he seemed not to care. As the two Astartes stepped into the room, they took in the destruction that had unfolded during their battle. Anakin's gaze burned with hatred as he glared at them, but Neera's expression softened as she looked upon them like saviors, angels who had spared them all. Raxer, quickly understanding the gravity of the situation, walked toward the group, while Sebastian stood back, disinterested in the unfolding tragedy. The salamander knelt down beside Neera first, removing his helmet to reveal his midnight black skin and piercing red eyes. He placed the helmet on the ground beside him, his gaze softening as he met Neera's eyes. He then lowered his gaze to Lyra's lifeless body. "I'm sorry for your loss," Raxer said quietly, his voice tinged with sorrow. He turned to Anakin, who still trembled with silent rage, tears streaking down his face. The boy's body shook, whether from anger, grief, or both, Raxer could not say. "Both of you," he added gently, his gaze lingering on Anakin before returning to Neera. Raxer's words hung in the air like a heavy weight, but there was no comfort to be found in them. The silence that followed felt like an eternity, and Anakin's emotions were a volatile storm inside him, torn between the overwhelming grief for his mother and the burning rage at the Astartes. Neera, on the other hand, stared at Raxer with a mix of disbelief and gratitude, her hand still clutching her mother's lifeless form as if hoping that, somehow, the warmth would return to her. She whispered a quiet "thank you," though it was barely audible, her voice thick with sorrow. Raxer understood the depth of their pain. He had seen loss, had known its gnawing grip, and though he could not undo the past, he could at least offer something that might ease their suffering, even if only for a moment. As Raxer looked at the boy again, Anakin's furious gaze did not soften, though it did falter for a brief second, as if the boy was battling himself between conflicting emotions. The tension between them was palpable. Anakin didn't respond at first, but then his shaking hand shot up, pointing accusatorially at the Black Templar. "You killed them!" he shouted, his voice breaking with the weight of his words. "You killed my mother. You killed them both." His face was twisted with anger and confusion, the immense loss threatening to consume him. Raxer stood, his expression hardening slightly, but his tone remaining calm. "The battle was not ours to choose, boy. We did what needed to be done to kill the sorcerer." Anakin didn't want to hear it. He wanted to scream, to rail against the unfairness of it all, but his voice faltered, the storm inside him shifting to a numbness that threatened to drown him. His eyes darted to his mother's body, to Lyra's broken form, and then to the others in the room, all of them caught in their own web of sorrow and confusion. Kagan had watched the exchange from a distance, his heart heavy with the weight of his own helplessness. He approached them now, placing a hand gently on Anakin's shoulder, though the boy stiffened at his touch. "Anakin," Kagan said softly, his voice filled with quiet sorrow, "this isn't the way to honor your mother's memory. You must find peace within yourself." Anakin pulled away from Qui-Gon's touch, his breathing ragged, his chest rising and falling in quick, uneven bursts. "Peace? How can there be peace when they're gone?" he spat, his voice laced with anguish. "How can there be peace when the ones who were supposed to protect us were the ones who killed them?" Raxer, seeing the boy's torment, stepped forward, his deep voice steady. "Pain is the price of life, boy." Anakin's eyes flickered briefly to the salamander, his features a mix of confusion and unresolved fury. He wanted to shout at him, to accuse him of being just like the rest, but the words caught in his throat. He didn't know what to feel anymore. His mother was gone. Lyra was gone. The world he knew had crumbled. Neera looked up at Raxer, her grief-stricken face softening slightly as she whispered, "What do we do now?" The salamander glanced over at her, his red eyes filled with a deep, sorrowful understanding. "You survive," he answered simply. The words seemed to hang in the air, their weight settling over everyone like a thick fog. No one spoke for a long while, each of them lost in their thoughts, their grief, and their confusion. Anakin didn't respond, but his tear-streaked face softened as he took a shaky breath, staring at the ground. His anger had not dissipated, but it had been replaced by something else, a hollow, aching emptiness. "Your mother was right," Kagan continued, kneeling beside him. "You will change the galaxy, Anakin. But first, you must find the strength to rise above this." Anakin looked up at him, his eyes red-rimmed, his face a mask of pain. "How?" he whispered. Kagan offered a small, sad smile. "One step at a time." Maximus's heavy footsteps echoed through the streets of Theed as he walked inside the massive Centurion suit, his mind stretched to its limit. Stopping at the palace steps, he exited the suit, nearly collapsing to the ground. His body was weary, but his mind even more so. He needed rest, but that could not come until he reunited with his brothers. Through the Vox, they had informed him of their battle. They had slain 1,000-son sorcerer, but not without cost. Raxer had lost his left arm, while Sebastian had suffered severe burns to his right arm, chest, and face. Despite the pain that gnawed at him, Maximus stood tall. He could not allow weakness to take hold. He was no longer the young man who once thought a week of relentless fighting without sleep was exhausting. No, that was the mindset of the weak. Shaking the weariness from his thoughts, he continued his determined march down the halls of the palace, leaving the centurion's suit outside. When he reached the medical bay, he found his brothers embroiled in a heated discussion with a group of people, Padme among them. What is the meaning of this? Maximus's deep, commanding voice cut through the tension. They want us to remove our armor, brother, Sebastian seethed, gesturing at the medical droid standing ready. They want to learn its secrets. That's not it. Padme interjected, her voice rising. Look at you both. She gestured toward Raxer, who was missing an arm, and Sebastian, whose injuries were evident even beneath his armor. You can't just walk around with injuries like these. Sebastian folded his massive arms across his chest. We have endured far worse. Padme opened her mouth to argue, but Maximus stepped in. What medical aid do you offer? He demanded, his tone brokering no argument. Brother. Sebastian began, but the ultramarine raised a hand, silencing him. Padme responded, calm but firm. Cybernetic implants and medical fluids to regenerate lost tissue, she explained, summoning a medical hologram. It displayed various procedures that could aid his brother's recovery. Maximus studied the hologram closely, his eyes narrowing as he assessed the procedures being proposed. The technology was advanced, but it was not the same as the battlefield augmentations his brothers had received over the years. We do not need your regeneration devices, Sebastian muttered, a flicker of disdain in his voice. We are Astartes. Our bodies heal faster than most can comprehend. Raxer grunted in agreement, though his tone was more subdued than usual. The loss of his arm was a blow, but he wasn't one to show weakness. Padme took a step forward, her gaze firm and unwavering. I understand your warriors, but your bodies aren't invulnerable, she said. You can survive injuries that would kill any ordinary man, but even Astartes have limits, right? The treatments I'm offering will speed your recovery, prevent further complications. You won't heal properly if you don't allow us to help. Maximus stood in silence for a moment, absorbing her words. He had seen firsthand the resilience of his brothers, their ability to recover from wounds that would shatter lesser men. But he also knew that there were risks that came with ignoring the limits of their bodies. We will take the treatments, Maximus finally declared, his voice as firm as ever, but only what is necessary to restore our fighting strength. We are not so weak as to need comfort. Padme nodded, clearly relieved that he had agreed, though she still looked concerned. I'll make sure the procedures are minimally invasive. You'll still retain your full combat capabilities. Good, Maximus said. He turned his gaze to his brothers. We will fight again soon. Rest while you can. Sebastian, ever defiant, scoffed but said nothing more. Raxer merely gave a silent nod. His single arm crossed over his chest as he looked at Maximus, a silent promise of loyalty. First, we'll need to remove your armor, Padme said, her tone professional, though there was a hint of hesitation. I'm sure we can have the droids examine it and figure everything out. Sebastian shot a sharp glance at Maximus, who gave a subtle nod in response. Until the Imperium comes for us, we must make compromises for our continued welfare, Maximus answered, acknowledging his brother's unspoken question. Sebastian opened his mouth, likely to mutter the word heresy, but stopped himself, his gaze shifting from Maximus to Raxer. With a heavy sigh, he relented. Very well, brother. I will concede this matter. The Black Templar reached up, removing his half-ruined helmet. Padme's face paled the moment she saw him, her breath catching in her throat. His features were disfigured beyond recognition, the scars and damage from countless battles leaving his face a grotesque map of his service to the Emperor. Half of his face was a mixture of metal and flesh, and his bald head reflected the dim light of the room. Sebastian sneered as he noticed Padme's reaction. Never seen someone so ugly, he taunted, his voice thick with mockery. Raxer, ever the one to lighten the mood, chuckled. I think she's just shocked, brother. It's not every day you see someone as disfigured as you are. Padme stammered, her face flushing in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Sebastian's cold voice cut through the air, silencing her. Enough. It matters not what you think. His gaze hardened as he looked at her. This is the mark of my service to the God Emperor. You will show respect for it. Padme swallowed her apology, her face still pale, though she kept her composure. She nodded quietly, stepping back. Proceed, Sebastian commanded, his tone unwavering. Padme nodded in response and stepped back, signaling the droids to begin their work. The medical droids approached with practiced precision, their mechanical limbs whirring as they worked on the Black Templar's armor. Padme observed them closely, knowing how sacred the Astartes' power armor was to them. She gave a quiet order to the droids to handle it with care, fully aware that the armor was more than just protection. It was a symbol of their faith and service. The droids struggled at first, the heavy ceramite and plasteel plates resistant to their advanced tools. The process took over an hour, with the droids having to carefully unseal the various components, detaching the joints and plates. The sound of grinding and hissing filled the room as each piece was slowly removed. It was a laborious effort, but finally, with a collective effort, they succeeded. The massive suit of power armor was laid out beside Sebastian's form, its dark black surface glinting ominously under the lights. The droid stepped back once the task was done, and Padme gave a quiet directive to keep the armor in pristine condition, allowing no harm to come to it. As the armor was removed, the full extent of Sebastian's injuries became evident. His once formidable physique, now encased in only his black fibromuscle suit, showed the wear of countless battles. His right arm, heavily burned and blistered, was a gruesome sight, as was his chest, still smoldering with the aftereffects of the sorcerer's attacks. Padme's eyes flicked to the nearby medical equipment, stopping at a large cylindrical tank filled with a bright blue liquid. She motioned toward it. It's called a Bacta tank. It will help with your burns and aid in tissue regeneration, she explained. Sebastian turned to his right, his eyes studying the tank for a moment. It was an unfamiliar sight to him, but he trusted Maximus's judgment. His gaze shifted to his brothers, Raxer and Maximus, who both gave silent nods of approval. They had fought countless battles, and though the idea of Bacta was foreign to them, they understood the necessity of healing. Sebastian met their gazes and grunted in acknowledgement. He was used to pain, but this was different. His body had taken so much, yet it still carried on. Very well, he muttered, stepping forward toward the tank. Padme nodded, guiding him toward the large tank. You will feel a cooling sensation once submerged. It should ease the pain and accelerate the healing process. Sebastian said nothing, his gaze fixed forward. He was a warrior. Pain, sacrifice, and hardship were part of his existence. But even he had limits, and he knew this was the right course. With a final glance at his brothers, he stepped into the Bacta tank, the blue liquid rising around him as the droids carefully sealed the lid above. The hissing sound of the tank activating filled the room as the healing process began. Maximus watched silently, his face impassive as always. He had seen his brothers endure unimaginable trials, but even they needed rest and recovery to continue the fight. Now that Sebastian was taken care of, Raxer stepped forward. The medical droid gestured for him to take the position where Sebastian had stood, signaling the beginning of the next stage. This time, however, the process moved much faster. Raxer's armor was removed with practiced efficiency by the droids, their mechanical limbs working quickly to unseal the ceramite plating, detaching the pieces one by one. Despite the armor's heavy construction, the droids made short work of it. He stood there for a moment, his massive form now clad only in his sublegaculum, which was similarly tight-fitting and functional. The sight of him without his armor was impressive, revealing his imposing frame and raw strength. He stood tall, despite the visible signs of wear and tear from battle. His single remaining arm, though still strong, was visibly damaged, the results of multiple engagements evident in the sharp twists and scars along his limb. The droid motioned for him to sit in the chair that had been prepared nearby, and Raxer complied without a word, lowering himself into the seat. Once Raxer was seated, the medical droid began to work with swift precision. It brought forward a series of cybernetic implants, each one designed to replace the lost arm. The implants were sleek and intricate, the mechanical limbs built for strength and functionality, each piece interlocking with the next like a complex puzzle. The droid began the process of preparing the surgical site, ensuring that the integration would be as seamless as possible. Raxer grunted, but didn't speak. There was no need for words. He had already accepted what was to come. His stoic silence remained unbroken, even as the droid began the delicate work of removing the damaged tissue around the stump of his left arm. The process was methodical, the droid's tools working with eerie precision as it carefully prepared his body for the implants. The hum of machinery filled the room as the droid set to work, each movement deliberate and efficient. The cybernetic arm implants were designed to integrate smoothly with his natural muscle structure, enhancing his strength while providing the dexterity needed for combat. Raxer's gaze never wavered, his focus unwavering as the droid continued its work. He had lost an arm, but he would not be rendered weak. The loss was nothing but a temporary setback. The Emperor's warriors did not falter. As the procedure continued, Padme observed from the sidelines, her expression serious but not unkind. She knew the significance of what was happening. Raxer was more than just a soldier. He was a living testament to the resilience of the Astartes. His dedication to the Emperor was unquestionable, and she had seen firsthand how much they had endured. The droid finished setting the initial implants into place and began the process of locking them into Raxer's remaining tissue, ensuring a secure and stable connection. The work would take some time, but with each passing moment, Raxer's new limb would come to life, ready to serve him in the coming battles. After a moment, the droid stepped back, its mechanical limbs whirring as it inspected the placement of the cybernetic arm implants. Satisfied with its work, it gave a brief nod to Raxer and motioned toward the second Bacta tank, which had been prepared for him. "Now, please enter the tank," the droid instructed in its monotone voice. Raxer gave a low grunt of acknowledgement, his gaze shifting from the droid to the large cylindrical Bacta tank that stood waiting. The droid had ensured the tank was ready for him, designed to aid in both the recovery of his injuries and the healing of the connection between his body and the newly installed cybernetics. Raxer stood and made his way toward the tank, his movements fluid despite his new arm. The sight of the tank, though foreign to him, was not one he feared. As an Astartes, he had endured more than his share of pain and recovery, and the Bacta would ease the damage and restore him faster than he could recover on his own. With a final glance toward Maximus and the still immersed Sebastian, Raxer stepped into the tank. The cold liquid rose around him, settling over his body and sealing him in with a soft hiss. As the Bacta began its work, Raxer felt the immediate soothing coolness against his burning skin. His body relaxed as the regenerative fluid began to mend the damage, both to his physical form and the connection between his natural muscle tissue and the new cybernetic implants. Padme nodded to the droids, who began sealing the tank. The procedure would take time, but Raxer would emerge with his strength restored, and his new arm fully integrated. She then turned toward Maximus, motioning for him to step forward, ready to begin the same process for him as she had with his brothers. But to her surprise, the Ultramarine remained where he stood, his posture as firm and unwavering as ever. "In this new galaxy," Maximus said, his voice deep and commanding, "one of us should remain at the ready at all times. I will shoulder this burden while my brothers recover, and once they are well, I will rest." "Maximus," she said, "you are no less in need of healing than your brothers. Your mind and body are not invulnerable. You've pushed yourself to your limits." Maximus met her gaze with a calm but unyielding stare. "My limits are not the same as a mortal's," he replied simply. "I will endure. There is no time for rest when the galaxy burns, especially now that we know that chaos has arrived." Padme hesitated. She had seen the effects of long-term strain on even the strongest of soldiers, but she knew better than to argue with an Astartes when his mind was set. Still, there was a duty in her that pushed her to challenge his decision. "And what of your brothers?" she asked. "They'll recover quicker if they know you're taking care of yourself as well." Maximus' gaze softened just a fraction, though his voice remained resolute. "They will recover. I know my brothers well. They will rise stronger, as they always have. But for now, I carry this weight." He turned away slightly, his gaze directed toward the horizon beyond the palace walls, as if already mentally preparing for the battles to come. Padme sighed, knowing there was little she could do to change his mind. She had seen the same determination in his brothers, but something about Maximus' quiet resolve left her with a sense of unease. Still, she knew that these warriors were not like other men. The Emperor had made them as they were, forged in fire and blood, built to endure what would break anyone else. "You will not rest until your brothers are whole again, then?" Padme asked, her voice soft. Maximus nodded. I will ensure they are ready to fight again. After that, when the time comes, I will take my rest." She watched him for a moment longer, then gave a quiet nod, stepping back. "Then I will make sure the procedures are ready for when you decide you need them." Maximus didn't reply, his gaze fixed on his brothers in their tanks. There was a certain strength in his silence, a quiet acceptance of his role in the greater war. His brothers would recover, he had no doubt of that. And when they did, they would fight once more together, as they always had. Kagon watched as Obi-Wan's unconscious form was gently loaded onto the ship the Queen had sanctioned for their use. Nera and Anakin sat nearby, their shared loss bonding them in a quiet, unspoken understanding. The hangar, still scarred from the battle with the Astartes, would be rebuilt in time. The sound of heavy footsteps drew his attention to the massive double doors leading deeper into the palace. Maximus, the towering Astartes, approached. Kagon took a deep breath, lowering his arms from where they had been folded across his chest, and began walking toward the imposing figure. "How are your brothers?" Kagon asked. "They're improving. This galaxy's technology is quite different from our own," Maximus replied. Kagon raised an eyebrow. "I imagine yours is more suited for war and slaughter." "Indeed. My galaxy is filled with cruel, lethal beings. Only the cruelty and lethality of our own kind keep us alive," the Ultramarine answered. Kagon shook his head, clasping his hands behind his back. "Have you ever thought that perhaps violence isn't the answer?" Maximus's reply was blunt. "Yes. Violence is never the answer. It's the question. And the answer is always yes." Maximus's gaze remained unyielding, his towering form casting a long shadow over Kagon. The Jedi studied him closely, sensing the weight of a lifetime spent in battle, a lifetime where violence had long ceased to be a choice. "The thing about the Force," Kagon began, his voice calm, "is that it teaches us there's always another way, another path. Violence is a choice. It doesn't have to be the answer." Maximus's voice was firm, the words coming with the weight of an unshakable belief. "Violence is not a choice. It is a requirement. In my galaxy, it is the only means of survival. Without it, we are consumed. Without it, there is no tomorrow." Kagon took a moment to absorb the harsh certainty in Maximus's words. The Astartes' optics burned with the cold truth of his experiences, and Kagon understood. This was a man shaped by an existence where peace had no place. "It's a hard truth," Kagon said, his tone measured, "but it doesn't have to define you. There's always more than one way to survive." Maximus's posture stiffened, his gaze never leaving the Jedi. "Survival? What does that mean, if not fighting? The galaxy is unforgiving. Those who hesitate, those who do not fight, those who choose mercy or peace, they die. We fight because we must. We fight to endure." "I've seen your kind fight," Kagon replied, his voice firm but gentle. "I've seen the destruction you leave in your wake. But what do you protect, Maximus, when the fight is over? What remains of the world you sought to save?" The Astartes clenched his fists, his voice growing harder. "I protect my brothers. I protect the Imperium. I protect the future. I protect humanity itself. You do not understand. In my galaxy, peace is a fleeting illusion, a weakness that will destroy us if we entertain it. Violence is a tool, and it is the only tool we have to ensure our survival. There is no peace. There is only war." Kagon watched him carefully. "I understand more than you think. But even in the harshest of circumstances, violence should never be the only answer. It's a cycle, Maximus. Violence breeds more violence. It consumes those who wield it and those caught in its path." Maximus shook his head, his voice unwavering. "That may be true for you. But for us, there is no choice. We are forged in the fires of war. To survive is to fight. There is no other path." Kagon studied him, his gaze unwavering. "Perhaps, but that doesn't mean you cannot change the way you fight. You are not bound to this endless cycle, Maximus. You have the power to choose what you protect, and how you protect it." For a long moment, the Astartes remained silent, the weight of Qui-Gon's words hanging in the air. "I will be long dead when that happens. But until that day comes, I will do what I must. For my brothers. For the Imperium. For the Emperor." Kagon nodded, sensing the conviction in his words. yet also the flicker of something deeper, something that perhaps might one day allow Maximus to see another path. Then I will respect that. But know this, even in the darkest of times, there will always be a different way, a way that is not just about survival, but about protecting what is truly worth saving. Maximus's gaze softened for a brief moment before he turned his attention back to the horizon. Perhaps. But for now, survival is all I can offer. Kagan looked at Obi-Wan, still unconscious, then back at Maximus. Then let that be enough for now. The two stood in silence, the hum of the rebuilding hangar behind them, as the quiet bond of understanding formed between them. One would continue to fight, while the other would hold out hope for something greater. Qui-Gon's gaze drifted toward Anakin and Nera, but he was surprised to see Anakin staring at the towering ultramarine with pure hatred in his eyes. The intensity of it was unsettling, a fire that burned with the force of something far darker than what Qui-Gon had hoped to see. An even bigger reason he needed to bring Anakin into the Order, to guide him, to teach him control. Qui-Gon didn't know exactly how he would do it, but he was resolved. He would get the boy into the Order. Nera, however, was a different story. She stood up from where she had been sitting and slowly walked over to Maximus, her eyes puffy and red from crying. The weight of her grief hung heavily around her, but there was something in her step that suggested she was ready to find some form of solace. Overcome with compassion, Maximus knelt before her, lowering his imposing frame to her level and removing his helmet. He reached out with one massive hand, and Nera hesitated for only a moment before she placed her small hand on his. She grasped one of his fingers with both hands, as if seeking some semblance of comfort from the enormity of his presence. "I am sorry," he said gently, his voice uncharacteristically soft. "For what happened to your mother. She was a good woman." Nera's eyes welled with tears as she looked up into the Astartes' eyes. The sight of the massive warrior without his helmet, his face softened in a way that betrayed the brutal warrior within, only made her grief more palpable. She could see the sincerity in his gaze. "I have no one left," she said, her voice trembling with the weight of her loss. Maximus's expression didn't waver, but there was something almost tender in his demeanor. He spoke plainly, yet with an air of quiet certainty. "You will go with the Jedi." Her tears flowed freely now, the realization of what he said settling in her heart. She had no choice but to accept it. With the loss of her mother, the world she once knew had collapsed, and now there was a new path she would be forced to walk, one that was as uncertain as it was necessary. Qui-Gon, watching from the side, could see the quiet exchange between the two, an understanding perhaps between two beings who had lost everything, but found a brief connection in that loss. He would make sure Nera was safe, that she would find a place with the Jedi, but for now, he let the moment pass quietly. There were things that could not be rushed, even in the face of so much grief. Maximus stood slowly, his imposing figure looming once more over the girl. She didn't flinch. Instead, she looked up at him with a mixture of sorrow and something else, perhaps gratitude, or perhaps just the faintest glimmer of hope. Qui-Gon's attention shifted back to Anakin, still glaring at Maximus from across the hangar. His resolve hardened. There would be no avoiding the boy's temper, and no ignoring the darkness he had already begun to show. But Qui-Gon would do what he had to do. "I'm going to miss you," Nera said, her voice barely above a whisper as she moved forward, wrapping her small arms around the massive leg of the ultramarine. She clung to him for a moment, the weight of her grief and the finality of their parting pressing down on her. Maximus paused for a moment, his immense frame unmoving before he slowly reached down, his massive hand resting lightly on her head. He let out a low hum, the sound almost comforting in its depth. "I'm sure we will meet again eventually," he replied, his voice steady but softer than usual. There was no doubt in his words, only the certainty of a warrior who had seen the tides of fate shift before. As the last of the ship's preparations were being completed, Qui-Gon glanced over, sensing the quiet bond between the two. Nera's sorrow and the brief connection they had shared was an unexpected moment of peace in the wake of so much chaos. He knew, however, that they all had different paths to walk now. The Jedi, the Astartes, and the two children who had lost everything. Their stories weren't finished. But for now, it was time to move forward. Maximus straightened, his hulking form towering over Nera. "I will remember you, little one," he said quietly, before taking a step back. Nera let him go, her heart heavy but a sense of resolve settling in. Qui-Gon walked forward, extending a hand to the girl. "Come. We have much to do," he said softly. With a gentle but firm grip, he guided her toward the ship. He glanced back once, catching Maximus's eye. The towering Astartes gave him a brief, solemn nod in return, before turning and making his way back toward the palace, his heavy footsteps echoing through the hangar. As Kagan, Nera, and Anakin boarded the ship, the weight of the moment lingered. There was much ahead of them, but for now they moved forward, leaving behind the uncertainty of the past for the possibilities of what was to come. Maximus gazed at his brothers suspended in the back-to-tanks, their forms healed slowly by the fluid. He wondered, in his rare moments of reflection, what it felt like to be immersed in that healing substance. What kind of peace it might bring after so much conflict. Padme approached, standing beside him in silence for a moment before breaking it. "So what will you do now?" Her voice was soft but steady, the weight of the question clear. Maximus remained still, his arms folded tightly across his chest as he considered the possibilities. Finally, he spoke. "We will need to do two things. Establish a home base and repair our armor. I believe the planet Tatooine would do nicely, as the battle barge is there. Though we will need to cleanse the planet of the less desirables." His tone was matter-of-fact, devoid of emotion, as though it were simply another task to be done. Padme furrowed her brow, clearly unsettled by the cold practicality of his words, but she didn't interrupt. He continued, his gaze never leaving the tanks. "But that still leaves our armor, and I'm unsure how to approach the problem." Maximus turned his gaze toward the stacks of armor beside the back-to-pods, his eyes scanning the familiar designs, each piece meticulously crafted for battle. The armor was more than just protection. It was a symbol of his brothers, their unyielding resolve, and their shared history. But the thought of repair remained, gnawing at the back of his mind. Padme's voice broke his thoughts. "There is a group of people, called the Mandalorians. They use an alloy called Beskar to make their armor. It's incredibly durable, almost like your armor. But they are incredibly secretive about their traditions." Maximus didn't respond immediately. His mind processed the information, noting the similarity between the Beskar and the material that made up their own armor. It was rare that any people outside the Astartes could boast something comparable in quality. But his curiosity was tempered by skepticism. "Mandalorians," he muttered, rolling the name on his tongue. Padme nodded slowly, her eyes reflecting the weight of the decision. "Their traditions are guarded, yes, but their craftsmanship is unparalleled. If you could find a way to reach them, their alloy could help repair your armor, and perhaps even improve it." Maximus considered her words carefully. If their metal was as durable as she claimed, it could be the solution to the problem that had been weighing on his mind. "Perhaps it is worth pursuing," he said, his voice measured. Kagan standing over his apprentice in a balcony-like room, Kagan Jinn watched as medical droids worked tirelessly on Obi-Wan's body. The young Jedi was barely recognizable, his form covered in burns and bruises, lightning marks still crackling faintly across his skin. The droids moved swiftly, their delicate hands carefully administering treatment, but there was no mistaking the severity of the damage. The sterile hum of the machines filled the room, their mechanical precision doing what it could to heal the wounds of a man who had given everything for the Order. Kagan stood motionless, his gaze never leaving Obi-Wan, a storm of thoughts swirling in his mind. His hand, once strong and certain, now clenched at his side, the weight of recent events pressing down on him. His apprentice, his closest companion, lay before him, broken and on the edge of death. He had witnessed so much in his time as a Jedi, but this was a pain unlike any other. The Council's reluctance, the decisions that had led them to this point, all weighed on him. He felt helpless, but more than that, he felt an urgent need for change. This was no longer about strategy or diplomacy. This was about something far more personal, and perhaps something far more dangerous. Kagan closed his eyes, trying to focus, to regain some semblance of clarity. But the images of the past hours, the battle, Obi-Wan's near-fatal injuries, and the shadow that loomed over the Jedi Order consumed him. A small creak at the door interrupted his thoughts. He didn't need to look up to know who it was. The presence was unmistakable. The door opened behind him, and Yoda entered the room, walking slowly until he came to stand beside Kagan. Together, they watched in silence as the droids continued their task. After several moments, Kagan finally spoke. "Master, I don't know what's going on within the Council, but things cannot stay as they have been. Something must change." He glanced sideways at Yoda, his face etched with concern. "Clouded the future is," Yoda replied softly, his voice filled with quiet wisdom. Many decisions we must make regarding the future. Kagan shook his head, his gaze still fixed on Obi-Wan's prone form. He moved to a nearby chair, his posture tense. You must understand. The boy is filled with so much hatred. He must be taught to control it, or I fear what will happen if he is left to his own devices. If the council will not take this responsibility, then I will. And if that means leaving the order, then I will do so. His voice was firm, though there was a deep sadness in his words. Yoda's ears drooped slightly, but his expression was calm. You are wise, Master. You see what must be done, I know it. Yoda knew that Kagan spoke the truth. Yet, the council's resistance to change, their adherence to tradition, was a difficult wall to overcome. Qui-Gon's dedication to the boy was undeniable, but so too was the fear of what Anakin might become. The small Jedi Master glanced at the younger Jedi, noting the pain in his eyes. He then looked over to Obi-Wan, lying unconscious on the table. The girl? Yoda asked gently, his voice laced with quiet concern. Kagan sighed deeply and leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. She is weak in the Force, but she's grown close to Anakin, like a little sister to him. I'm not sure where her future lies, but she has a connection to him, one that might be more important than any of us realize. Yoda studied Kagan for a moment before speaking again. A delicate balance, this is. Strong the bond is between them, but unclear their fates are. Kagan met Yoda's eyes, the weight of his decision settling deeper. I've seen glimpses, Master. In the Force. Anakin is torn, confused. He's been hurt too many times, and I fear he will fall if we don't act soon. Yoda remained silent for a long moment, his gaze drifting back to Obi-Wan. The young Jedi's condition was dire, and the strain of the recent battles had taken their toll on all of them. Yet, it was Anakin who weighed most heavily on his mind. You are not alone, Kagan, Yoda finally said. But a path is unclear, and dangerous it may be. The Council's decision, painful it is to make. Kagan nodded, understanding the complexity of the situation. He didn't want to fight the Order, but he knew he couldn't ignore what was happening. The future depended on what they chose now. There is no easy way forward, Kagan said, his voice quiet but resolute. But if we don't act, I fear we may lose him, and much more. Yoda's expression softened, a deep sadness in his ancient eyes. Time we do not have. The silence between them hung heavy as they both considered the gravity of their choices. Whatever the future held, it would be shaped by the decisions they made. Yoda closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as he gathered his thoughts. The weight of their conversation pressed heavily on him, but he knew what had to be done. Slowly, he turned his gaze to Kagan, who was still watching him intently, waiting for the response that would shape the path ahead. Do what must be done, I will, Yoda said quietly, his voice carrying the gravity of his decision. He gave a small, respectful bow of his head, acknowledging Qui-Gon's resolve. For your sake, and the Order's. With those words, Yoda turned and made his way toward the door. His small form moved with the quiet grace of someone who had seen centuries come and go, burdened with the knowledge of the trials ahead. As the door slid open, he paused, casting one last glance at Kagan. May the Force guide us, Master Jin, Yoda added softly before disappearing through the doorway, leaving Kagan to contemplate what would come next. The room fell silent once more, the hum of the medical droids the only sound that filled the air. Kagan remained seated, his mind swirling with the implications of Yoda's words. It was clear that the time for action had come. The Council's reluctance could no longer be tolerated. Whatever sacrifices lay ahead, they would be necessary to save the future. He glanced at Obi-Wan, still unconscious on the table, and then turned his gaze back to the door Yoda had exited through. He could feel the weight of the decisions to come, but he knew he could not back down. Too much was at stake. With a final, steadying breath, Kagan stood, his resolve firm. The future awaited, and he would meet it head-on, no matter the cost. Yoda moved slowly through the grand halls of the Jedi Temple, his mind heavy with the decision he had just made. He walked with purpose, each step measured and deliberate. His thoughts were a storm, clouded with the weight of the future and the difficult path he was about to set in motion. The time for discussion was over. Now, it was time for action. The lift doors slid open with a soft hiss, and Yoda stepped into the council chamber. The room, bathed in the soft light of Coruscant, was already filled with the other masters, their forms seated in the elevated circles. As soon as Yoda entered, all eyes turned toward him, sensing the gravity in his presence. Without hesitation, Yoda made his way to the center of the room, standing tall despite his small stature. The silence that followed was thick with anticipation, the masters awaiting his words. With Obi-Wan, Master Kagan is. Talk we have. Take upon us the two children we must, Yoda said firmly, his voice calm but carrying the weight of a decision that would have profound consequences. Immediately, the room erupted in uproar. Masters began shouting, expressing their outrage, disbelief, and objections. Their voices grew louder and more frantic, as they struggled to grasp the implications of what Yoda was suggesting. There was talk of tradition, of discipline, and of the balance that had kept the Jedi Order strong for centuries. How could they risk such a thing now? But one voice stood out from the rest, Mace Windu. With a sharp, commanding presence, Mace slammed his fist down on the armrest of his chair, his new prosthetic arm clenching involuntarily. His gaze never left Yoda, eyes burning with a mix of anger and confusion. Silence. Mace's voice rang out, cutting through the chaos in the room like a blade. The other masters fell silent, caught off guard by the force of his command. Mace stood, his tall form towering over the others, and slowly turned his attention back to Yoda. The anger in his eyes was palpable, but so was the uncertainty. He was no stranger to difficult decisions, but this one? It felt wrong. It felt like a step into the unknown. Master Yoda, Mace began, his voice cold and deliberate. You ask us to take upon ourselves responsibility for two children who are tied together. But the boy you speak of, Anakin, his emotions, his anger, what if this path leads us to disaster? What if we are playing with fire? Yoda's gaze softened slightly, but there was no hesitation in his response. The fire, already it burns, Master Windu. Anakin's future clouded it is. With the boy, too many decisions already made, by the council, by others. Alone, he cannot stand. A choice we must make. Too much at stake. The tension in the room was palpable, the masters' eyes flicking between each other, their thoughts racing as they processed Yoda's words. But Mace Windu was not so easily swayed. He stepped closer to Yoda, the anger still present in his eyes. Yoda's gaze never wavered. His old wise eyes met Mace's with a steady calmness that for a moment silenced the room. A Jedi's duty, not just to the Order it is, to the Force, and to those who need us. The balance, now disturbed it is with the return of the Sith. Inaction, more dangerous it would be. The future, uncertain. But a change, inevitable it is. Adapt we must. The silence that followed was thick. Mace Windu stared at his master, his anger simmering beneath the surface. He knew the gravity of what was being asked of him, but the fear of what might unfold was hard to shake. Finally, it was Master Plo Koon who spoke, his voice gentle but thoughtful. We do not act without careful consideration. Yet, Master Yoda's words carry weight. If we are to guide them, Anakin and Nera, we must give them the training they need. We must take responsibility. The future depends on it. One by one, the other masters began to murmur in agreement, though reluctantly. They understood that the situation had reached a breaking point. Their voices joined in the slow consensus, though none of them could fully shake the uncertainty that lingered in the air. Mace Windu stood still, a storm of emotion swirling inside him. His gaze shifted to Yoda one last time before he slowly nodded, acknowledging the inevitable truth of their situation. Very well, Mace said quietly, though his voice still carried a tone of resistance. But we will move cautiously, especially with these Astartes. He spat. Yoda nodded solemnly, the weight of their collective decision settling over them. The room fell silent once again, the responsibility of the moment sinking in. A new path we walk now, Yoda said, his voice carrying the finality of the decision made. But walk it we must. Maximus took a few slow, deliberate steps, his body still adjusting to the effects of the bacta tank as his muscles and skin began to recover. The cooling sensation from the tank was fading, and he could already feel the increased strength and vitality coursing through him. Padme stood in front of him, her expression a mix of awe and concern as she studied the data on a screen. I knew the Astartes were altered beyond human limitations, but this is something else entirely, she murmured, her fingers brushing across the display as it flashed with details of Maximus's physiology. 2 hearts, 3 lungs, enhanced bone structure, even modifications to the brain, she said. Is this? Padme hesitated, looking at him with a mix of wonder and unease. Is this what the Astartes are made into? Yes, Maximus replied, his gaze distant for a moment as though considering his own origins. I was not always like this. The process, it changes everything about you, your body, your mind, your very essence. His fingers brushed his chest where the organs had been implanted, feeling the steady rhythm of his twin hearts beneath the skin. But you are still human in the end, even if what remains is a shadow of what you once were. Padme glanced back at the screen, still processing the scope of what she was seeing. The silence between them stretched for a moment, as Padme continued to study the screen, trying to understand the scale of what she was witnessing. Then, she turned her attention back to Maximus, her eyes softened with empathy. I don't know whether to be amazed or horrified, she said softly. Maximus's expression remained stoic as he spoke, his voice unwavering. I am as the Emperor decreed, he said, before turning and walking toward his armor. The droids moved with precision, assisting him in donning his battle gear. In about 15 minutes, he stood fully armored, towering over everyone in the room. The ceramite plating gleamed with a dull, oppressive authority. Now we must discuss what to do going forward, he stated, his voice calm but commanding. He turned and made his way out of the room. Padme followed closely behind him, her footsteps quiet against the weight of his stride. They entered a new room where Maximus's 2 brothers stood over a holographic display projecting the planet of Mandalore. The planet's surface, scarred by war, appeared in stark detail before them. What have you learned, brothers? He asked, standing next to Raxer and Sebastian. The Mandalorians are a warrior people, brother. Their entire culture revolves around combat, honor, and strength. They've always been divided, but for centuries, their clans have fought over control of their world. The planet itself is a wasteland, scarred by constant conflict. What remains of their once great cities now lies in ruins, their people hardened by ceaseless war. Raxer's robotic hand hovered over the holographic display, his finger tracing the jagged scars on Mandalore's surface. There are 2 main factions vying for control now. The first is led by the current leader, Duchess Satine Kryze. She represents the pacifist faction, the New Mandalorians, who seek to end the violence and build a more peaceful Mandalore. She's focused on diplomacy, even in the face of constant threats. Her vision is one of peace, but it's a fragile one. He paused, allowing the words to sink in, then pointed to one of the moons surrounding the planet. The second faction is led by a warlord named Pre Vizsla. He's a member of the Death Watch, a militant group that believes Mandalore's true strength lies in its warrior traditions. They view Duchess Kryze's peaceful agenda as a betrayal to Mandalore's heritage. They want to return to the old ways, dominance through force and fear. These 2 factions just finished a civil war. Vizsla and his Death Watch want nothing less than to overthrow the Duchess and reclaim control through violence. If they succeed, it could plunge Mandalore into a new era of bloodshed, one that could spread beyond their planet. Maximus nodded, his gaze lingering on the hologram of Mandalore before shifting to Padme. I wish to speak to this Duchess, he said, his voice calm but resolute. Is there any way you can send a message to her? Padme met his gaze, her expression steady. Yes, I can reach out to her, she replied, her tone measured but thoughtful. Sebastian, who had been standing nearby, leaned forward, his half-ruined helmet resting on the table beside him. His voice was laced with skepticism. And what if she refuses to meet with us? Maximus's posture remained unyielding, his arms folding across his chest as he looked down at the hologram, his focus never wavering. Then we will contact the Death Watch, he said, his tone carrying the weight of finality. Sebastian raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. And if they refuse? Maximus's gaze remained fixed on the display as his next words came with the quiet, cold certainty of a seasoned warrior. Then we will wipe them off the face of their moon. Maximus, the 3 massive Astartes sat in silence as their shuttle descended into Mandalore's atmosphere. The low hum of the shuttle's engines filled the cabin as it cut through the planet's thinning upper atmosphere, the heat of entry fading quickly as they neared the surface. Through the viewport, the rugged, battle-scarred terrain of Mandalore came into view, jagged mountains and barren plains stretching out beneath a dust-choked sky. It was a world shaped by conflict, and even now, It seemed to wear its scars like a badge. Maximus sat rigidly, his posture as unyielding as the ceramite armor he wore. His gaze was fixed on the planet below, calculating, assessing. The damage to their armor, their battle-worn shells, was a reminder of the brutal fight they'd just endured. While his brothers remained in relative silence, Maximus's mind was focused on their mission. The purpose of their visit was clear: to request the assistance of the Mandalorians in repairing their damaged armor using their rare and legendary Beskar. It was a delicate request, one that carried its own risks and potential consequences. Beside him, Raxer, his new mechanical arm resting against his side, stared out the viewport with a thoughtful expression. The salamander's gaze softened as he took in the desolation below. "The planet's scars are deep," he remarked, his voice low and steady. Sebastian, seated across from him, adjusted his position slightly, the crack in his helmet faceplate visible but no less menacing. His voice was sharp, filled with skepticism. "We're here for Beskar, nothing more. If they've lost any love for outsiders, this will be a hard sell." Maximus's gaze remained unwavering as he responded, his voice calm and resolute. "We don't seek to impose ourselves on their world. We come with respect for their craftsmanship and their strength. We need their help, and we will make it clear that we mean them no harm." Sebastian snorted in disbelief, his tone cynical. "Respect? Mandalorians don't care for respect. They care about power. And from what I've read in Theed's archives, they'll take what they want, no matter who gets in their way." Raxer glanced at Sebastian, his expression mild but firm. "You underestimate the Duchess. She seeks peace, even in the midst of this wasteland." Maximus's eyes shifted toward Raxer. "The Duchess is our best hope. If anyone can help us, it will be her." The shuttle began to shudder as it entered the lower atmosphere, the city of Sundari, what remained of it, coming into view. The capital of the new Mandalorians, though scarred by the endless conflict that plagued the planet, still stood resiliently, a testament to the tenacity of its people. It was here that they would meet Duchess Satine Kryze, leader of the new Mandalorians, and where they would present their request for Beskar to repair their damaged armor. Sebastian crossed his arms, eyeing the city with suspicion. "I don't trust this peace she speaks of." Maximus stood, his massive form shifting as he made his way toward the rear of the shuttle. His voice, when he spoke, was low but carried the weight of authority. "We are not here about trust. Only the Beskar matters. Where it comes from, does not." Maximus was the first to disembark from the shuttle, his armored boots meeting the metal platform. His gaze was fixed upward, taking in the towering dome that protected Sundari, the last remaining city of any note on the war-torn world. It was a stark symbol of the Mandalorians' defiance, a fragile bastion of civilization amidst the scars of centuries of conflict. The trio stood in silence for a moment as the shuttle's engines hummed quietly behind them, the dust settling around their boots. Then, a man appeared from the shadows, approaching them with an open, welcoming posture. His eyes held an air of cautious optimism, his clothes marked by the subtle insignia of the new Mandalorians. "You must be the three that Queen Amidala mentioned were coming," he said, his voice smooth and warm despite the harshness of the planet. "Welcome to Sundari. This way, please." Maximus inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the greeting, though his posture remained stiff and unreadable. He glanced briefly at his brothers, both of whom seemed equally unmoved by the man's welcoming words. Raxer's mechanical arm clicked softly as he adjusted his stance, while Sebastian's gaze scanned their surroundings, ever watchful. "We appreciate your hospitality," Maximus said, his voice calm but carrying the weight of a man accustomed to command. "We've come to discuss an important matter with the Duchess." The man gave a nod, his expression polite but neutral, as if he was used to dealing with visitors from all walks of life. "The Duchess is expecting you. She'll want to hear your request. Follow me." He gestured toward a nearby walkway, an elegant, if slightly weathered, path leading toward the heart of the city. The architecture was a mix of Mandalorian tradition and the attempts at modernization the new Mandalorians had pursued under Duchess Satine's leadership. It was clear that the city had seen better days, but its resilience was undeniable. As they began to walk, the Astartes moved with deliberate precision, their massive forms looming over the man who led them. The city itself was noisy, the streets relatively packed. The figures they passed looked at them with a mix of curiosity and apprehension, as though strangers of such a nature weren't common visitors. The walls of Sundari, reinforced but bearing the marks of past conflicts, seemed to hum with the history of war, both recent and distant. Maximus's gaze remained focused, his mind calculating the political ramifications of their visit. They were here for one thing: to procure Beskar to repair their armor. But they were also treading a fine line. The Mandalorians had a long history of mistrusting outsiders, and even more so after the recent conflicts that had divided their people. Their request could easily be seen as an imposition, or worse, a challenge to their way of life. The man leading them, noticing the tension in the air, spoke again, trying to ease the atmosphere. "It's not often that we receive visitors from such distant parts of the galaxy. I trust Queen Amidala's words, though. She believes your mission is just." Maximus glanced down at him, his voice measured. "We are here for no reason other than to seek your aid. We require Beskar to repair our armor, and we hope you will see the value in assisting us." The man's brow furrowed slightly, but he did not slow his pace. "Beskar, you say? That is not a request we take lightly, even from those with noble intentions. But, as I said, the Duchess is waiting. She will be the one to decide what can be done." Sebastian let out a low growl, but Raxer gave him a sidelong glance. "Patience, brother. We must proceed with care." Maximus did not respond, his focus now fully on the path ahead. The city stretched on, the palace now visible in the distance, rising against the horizon. It was an imposing structure, symbolizing the authority of the Duchess, but also a reminder of the delicate peace she tried to maintain in a world ravaged by war. As they neared the palace gates, the man paused, turning toward them with a more serious expression. "I'll announce your arrival," he said before stepping into the entryway, leaving the Astartes to wait. Maximus, Raxer, and Sebastian stood in silence, their towering forms a stark contrast to the bustling city around them. "I haven't been this bored since attending that High Lord banquet," Sebastian's voice crackled over the private Vox link, though the massive crack in his helmet let his words slip out a little, barely audible to the others. "We should just take what we need. Or we can go to the Death Watch. I'm sure they'd be simpler to discuss this with." Maximus's voice came through steady and unwavering, his tone barely a whisper on the Vox. "If the Duchess is unwilling, we will go to the Death Watch next. But the girl, Padme, said the Duchess was a fair and logical woman. We will give her a chance to decide." Sebastian grunted in frustration, the sound faint but telling. Fair and logical doesn't win wars. Or repair armor. Raxer's voice, calm as always, added his own thoughts into the conversation. "We must give the Duchess the opportunity to see reason. If she is indeed logical, she will understand our needs." Maximus's posture remained unchanged, the massive figure of the Ultramarine unmoving as they continued their quiet vigil outside the gates of the palace. "Patience, brothers. We will not rush this." The short silence that followed was broken when the man who had greeted them earlier reappeared, stepping briskly toward them, his pace quickening as he reached their side. "The Duchess will see you now," he said, his tone formal but with an air of quiet anticipation. He gestured toward the grand archway that led deeper into the palace. "Please follow me." Maximus nodded, his expression stoic as he turned to follow. Raxer and Sebastian fell in step behind him. The throne room lay before them, a space vast and imposing, with high vaulted ceilings and walls adorned with intricate Mandalorian art, tales of battle and survival etched into the stone and colorful windows. At the far end of the room, perched on a raised platform, was the throne where Duchess Satine Kryze sat in quiet authority. Her presence was commanding, yet there was an undeniable grace in the way she held herself. Her eyes locked onto the trio as they entered, her expression unreadable, but there was no mistaking the hint of wariness in her gaze as she studied the imposing figures before her. The man who had escorted them spoke first, his voice reverent. "Your Grace, the Astartes have arrived, as requested." Maximus stepped forward, his massive form dwarfing those around him. "Duchess Satine Kryze, we thank you for agreeing to meet with us. Our armor is damaged, and only the finest metal of Mandalore can restore us to full strength. We seek your assistance in obtaining Beskar," he said, cutting straight to the point. Satine blinked, her eyes narrowing as she absorbed the gravity of his words. She studied them carefully. These warriors were not like any she had encountered before. Their size, their presence, the craftsmanship of their armor, none of it was familiar. "You are unlike any I've seen before," she said, her voice calm but laced with a quiet suspicion. "Who are you, And what is your purpose here? Maximus did not flinch. We are the Adeptus Astartes, soldiers of the Emperor. We are in need of Beskar to repair our armor, and we request your assistance. Satine remained silent for a long moment, her gaze drifting over the three of them, her eyes lingering on the damage to their armor, the battle-worn edges, the faint bloodstains that still clung to the surfaces. I do not know who this Emperor is, but I do know that Mandalore's resources are limited. Beskar is a rare and precious metal. Why should I give it to you? Raxer stepped forward slightly, his mechanical arm clicking softly as he adjusted his stance. We do not seek to take from you lightly, Duchess. We only ask for what we need to continue our fight. Satine's eyes flicked toward Raxer, then back to Maximus. Her expression remained unreadable. I am not one to give without cause, Astartes. Mandalore has bled for too long. You are not the first outsiders to come asking for our resources, and you will not be the last. But I am willing to hear your case. If you wish to earn my aid, you must prove to me that your cause is worth the cost. Sebastian's voice came through the vox, low and frustrated. Prove it? Maximus, this is a waste of time. We should just— Maximus silenced him with a quick gesture, his attention never leaving the Duchess. Then let us prove it, Duchess. If we cannot convince you of the necessity of our request, we will seek other avenues. But we ask that you listen first. Satine regarded him for a long moment, her gaze calculating. She had seen too many conflicts in her life to be easily swayed. But there was something in the way the Astartes stood, something in the quiet resolve behind their words, that made her pause. I will listen, she said finally, her voice firm. But know this, I do not give Beskar freely. It is not a gift for the asking. You must earn it. Maximus inclined his head slightly. And with that, their conversation began, the weight of their mission pressing heavily on the air between them. Unknown Mandalorian far above the throne room, high in one of the windows, a figure sat in silence, watching the interaction below. Her armor gleamed with a dull sheen of a polished finish, and her visor obscured any expression, but her posture was one of focused interest as the three Astartes conversed with Duchess Satine Kryze. The massive figures, clad in their ceramite armor, seemed almost out of place in the elegant surroundings of the palace. Their very presence exuded power, but the woman in the window could sense there was more to this meeting than it appeared. She had been watching them since they arrived, her position granting her a clear view of the conversation unfolding. Though none of the Astartes were aware of her presence, she paid close attention to their words, analyzing their every movement. After a while, the woman leaned forward, taking a final long look at the trio below. Then, without another word, she moved. Her jetpack flared to life with a low hum, lifting her off her perch on the roof of the palace. The noise quickly drowned out by the sounds of the bustling city around her. The jetpack carried her swiftly across the sky, the streets of Sundari below a blur as she made her way to a more secluded part of the city. She landed lightly, her boots touching down on the cracked stone street with barely a sound. Her surroundings were quieter here, the chaos of the city distantly muted. She moved quickly, blending into the shadows of the alleyways as she opened her comms link, the low hum of the device filling the air. The voice on the other end of the comms crackled to life, impatient and sharp. What have you found out? Who is meeting with Satine? The woman took a slow breath, steadying herself as she reported. I'm not entirely sure. There were 3 of them, all in massive power armor. The one that seemed to be leading them called themselves Adeptus Astartes. There was a long pause on the other end, the voice sounding more intrigued than before. Adeptus Astartes? Do you have any idea what they want? What their intentions are? The woman's eyes narrowed slightly beneath her helmet, her instincts telling her there was more at play here. They're asking for Beskar. They said their armor was damaged, and only Beskar could restore it. But there's something off about them. The voice seemed to take a moment to process the information before responding, more measured now. This is troubling. We'll need to monitor them closely. If they're asking for Beskar, it might mean they're gearing up for something more than just repairs. The woman's fingers flexed slightly in her gauntlets as she considered the implications. I'll keep watching. We need to know what they're really after before they get too close to Satine. Do not act hastily. We need information, not confrontation. Stay in the shadows. Keep your distance, and report back if anything changes, the voice warned, its tone hardening. I understand, she replied before closing the comms link. Her thoughts were sharp, and she couldn't shake the feeling that these Astartes were more than they appeared. With a final glance toward the palace, she turned and disappeared into the city, blending once more with the crowd, her mind racing with possibilities. Duchess Satine sitting in her study, the Duchess gazed out the window, watching the bustling streets below. Thousands of people moved about their day, unaware of the weighty decisions being made within the walls of the palace. Her attention shifted to the scattered reports on her desk. Most were routine updates about the city's activities, but one document in particular had unsettled her. It was a report about the Death Watch, once again making moves, but for what purpose, she could not yet determine. The Duchess leaned back in her chair, her fingers absently tracing the edge of the paper. The city was at peace for now, but the Death Watch had always been a shadow, lurking just out of sight. Their sudden re-emergence could mean trouble, but Satine knew better than to act on assumptions. She needed more information. The door to her study swung open suddenly, and a guard clad in armor stepped inside, bowing respectfully. "Duchess, we've received a communication request from the planet Naboo. It's from Queen Amidala," he reported, standing at attention. Satine turned her gaze toward the man, curiosity piqued. Why would the young queen be reaching out? "Very well, I'll take it here," she replied with a nod, dismissing the guard. With a press of a button on her desk, a hologram flickered to life, revealing Queen Amidala seated on her throne, regal as ever. "Duchess, thank you for receiving me," Padme said, bowing her head slightly, an act Satine mirrored in return. "To what do I owe the pleasure, Your Majesty?" Satine asked, her tone polite but keen. Skipping past the pleasantries, Padme got straight to the matter at hand. "I've recently forged an alliance with some rather unique individuals. They've asked that I reach out to you, so they may speak with you in person." Satine raised an eyebrow, intrigued but cautious. The political landscape was fraught with intrigue, and alliances with unique individuals could mean many things, most of them dangerous. But if there was a potential for peace, or even stability, Satine knew better than to dismiss it outright. Forged an alliance. Satine echoed. And who exactly are these unique individuals? Padme's face remained neutral, but her eyes hinted at the weight of what she was about to say. "They are not from Naboo, Duchess, nor from any world that you may be familiar with. They are warriors, fighters, but also strategists. They come from a distant galaxy, a galaxy where the chaos of war is unending." Satine leaned forward slightly, her fingers tapping lightly on her desk. "And what do they want from me? What is it that they expect to gain from this meeting?" "They want to discuss obtaining Beskar, and possibly offer their help," Padme replied carefully. "But I believe their presence could be of great value to your city, Duchess. Their strength, their expertise, it could aid you in securing your rule, especially with the Death Watch." Satine's heart skipped a beat at the mention of the Death Watch. She wasn't sure if these unique individuals could be trusted, but the mention of aid in dealing with the Death Watch stirred a sense of urgency in her. "I see," Satine said, her voice steady but her mind racing. "And how would this meeting proceed?" Padme paused for a moment, collecting her thoughts before continuing. "They are intense. Incredibly so. Don't let them push you around. They seem to respect strong authority, even if they disagree with it. Maximus will be the one leading them. He's the more reasonable of the group. But be careful around the one in black and white armor. He's extremely vicious. The one who wears green is quieter, but no less dangerous," Padme warned. Satine absorbed the information carefully, her brow furrowing slightly. "Interesting. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. When will they arrive?" she asked, her voice steady but laced with curiosity. "They're leaving Naboo now, so you have some time. Please, treat them with respect. They are incredibly powerful." "You'll understand what I mean when they arrive," Padme said, her tone carrying an edge of concern. With that, the hologram flickered and cut off, leaving Satine alone once more with her thoughts. Now the three massive Astartes stood before her, their armor battered and scarred from some unseen battle, evidence of an enemy they had undoubtedly defeated. Satine's gaze moved from one to the next, taking in their imposing presence. First, she looked at the one in blue armor. He stood rigid, as if nothing but his own unyielding will, could topple him. Then, her attention shifted to the Astartes in black and white armor. His helmet was cracked, revealing one cold, intense eye. The hatred she saw in the Black Templar's gaze was unmistakable, unsettling, and it chilled her to the core. Finally, her eyes moved to the salamander. He stood with a more relaxed posture, as if the conversation meant little to him, a hint of disinterest in his manner, though his gaze remained sharp. "I have a proposal for you," Satine said, leaning back on her throne, her gaze steady as she looked down at the towering Astartes. Even from her elevated position, their imposing presence filled the room. "I have a problem that I think you would be suited to handle." The Black Templar immediately tensed, his hands clenching into fists. "We are not mercenaries, woman," he growled. "We are the Adeptus Astartes, the Emperor's finest warriors." He took a step forward, his anger palpable, but was halted by Maximus, who moved to stand in his place. The leader of the trio regarded Satine with a calm, unwavering gaze. "My brother speaks the truth," Maximus said, his voice low and commanding. "You insult us by thinking we can be bought into doing your bidding." Satine remained calm, her gaze unwavering as she met the Astartes' sharp, intense optics. She could feel the weight of their presence in the room, the sheer force of their power radiating from them. The Black Templar's words struck her, but she did not let them rattle her. She had dealt with many powerful individuals in her time. These warriors were no different. She leaned forward slightly, her voice measured, cutting through the tension in the room. "I did not mean to insult you, Astartes," she said, her tone firm yet respectful. "I am not asking for mercenaries. But I do require assistance in dealing with a particular threat, one that your strength is uniquely suited to handle." The Black Templar sneered, his fists still clenched, but Maximus, standing tall and steady, turned his gaze back to Satine, his posture relaxed but resolute. "We are not here to be your weapons, Duchess," Maximus said, his voice like a rumble of thunder. "But if this threat you speak of is as dangerous as you claim, we will hear you out. But know this, we are not to be used as tools in your games." Satine nodded, understanding the fine line she needed to walk. These Astartes were proud, and their honor was not to be questioned. But the Death Watch had been growing stronger, and she needed their help, no matter how much pride it cost her to ask. "I speak of the Death Watch," she said, her voice steady. "They've been making moves within my city, undermining my authority. I need them dealt with, but they are too powerful for my forces alone at this time. That is why I propose a trade." The room was silent for a moment, the air thick with anticipation. Satine could see the change in the Astartes' demeanor, the shift from cold aggression to careful attention. Maximus glanced at his brothers, then back to her. "Continue," he said, his tone not dismissive, but cautious. "The Death Watch is not just an enemy, they are a cancer in the very heart of my world. I need something stronger to deal with them. I need someone who understands power, strength, and what it takes to eliminate a threat like this for good." The Black Templar growled low in his throat, but it was the salamander who spoke up for the first time, his voice quiet but sharp. "The Death Watch is no simple foe," he said, his gaze never leaving Satine. "But if what you say is true, they will need to be eradicated. And we may be able to help." Satine nodded slowly, her heart racing, but her face calm and composed. "I can offer you Beskar, the metal you seek. In exchange for your help, it is yours. Enough to make your armor, or whatever it is you desire." Satine met his gaze with a quiet resolve. "I will ensure you get what you need. The Beskar will be yours. Then I ask that you help rid my planet of the Death Watch." Maximus's expression softened slightly, though he remained guarded. "Very well, Duchess. We will consider this arrangement. But understand this, we will deal with the Death Watch as we see fit." Satine's gaze sharpened, the weight of his words sinking in. She had no illusions about the cost of working with these warriors. But the stakes were too high, and the Death Watch's growing influence too dangerous to ignore. "I understand," she said, her voice unwavering. "And I will honor my part of the deal." With that, the three Astartes stood silently, the weight of their decision hanging in the air. The room was still, as if the very walls held their breath, awaiting the next move in this delicate and dangerous game. Maximus, the Beskar-infused armor would take time to be forged, and in the meantime, the Duchess offered the Astartes a place to stay while their armor was repaired. "How do you think we should handle this threat, brother?" Raxar asked, his gaze focused on the bustling city below as he stood by one of the windows. Maximus turned slightly toward the window beside him, his eyes scanning the city as well. "While I was studying the Naboo archives before we departed, I came across something quite interesting, he said, his voice steady. Sebastian, clad in most of his armor with only the damaged parts being worked on, turned his gaze toward Maximus, listening intently. The Death Watch are a people of honor and tradition, Maximus continued, his expression unreadable. They value strength, and they desire a leader who leads from the front, not from a throne. Sebastian understood the implication instantly, a slow grin creeping across his face. We could use a few foot soldiers, he said, the idea clicking into place. Raxur's eyes gleamed with understanding. Ah, a challenge of leadership, he murmured, turning to face Sebastian, the Black Templar. And who better than you, Sebastian? Maximus added. Make an example of the Death Watch leader. Show them what true strength is. Crush him under your boot, and ensure loyalty in the rest. Sebastian stood silently for a moment, considering the suggestion. His grin widened as he turned his gaze to Maximus. A brutal but effective method, Sebastian said, his voice a low growl. If they wish to follow strength, then I will show them the true meaning of it. Maximus gave a small nod. We'll give them a leader they can't ignore. A leader who doesn't just lead from a throne, but one who commands respect through action. Raxur's hands tightened into fists, his voice a sharp whisper. The Death Watch leader will break, and in his place, we'll have a loyal army. Maximus turned to face them both fully, his gaze unwavering. And once we break them, we ensure they understand that their allegiance to us is not a choice, it's a necessity. Unknown Mandalorian, as the Mandalorian listened in on the conversation between the three Astartes, she couldn't help but smirk at the thought of the one known as the Black Templar challenging Pre-Vizsla for leadership of the Death Watch. She knew the secret weapon Vizsla wielded, and rumors spoke of its power, stronger than the lightsabers of the Jedi themselves. Unless these Astartes had crossed blades with a Jedi before, which, considering their prowess, might have been the case, they had no idea what they were up against. Even if they boasted armor comparable to Beskar, she seriously doubted the three hulking soldiers, no matter how powerful, could withstand the might of the Death Watch. She had seen firsthand the kind of power the Death Watch wielded, and the Astartes' confidence seemed almost misplaced. From where she stood, hidden in the shadows outside the chamber, she could hear every word clearly thanks to the devices she had placed in the room. She knew the Death Watch would never submit to someone who didn't prove themselves on the battlefield, not even to these warriors. Leadership among the Death Watch was earned with blood and strength, not through political maneuvering. She couldn't help but feel a cold sense of satisfaction. If the Black Templar really intended to face Pre-Vizsla, he was walking right into the heart of a storm he couldn't possibly understand. Sebastian, the armor was adequate. It would never match the quality the Imperium could produce, but for now, it would suffice. He reached down, taking the helmet in both hands, and placed it over his head before standing tall. The display inside snapped into place, though a noticeable crack ran along its surface. It didn't bother him. His gaze shifted to the little man who had crafted the piece. You've done well. I will remember this service, Sebastian said, his voice low, before turning and walking away, leaving the smith stunned in his wake. When he entered the room where his brothers waited, he found them examining a small device they had found hidden under one of the tables, undoubtedly a tool for eavesdropping. Someone's been listening in on us, brother, Maximus said, looking up. It doesn't matter, Sebastian growled. Whether it's the Duchess or the Death Watch, their knowledge of our plans will change nothing. Indeed, Maximus agreed. We can rule out the Duchess, as she continues to offer us her repairs. They've also left a set of coordinates for a meeting, somewhere on the moon. Likely an ambush in waiting, the Ultramarine finished, handing a small device to Sebastian. He pressed a button, revealing a series of unfamiliar symbols on the screen. I'm ready. I'll take my leave now, Sebastian said, his tone changing. Good. We'll wait for you on Tatooine, getting the battle barge ready. I look forward to seeing the results of your efforts, the Ultramarine said, extending his right arm in farewell. Sebastian took the offered hand before repeating the action with Raxur, nodding to his brothers before heading back to the ship that had brought them to Mandalore. There, he retrieved his massive shield and power sword. He then walked toward a second ship, prepared for him by Duchess Satine, who was waiting beside it. Just you? Where are the others? She asked, her voice laced with concern. Sebastian halted in front of her, looking down at the mortal. I alone am enough. More would be unnecessary. Now move, he commanded, his tone dripping with contempt. The The Duchess glanced up at his towering form, then nodded, stepping aside while casting a final glare at the towering Astartes. Sebastian stepped onto the ramp of the ship, his heavy boots thudding against the metal floor with each step. Behind him, the Duchess remained silent, watching him with a mixture of contempt and concern. He could feel her gaze, but he paid it no mind. His focus was fixed on the mission ahead, a singular purpose driving him forward. The engines roared to life, and the ship lifted off from the surface of Mandalore, climbing into the cold emptiness of space. Through the viewport, the distant moon of Concordia loomed, dark, silent, and waiting. As the ship broke through the atmosphere and entered orbit, the Black Templar stood tall in the middle of the chamber. His power sword held firmly, its hilt gleaming in the low light, while his massive shield hung loosely at his side. He was a walking embodiment of war, his mind already focused on the impending confrontation. Sebastian stood unmoving, his gaze locked on the horizon, his mind already on the coming battle. His thoughts were simple, unyielding. Pre-Vizsla will fall. The ship descended toward the surface. The unmistakable silhouettes of armored figures began to emerge from the surrounding area. Death Watch warriors. Their weapons gleamed under the pale light of Concordia, and their posture betrayed the expectation of conflict. The ship's landing struts sank into the rocky surface with a sudden, sharp jolt. The ramp hissed open, revealing the grim, barren landscape of the moon. Sebastian stepped out onto the rocky ground. His boots sank slightly into the dust, but his form remained towering and imposing. He looked at the gathering group ahead, his eyes narrowing as he moved toward them. As he approached, the sound of footsteps echoed behind him. A group of warriors, clad in the distinctive armor of the Death Watch, emerged from the shadows, weapons drawn as well to surround him. A Mandalorian stepped forward from the group of warriors, his posture cocky. His voice was dripping with mockery as he addressed the Black Templar. "Well, well. The dog comes to claim his bones," the warrior sneered, raising his weapon slightly in a taunting gesture. "You think you can just stroll in here and take command? Pre-Vizsla's rule is ironclad. You're out of your league, Astartes," he said, clearly knowing why Sebastian was there. Sebastian didn't respond. His gaze remained unwavering, his face as stoic and unreadable as ever behind his helmet. The mocking tone fell silent in the air, the tension growing as the Death Watch warriors around him shifted, preparing for the inevitable conflict. Without warning, the Mandalorian lunged forward, his weapon raised to strike. But Sebastian was faster, and the weight of his movements was a terrifying, unstoppable force. The Mandalorian's blaster fire rang out, but it was instantly absorbed by Sebastian's massive shield. With a single powerful motion, Sebastian swung the shield outward, sending the warrior flying across the barren landscape with a sickening thud. His body crashed into the ground, unmoving, the sound of crushed armor echoing in the stillness. The rest of the Death Watch warriors hesitated for only a moment before closing in. They charged as one, blasters and melee weapons raised, hoping to overwhelm the towering figure of the Black Templar. But Sebastian was a force of nature, a living weapon. He swung his power sword in a wide arc, the blade crackling with energy. The first warrior in his path barely had time to raise his own weapon before Sebastian's sword cleaved through him like a hot knife through butter. The Mandalorian's body was torn in half, the upper half falling lifelessly to the ground as the lower half crumpled beside it. Another warrior charged in from the side, swinging a vibroblade in a wide diagonal arc. Sebastian met the strike with his shield, deflecting it with ease, then drove his power sword down into the Mandalorian's chest, the blade piercing through armor and flesh with effortless precision. The warrior gurgled once before collapsing, his body crumpling to the ground like a broken doll. The rest of the Death Watch warriors scattered, trying to flank him from all directions. But Sebastian was a whirlwind of destruction. He moved like a storm, his shield a wall that crushed anything in its path, his sword a blade that carved through flesh and bone with terrifying ease. One warrior tried to surprise him from behind, aiming a blaster at the back of his head. But Sebastian was faster still. In a single fluid motion, he turned, raised his shield, and brought it crashing into the warrior's chest. The sound of ribs snapping echoed through the air as the warrior was sent flying backward, his blaster falling from his limp hands. Another warrior came in low, aiming to strike at Sebastian's legs with a gauntlet-mounted blade. But Sebastian's power sword was already moving, cutting downwards and meeting the blade with an explosion of sparks. With a savage twist of his wrist, he tore the Mandalorian's arm from his socket, and with a brutal, precise strike, impaled him through the chest. The remaining Death Watch warriors, seeing their comrades fall one after the other, faltered. Some hesitated, unsure if they should press the attack. Others took a step back in fear. They didn't know what they were facing. There was no victory to be had here. With a roar of fury, one of the final warriors charged, weapons raised. But Sebastian was already there, his sword flashing out in a perfect arc. The Mandalorian was sliced in two before he could even react, his lifeless body falling in a heap at the Black Templar's feet. The silence returned, broken only by the soft, eerie wind of Concordia's barren surface. Sebastian stood amid the carnage, his power sword still crackling with energy. His shield was marked with scuffs and dents, but it remained unbroken, as did he. The remaining Death Watch soldiers stood frozen, fear creeping into their eyes as they watched the Black Templar. His gaze swept over them with utter disdain, and his presence seemed to grow ever more imposing in the aftermath of the brutal battle. He spread his arms wide, a challenge as much as a declaration, inviting them to step forward and meet their doom. With the Emperor as my witness, none of you shall live to see another day. Sebastian's voice rang out, cold and commanding. You claim to be warriors, but while your brothers and sisters died in honorable combat, you shrank from the challenge. In doing so, you have denied yourselves honorable deaths. Prepare yourselves, for I will brook no cowardice. Without waiting for a response, he brought his left arm around, the massive shield held firmly, and drew his heavy bolt pistol with his left hand. The first round exploded from the barrel, punching through the visor of one Mandalorian's helmet with a deafening crack. The warrior's body crumpled to the ground instantly, lifeless. At the sight of the dead warrior, the remaining Death Watch soldiers hesitated for only a moment longer, before their fear broke. With a panicked shout, they scattered in every direction, seeking cover behind the craggy rocks and structures surrounding them. Sebastian's eyes burned with contempt as he watched their disorganized retreat. With a swift motion, he brought his bolt pistol to bear again, firing relentlessly into the chaos. Each shot found its mark. More warriors crumpled beneath the deadly fire, their armor torn open in brutal bursts of explosive force. One soldier attempted to take cover behind a nearby stone outcrop, but Sebastian was already moving. His shield swung forward in a flash, and with terrifying speed, he charged, his massive form closing the distance in seconds. As the warrior peered from behind his cover, ready to fire, Sebastian's sword was already in motion. With a single stroke, he cleaved the Death Watch soldier, and the stone in half, the blade tearing through armor, bone, flesh, and rock with equal ease. The rest of the Death Watch warriors faltered, realizing that there was no escape, no chance for survival. They began to regroup, trying to rally themselves, but their fear was palpable. Sebastian's voice rang out again, cold and unforgiving. You hide behind your armor, behind your cowardice, but there is no refuge from the Emperor's wrath. He pressed forward, the ground shaking beneath his boots as he moved through their ranks like a tidal wave of death. The last few remaining Death Watch soldiers fought desperately, but there was no real challenge left. Sebastian's power sword flashed, cutting through their attempts to counterattack, his shield slamming into anyone who dared come too close. One by one, the warriors fell, mangled and broken, their armor no protection against the fury of the Black Templar. As Sebastian drove his sword into the chest of the second-to-last warrior, he stomped down with all his might, wrenching the blade free with a sickening pull. His optics then fell on the last Mandalorian, who had just used his wrist-mounted flamethrower to cauterize his severed arm. The man's whimpering grated on Sebastian's nerves, drawing his ire. Without a word, the Black Templar began walking toward him. The Mandalorian, trembling, started to back away, his fear evident in every step. Sebastian's pace never faltered, his presence a looming force that bore down on the coward. In an instant he moved, slamming the flat of his power sword into the man's chest. The Mandalorian was knocked off his feet, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, gasping for air. You will lead me to Pre-Vizsla, Sebastian's voice was a low growl. Then, I will give you a quick and painless death. The Mandalorian struggled to push himself up, his helmet cracked. His breath came in ragged gasps, the smell of burned flesh lingering in the air from his cauterized stump. He looked up at the towering figure of Sebastian, the grim determination in the Astartes' optics unmistakable. The Black Templar stood above him, unwavering, his power sword still humming with energy at his side, his shield resting casually in his other hand. The Mandalorian's body trembled as he realized that there was no escape, no more fight left to win. His resolve broke, and he slowly raised his hands in surrender. Pre-Vizsla, He's in the stronghold, the Mandalorian stammered, his voice shaky with fear. I'll take you to him. Just don't kill me. Sebastian's gaze was cold as ice. Lead. The man scrambled to his feet, wincing as he favored his cauterized arm. He slowly backed away, eyes darting nervously toward the stronghold. With a final look at the carnage behind him, he turned and began moving toward the entrance, each step filled with dread. Sebastian followed closely, his heavy footsteps resonating like thunder in the silence. The Mandalorian's breathing quickened, but the Black Templar showed no sign of mercy, his gaze locked ahead, already preparing for the confrontation to come. The fortress loomed ahead, and as they drew closer, the Mandalorian hesitated, glancing back at Sebastian. I can't take you any further, he stammered, panic rising in his voice. It's not just him. There's more inside. Sebastian's voice was a low growl. Then you will die first. Lead me to Vizsla, or die like the rest of them. The Mandalorian quickly nodded, his fear overwhelming his desire for self-preservation. He started moving toward the entrance again, faster this time, desperate to avoid the wrath that hung over him. Sebastian followed without hesitation, his mind already focused on the final battle that would determine the fate of the Death Watch. Sebastian, the Death Watch warrior, hurried forward, almost sprinting to stay ahead of the Black Templar, who was close on his heels. As they neared the entrance, more Death Watch soldiers emerged from the underground fortress, swiftly forming a line on either side of the threshold just before Sebastian's target arrived. Vizsla stepped out, flanked by more Mandalorian warriors. He moved to the center of the half-circle formed by his men. As Sebastian and the Mandalorian leading him halted, the agent still clutching his cauterized arm. So, how did you enjoy my little welcoming party? Vizsla sneered behind his helmet. A needless waste of life, Sebastian replied, using the flat of his blade to push aside the Mandalorian standing before him as he advanced. Sebastian's gaze never left Vizsla as he stood tall, his body radiating a quiet intensity. The air around them seemed to crackle with anticipation. You are a coward, Vizsla, Sebastian growled, his voice low and dangerous. Hiding behind your men, pretending you're something you're not. Sebastian planted his sword firmly into the dirt and slammed his shield down beside it, his eyes locked on Vizsla. His stance was calm, but every muscle in his body was coiled tight, ready for the fight ahead. For a long moment, the two stood there in silence, sizing each other up, the tension thick in the air. Finally, Sebastian broke the silence, his voice cold and steady. You don't know anything about me, he said, his eyes narrowing beneath his helmet. But I've seen what you've become. Vizsla's voice dripped with disdain. And what's that supposed to mean? Sebastian slowly turned his gaze toward the surrounding Mandalorians, his expression hardening. His words carried to them like a thunderclap in the quiet. Look at you, he said, his tone dripping with contempt. Warriors who once fought for honor, for something greater than yourselves. Now you've become nothing more than hired swords, mercenaries clinging to a past that doesn't exist anymore. A few of the Mandalorians shifted uncomfortably, exchanging glances, but none dared speak. You were supposed to be better than this, Sebastian continued, his voice rising. You used to be a symbol of strength. A force that stood for something. Now you follow this man, this false leader blindly, like dogs at the heel of a broken cause. He swept his gaze across them, the weight of his words landing heavily. Are you proud of what you've become? Is this what your ancestors fought for? To kneel at the feet of a man like him, hidden away on this emperor-forsake rock. There was a flicker of uncertainty among some of the warriors, but Vizsla stepped forward, his voice cold and steady. You speak as if you know anything of my people, of my way of life. You're a stranger here, and your words mean nothing. Sebastian turned back to face him, his eyes locked onto the Mandalorian leader. Maybe. But I know one thing for sure, you're leading them down a path of ruin. Vizsla sneered behind his helmet. And what would you know of ruin, outsider? You don't even know who I am. Sebastian's lips curled into a thin smile. I know enough. Vizsla's hand tightened on his weapon. Enough talk. Sebastian's optics glinted with cold resolve as he stepped forward, his immense frame dwarfing the smaller Mandalorian leader. Vizsla's gaze flickered momentarily, a flash of uncertainty crossing his face before he recovered. The black blade hummed to life, a faint glow of light casting sharp shadows across the field as he swung it menacingly. I don't need a weapon to crush you, Vizsla, Sebastian growled, his voice steady but filled with a quiet, terrifying power. The Mandalorian hesitated, his grip tightening on the hilt of the darksaber. You think you can fight me without your weapons? Fool. Without another word, Sebastian charged. The ground seemed to tremble beneath his heavy boots as he closed the distance between them with lightning speed. Vizsla used his jetpack to lunge forward, swung the darksaber, aiming for the Astartes' neck, but Sebastian's massive hand shot out, seizing the blade's hilt mid-swing. His grip tightened around the darksaber as though it were a simple twig. With a twist of his wrist, he yanked the blade from Vizsla's grasp, sending it flying through the air, where it landed in the dirt several feet away. The Mandalorian leader landed before he staggered back, eyes wide with disbelief. Sebastian's smile was a predatory thing, a slow curl of amusement on his lips. Is that all you have? Vizsla's hand shot to his sidearm, pulling a blaster from his belt and aiming it directly at Sebastian's chest. He started unloading it into the Astartes, but was shocked when Sebastian stood there, the shot simply doing nothing. The Black Templar reached out and caught the Mandalorian's wrist with a single crushing hand, the bones in Vizsla's arm breaking under the immense pressure. With a growl, Sebastian slammed his fist into the Mandalorian's chest before throwing Vizsla to the ground with enough force to crack the earth beneath them. The surrounding Death Watch warriors stood frozen, unsure whether to step in or watch the spectacle unfold. Sebastian loomed over Vizsla, who was struggling to rise, but the Astartes simply stood there waiting. "This is the man you follow?" "This?" he said loudly, his voice carrying across the battlefield. "A man who can't even hold onto his own weapon." Vizsla spat blood into his helmet, seething with anger and humiliation, but he couldn't get back up after the Astartes had shattered his breastbone. Sebastian took a step back. He raised his voice, addressing the Death Watch soldiers, who now stood silently, watching the brutal display. "Look at him," he said. "This is your leader, the one you've sworn allegiance to? A man who is so weak, so pathetic, he can't even defend himself." The warriors shifted uncomfortably, their eyes darting between Sebastian and Vizsla, who was still struggling to get up. Sebastian's gaze swept across the group, his eyes narrowing with deliberate intent. "I am unstoppable. I've faced things that would turn your worst nightmares into reality, and I stand here before you without a scratch. This man," he gestured to Vizsla with contempt, "couldn't last a moment in the presence of true strength. I offer you something better. I offer you a future. A future where you follow me, where you stand with the true power of the Imperium. We could rebuild the Death Watch into something greater than it ever was. But only if you choose to follow a real leader." There was a long pause, the only sound the distant wind stirring the dust and the soft groan of the Mandalorian leader as he tried to rise. Sebastian turned back to him. "Beg your gods for mercy, for I shall have none." With a single motion, Sebastian grabbed Vizsla by the throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. The Mandalorian's feet dangled, kicking helplessly as Sebastian's iron grip crushed the life from him. "Choose wisely," Sebastian said, his voice cold as he addressed the Death Watch, "or I will do to you what I've done to so many others, erase you from history." The Black Templar's optics locked onto the Death Watch warriors, the silence of the moment pressing down on all of them. He tightened his grip, his fingers digging into Vizsla's throat like iron, squeezing the life from him inch by inch. Without a word, the Black Templar flung Vizsla's body sideways, sending him crashing toward the ground. The Mandalorian leader's neck landed with a sickening crack on the edge of his power sword still lodged deep in the earth where he had placed it earlier. Vizsla's body jerked, and his hands instinctively reached for his neck, but it was too late. The angle of his fall had sealed his fate. Sebastian stepped forward, his armored boots crushing into the dirt with a heavy, deliberate stomps. Before Vizsla could react, Sebastian's boot slammed down, this time on his skull. The sound was brutal, the crack of bone echoing across the battlefield as the Mandalorian leader's head was cleaved from his body as Sebastian kicked his head next to the blade, sending it spinning across the ground, coming to a stop several feet away, the lifeless eyes still staring at nothing. The silence that followed was deafening. Not a single Death Watch warrior moved, their eyes wide in shock. Sebastian straightened, his gaze scanning the group, his expression one of cold triumph. "You see," he said, his voice heavy with authority. "This is what happens to those who are weak, to those who dare stand in my way." He raised his eyes to meet the remaining Mandalorian stares, his voice firm and commanding. "You've seen the truth. I offer you power, strength, and a future that no one else can. Follow me, and you will know what it is to be truly unstoppable." The Astartes brought his foot down on the decapitated head of Pre-Vizsla, crushing it. Sebastian turned slowly, his broad shoulders sweeping through the stillness. "Choose wisely," he said, his voice carrying like a war cry. "The time for weakness is over. Follow me, or be left behind." The Death Watch stood frozen, caught between fear and awe, as their former leader's body lay in a crumpled heap on the ground. Sebastian had shown them all who held the true power now. One of the Death Watch warriors tentatively stepped forward, holding out the dark saber he had picked up. His hand shook slightly as he extended it toward the Black Templar. "You are Mandalore," he said, his voice steady but filled with reverence, before he dropped to one knee, his head bowed low in submission. Sebastian's gaze lingered on the weapon for a moment, then he took it from his hand, studying the blade with quiet detachment. After a heartbeat, he let the dark saber roll from his hand into the dirt below. "The only badge I require is of my chapter," he said, his voice deep and commanding. "You take it and wield it in the name of the Emperor." The warrior's brow furrowed in confusion under his helmet, and he slowly raised his head, eyes searching him for an explanation. "The Emperor?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Sebastian's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing with a measure of grim resolve. "You all have much to learn. Gather the whole of the Death Watch. We depart for Tatooine." The gathered Mandalorians exchanged uncertain glances, the weight of Sebastian's words settling over them like a heavy storm. They had never heard of the Emperor, but the undeniable power of the Astartes, the sheer force of his presence, had silenced any protest they might have raised. Sebastian turned, his broad shoulders cutting through the air with a practiced grace. "Do not waste time. We march now." As the warriors began to move, slowly collecting their fallen comrades and preparing for the journey, one of the more senior members of the Death Watch, an older Mandalorian with a scarred face and a battle-worn helmet, stepped forward, his eyes narrowed. "You speak of this Emperor as though we should follow him. What do you expect us to believe?" he asked, his voice low but challenging. Sebastian didn't even glance at the warrior as he spoke. "You will believe in the Emperor, in time. For now, your loyalty lies with me, my brothers and the Death Watch. As Mandalore, I will lead you to a power that is beyond anything you've known." The older warrior stood silent for a moment, as if weighing his options, before he looked toward the others. His gaze was dark, skeptical, but it was clear he was beginning to question what he had believed for so long. "We are leaving now," Sebastian said again, his tone brokering no argument. "Tatooine is where the next phase of our future begins." As the warriors gathered their gear and made ready, one by one, they began to move toward the shipyard, each step uncertain but unmistakably heading in the direction Sebastian had set. The words of their former leader and the darksaber were already fading into the past, replaced by a new symbol of strength, and a new future, forged in the name of a power none of them truly understood yet. But as they followed, they knew one thing for certain: they were no longer bound to the past. They were bound to something greater. To something that promised power, destiny, and perhaps a future far more complicated than any of them had ever imagined. Sebastian watched them move with a stoic expression, the weight of what was to come settling heavily on his shoulders. He had made his choice, and the Death Watch would follow. Or they would fall. Maximus leaving Sebastian to oversee the Death Watch, Maximus and Raxer followed Duchess Satine through the grand halls of the Sundari Palace. The atmosphere was a blend of regal grandeur and ancient Mandalorian tradition. The sound of their footsteps echoed softly against the stone floors, a rhythmic reminder of the palace's age and its storied history. As they moved, the group passed beneath towering archways adorned with intricate carvings, the stone walls alive with vibrant murals and inscriptions. The artwork told the tale of Mandalore's people, depicting both the honor and tragedy that had shaped the warrior society. The stories, captured in vivid hues of ochre, crimson, and indigo, spanned centuries, immortalizing battles fought, alliances forged, and the unyielding spirit of the Mandalorians. Maximus, always drawn to the historical details, slowed his pace to admire a particularly striking mural. His scholar's eye caught every nuance: the battle formations, the careful rendering of the armor, the proud posture of the warriors. Raxer, by contrast, was less interested in the artwork and more in the practical aspects of their mission. He moved with purpose toward a blacksmith who had accompanied their retinue, a sturdy, battle-hardened individual whose hands were calloused from years of forging Mandalorian weapons. The two exchanged words, their conversation a low hum as they discussed the intricacies of Mandalorian weaponry. Raxor's gruff voice blended easily with the clinking of metal, the ambient sounds of the palace. Duchess Satine walked ahead, her posture regal and composed. She offered a polite smile, aware of the two men's differing interests, though she remained silent as they absorbed the history of her people. She was no stranger to the beauty of the palace, but there was a part of her that always felt a sense of duty when walking these halls, a reminder of the political weight she carried as Mandalore's leader. As the group continued through the palace, they passed a series of large windows that overlooked the city of Sundari, where the architecture blended seamlessly with the natural Mandalorian landscape. The sun cast long shadows over the domed structures and sweeping plains, the city alive with a quiet yet constant energy. "Your brother Sebastian is quite rude," Satine remarked, hoping for a response. "Of course he is," Maximus replied without offense, still absorbed in the wall's details. "He is a warrior first and foremost, one of the Emperor's finest." The group paused in front of a particular wall, depicting a lone Mandalorian warrior wielding what appeared to be a sword. "Tell me of this Mandalore," Maximus asked, glancing toward Satine. Satine paused, her gaze lingering on the mural, as if trying to draw out the meaning behind the image. The depiction of the Mandalorian warrior was striking, his stance powerful, holding a weapon that was clearly more than just a blade. It was unmistakably the dark saber, the symbol of Mandalore's rightful leadership. "That," Satine said, her voice quieter now, "is Tar Vizsla. He was the first Mandalorian to ever be inducted into the Jedi Order, and he forged the darksaber with his own hands. It's said that it was his strength and wisdom that united the clans under one banner, creating a legacy that still endures today." Maximus leaned in closer, studying the figure. A warrior and a scholar, then. He was both Mandalorian and Jedi. Satine nodded. Yes, though his time with the Jedi was brief. After his death, the darksaber was passed down through the leaders of Mandalore, becoming a symbol of authority and unity. But its power is not just in the blade, it's in the leadership it represents. Raxor, having finished his conversation with the smith, joined the group. He eyed the mural with a raised brow. "The dark saber," he said thoughtfully. "A weapon of such significance. I read of it while we were traveling here." "Few have seen it," Satine replied, a hint of pride in her voice. "But it remains a part of our history. We have lost it for now, but its meaning is still strong." Maximus considered this, the weight of the history unfolding before him. A unifier, then, not just through strength, but through purpose. His leadership was not forged by fear alone. Satine's eyes softened, a touch of sadness crossing her features. Exactly. Tar Vizsla's vision was of balance, strength tempered by wisdom. But since his time, that balance has been lost. The clans fight amongst themselves, and the leadership has splintered. Raxor crossed his arms, glancing at the mural and then back to Satine. True leadership is never simple. Power must come with a sense of purpose, or it is doomed to fracture. Maximus met her gaze, his expression thoughtful. "Perhaps the time for reunification is not beyond us," he said cryptically. Satine's gaze lingered on Maximus for a moment, as though weighing his words. Then, with a soft breath, she turned away from the mural and addressed him directly. "You have mentioned an emperor. Who is he, and where is your empire located?" she asked, her tone a mix of curiosity and caution. Maximus' expression remained neutral, though there was a brief flash of pride in his eyes. He took a step back from the carving, his gaze briefly shifting to Raxor, who stood at attention, as if to ensure no misstep would occur in this conversation. "The Emperor is the leader of the Imperium of Man," Maximus began, his voice steady and deliberate. "He is a being of unimaginable power and wisdom, though his physical form is no longer as it once was. His empire, the Imperium, stretches across the galaxy, encompassing countless worlds, including my own homeworld of Makridge. It is an empire built on the defense of humanity, united under the banner of the Emperor's vision of mankind's future." Satine raised an eyebrow. "And this Emperor, what does he seek to achieve? Is he a conqueror, a ruler? Or is there a deeper purpose to his reign?" Maximus considered her question carefully, as though the weight of his answer might carry more meaning than he intended. "He seeks the survival of humanity, to protect it from the many threats that seek its annihilation. The Emperor is not a conqueror in the traditional sense. His goal is not to dominate others for the sake of power. His empire is a means to safeguard mankind from the dangers of the galaxy. But in doing so, many sacrifices must be made. Many sacrifices. Satine repeated quietly, her voice tinged with both understanding and concern. And what of Mandalore? Does this emperor see our people as a threat, or as allies? Maximus' eyes flickered with the faintest trace of conflict, but his tone remained measured. I do not speak for the emperor, Duchess, but I believe he values strength and honor above all. But my brothers and I are stranded here, separated from the Imperium for now. Satine's eyes narrowed slightly as she processed his words, her curiosity piqued but tinged with caution. Stranded, you say? Maximus' expression hardened slightly, but his voice remained even, steady with conviction. The Imperium is vast, and its reach stretches across countless stars. But even the emperors can be delayed by the forces of chaos. My brothers and I were sent on a mission, one that had brought us far from the Imperium before we encountered something in the warp. Now, we are stranded here, isolated from the greater galaxy we protect. The road back is uncertain, but our duty remains clear. We fight for the Emperor, and for the survival of humanity. Satine's gaze was sharp as she leaned forward, her voice softening a little. And do you see your mission as part of something larger? A greater duty to your Emperor, or merely a matter of survival? Maximus' eyes darkened, his voice taking on a deeper, more resolute tone. It is both, Duchess. The Imperium is not just an empire, it is the last bastion of humanity. Without it, mankind would fall into chaos, consumed by the countless threats that seek its annihilation. Our mission is not just survival, it is the preservation of all humanity. The Emperor's vision is the only thing standing between us and the destruction of everything we hold dear. Satine's gaze softened slightly, but the weight of her next words still lingered in the air. You speak of survival, but what of peace? What of a future built without the constant threat of war? Maximus' gaze hardened, his stance unyielding. Peace is a lie, Duchess. The galaxy is filled with predators that would see humanity crushed beneath their heels. The Imperium provides the strength and order necessary to keep us alive. The Emperor's rule is the only thing standing between mankind and total annihilation. Without it, there would be no future to protect, no peace to be found. Satine took a breath, her tone soft but firm as she countered. But what of the cost? The suffering that comes with constant war? We have fought for generations to find a way to live in peace here on Mandalore. I believe it is possible. I do not want my people to be allies to an empire that demands war as its only solution. Maximus' eyes flashed with unwavering conviction. And what will your people do when chaos comes? What will Mandalore do when the galaxy itself turns on you, as it has done to so many others? The galaxy is not kind to those who stand alone. The Imperium is the only system capable of ensuring humanity's survival. Without it, your dreams of peace will be shattered. Peace cannot exist without strength to defend it. Satine's lips tightened, but her voice remained calm, with a touch of her pacifist resolve. I cannot accept that. There must be a way to protect people without becoming the very thing we fear. What you speak of, empire conquest, there is always a cost, and it is paid in lives. We have seen that throughout our history. If survival means losing our humanity, then what are we fighting for? Maximus regarded her with a steady gaze, his voice unwavering. Survival is the foundation of everything, Duchess. Without it, there is nothing left to protect. And there are those who give up their humanity to protect those things, like us. He said, gesturing to Raxer and himself. The Imperium is not a perfect system, but it is the only system that can shield humanity from the horrors of this galaxy. The alternative is annihilation. Satine met his gaze, her expression softening with a touch of sorrow. Perhaps that is where our paths diverge, Maximus. I believe that peace and understanding must come first. Strength is necessary, yes, but it must be a strength that is guided by compassion, not fear. Maximus stood silent for a moment, the weight of her words pressing against his resolve. I hope you can hold on to that belief, Duchess, he said quietly. But know that the galaxy is unforgiving, and the price of peace is often more than any of us can bear. Satine turned her gaze back to the mural of Tar Vizsla, her fingers lightly tracing the outline of his image. I believe it's worth fighting for, Maximus. There must be a better way, one that doesn't cost so much. The silence between them stretched, the weight of their differing views heavy in the air, as both stared at the image of the Mandalore Tar Vizsla, whose own path had been one of strength and vision, yet had sought to unite rather than divide. It was a reminder that the road ahead, like history itself, was never simple. "Thank you for your hospitality, Duchess. I've enjoyed our discussion," Maximus said, his tone respectful as he glanced down at Satine, who stood beside him, her expression thoughtful. She offered a small, cordial smile, though the weight of their conversation still lingered between them. "The pleasure was mine, Maximus. I only hope that Mandalore and this Imperium of yours find a way to coexist peacefully, though I fear that may be a long road." Maximus nodded, his face unreadable but respectful. "Perhaps one day, Duchess. The galaxy is full of uncertainty, but we must press on." He then turned to Raxer, who stood nearby, speaking to the smith once more. "We must be going." "Tatooine awaits," Maximus said, the edge of finality in his voice. Raxer gave a brief nod of acknowledgement before turning back to the smith and giving his farewells. Maximus gave a final glance to Satine, who met his gaze with a silent nod, a gesture of both respect and the unspoken understanding that their paths would likely cross once more, unaware of the horrors that left her palace. Maximus turned away, the loud clinking of his armor the only sound as he walked toward the exit. Raxer fell in step beside him, and together, they made their way out of the palace, leaving Satine standing in the quiet of the hall, deep in thought. As the doors closed behind them, Satine allowed herself a quiet sigh, wondering if the fragile hope for peace in the galaxy was something worth continuing to fight for, or if the harsh reality the Ultramarine spoke of would one day prove unstoppable. A day had passed since Maximus and Raxer had departed from Mandalore, returning to Tatooine to find their battle barge once again surrounded by the repulsive xeno filth known as the Jawas. As their boots landed on the arid desert sands, their blood began to boil with the anticipation of battle. This was not the first time these scavengers had dared approach their ship, but it would certainly be the last. But as the duo approached, it became clear that the Jawas had only just arrived. The battle barge stood defiant, the wreckage of their earlier skirmishes barely touched by the scavengers. But that didn't stop the two Astartes. Their fury ignited the moment their optics scanned the scene. They had been disrespected, violated, and nothing would sate their rage but the eradication of every last one of these vermin. Their anger flared when they found one of their brothers, another Ultramarine, being dragged away from the ship, his armor torn and battered, pieces of it scattered across the sand like discarded refuse. The scavengers had desecrated the body, stripping it of honor. "We will avenge this slight 1,000-fold." Raxer roared, his voice thick with fury. He reached down, grabbing his heavy flamer, his grip tightening around its trigger. Flames erupted from the barrel, engulfing the nearest Jawas in an inferno that turned their bodies into charred husks in seconds. The heat of the flames turned the air to a searing haze, and the sand beneath their feet began to melt into glass. Never before had Raxer felt such a savage joy in the slaughter. He swept the heavy flamer from side to side, setting fire to anything that dared cross his path. Jawas screamed as their flesh bubbled and popped under the infernal heat, their grotesque forms disintegrating under the onslaught of fire. Maximus was not far behind, his optics narrowing as he zeroed in on the creatures with the cold, calculating focus of a predator. His bolter roared to life, sending explosive rounds into the scattered masses. The Jawas who were lucky enough to avoid the flames were soon torn apart by the brutal force of his bolter fire. Their fragile bodies exploded in showers of blood and viscera, littering the desert with mangled remains. As Maximus moved forward, the sound of his chainsword revving to life cut through the chaos, its whirling teeth eagerly tearing through the air before they sank into the bodies of the xeno filth. The noise it made was an echo of death, like a scream they would never escape. Each swing of his chainsword sent a Jawa flying into the air, their bodies torn apart in mid-flight before falling in pieces to the ground. The desert became a graveyard of mangled corpses and scattered limbs. Where do they keep coming from? Maximus shouted through gritted teeth, his voice thick with a rage that was impossible to contain. His eyes scanned the horizon, searching for the source of this infestation. "We must find where they originate from, and burn it to the ground." The sound of a speeder bike's engine hummed in the distance, cutting through the crackle of gunfire. Maximus's enhanced senses immediately locked onto the movement. It was just the wind at first, stirring the sand. But then it grew louder, the unmistakable sound of fleeing Jawas, likely trying to summon reinforcements. Without a moment's hesitation, Maximus's massive frame exploded into motion. His legs powered him forward, each step sending ripples through the sand as he charged across the desolate wasteland with astonishing speed. His bolter barked again, each shot bringing death in a thunderous, unstoppable wave. The remaining Jawas fled in every direction, but they were no match for his relentless pursuit. They were mere animals, no better than cattle to be slaughtered. Raxor was hot on his heels, his heavy flamer spitting out flames that consumed the landscape, turning the fleeing Jawas into ash before they could even think of escaping. One of the speeder bikes, attempting to flee, was blasted into molten slag by Raxor's flames. The riders screamed in terror as they were consumed by the inferno, their charred remains joining the growing pyre of destruction. Maximus reached the fleeing Jawas first, his gauntlet snapping forward to crush the front of the machine before he stomped on the skull of the one who had fallen under his boot. The sound of cracking bone echoed through the desolate landscape, and he turned his steely gaze toward the others, his voice a deep growl. "You invoke my ire, you filthy scum." Before any of the remaining Jawas could respond, a massive shadow blocked out the sun. Maximus's gaze snapped upward, his eyes narrowing in recognition. A massive ship was descending toward the battlefield, its engines roaring as it cut through the Tatooine sky. It was Sebastian, the Black Templar, leading his fleet of Death Watch ships, having abandoned their base on Concordia to join the fray. The craft descended with a thunderous crash, shaking the very ground beneath their feet as it hovered hundreds of feet in the air. The Death Watch ships descended in perfect formation, the sound of their landing reverberating through the air. Sebastian stood at the open ramp of his ship, the light of the setting sun glinting off his massive sword and shield. He surveyed the carnage below with a quiet, burning fury. His eyes locked onto the Jawas still fleeing in all directions, and a cold smile tugged at the edges of his lips. Without a single word, the Black Templar leapt from his ship, as if he were a god of war coming to pass judgment on the wretched creatures below. The impact when he hit the ground was catastrophic. The Jawas around him were instantly obliterated by the sheer force of his landing, their bodies turned into mush beneath his massive boot. With a roar of fury, he swung his sword with brutal efficiency, cleaving through the Jawas like they were little more than paper. His blows were fast, precise, and utterly merciless, each one sending the Xenos flying in a shower of blood. But the true terror came when he grew bored of swinging his sword. With a cruel smile, he began stomping on the squirming Jawas beneath his boot, crushing them beneath his weight. The sound of bone and flesh being broken underfoot was deafening, and it sent a wave of satisfaction through his bloodlust. "Kill them all!" Maximus shouted, his bolter never ceasing its thunderous fire as he cut down another fleeing Jawa. The Death Watch, having landed alongside their Mandalore, wasted no time. Uncertain at first, they followed his lead without hesitation, unleashing their fury upon the remaining Jawas. Using their jetpacks to soar above the battlefield, they rained blaster fire down upon the creatures with terrifying precision. Each shot was calculated, each kill a masterwork of deadly efficiency. Sebastian, still standing amidst the carnage, raised his sword high, his voice booming through his comlink. "No mercy. Purge them all." Maximus joined him, the rage still burning in his chest, but now tempered with a dark resolve. "They dare take what is not theirs. This isn't the first time they've been here, but it will be the last," he roared, his words a promise to both his brothers and the enemies who had dared to desecrate their ship. The Jawas, already broken and scattered, had no chance of escaping the onslaught. One by one, they were picked off, their bodies falling like ragdolls to the sand. The Death Watch and Astartes moved with deadly efficiency, eliminating every last trace of the scum. Raxor's flamer continued to roar, turning the desert into glass, leaving nothing behind but the smell of burnt flesh and the echo of screams. Raxor let out a laugh of pure exhilaration as he strafed the ground with his heavy flamer, sending waves of fire across the desert. The Jawas screamed in terror, but it was brief. The fire consumed them with ease. "Be cleansed in the purifying flames of my hatred, you filthy abominations," Raxor yelled, his voice full of savage joy as his heavy flamer continued its fiery rampage. With the last few stragglers fleeing in all directions, Maximus took a slow, deliberate step forward, his voice commanding, "Hunt them down, but leave one alive to lead us to its nest." The Death Watch, now fully in sync with the Astartes, turned their weapons to the final survivors. There were no more screams, no more resistance. Only the sound of blaster fire and the hiss of flame as the last remnants of the Jawas were eradicated. As the smoke began to settle, the three Astartes stood tall amidst the destruction, watching the blackened desert. The wind picked up, blowing ash across the battlefield. And for a moment, all was silent save for a single sandcrawler desperately fleeing from the site of the massacre, off to where the Emperor only knows, though his angels would find out soon enough. This planet is ours, and we will slaughter anyone who dares stand in our way. The Black Templar roared at the fleeing mass of metal, his arms raised wide in defiance as he looked about the battlefield where the Mandalorians were gathering. Clean this filth with fire, then meet us at the barge. Sebastian commanded, his voice unwavering. Without another word, he and his brothers turned, beginning their march toward the wreckage of the ship. The Death Watch, accustomed to the unspoken urgency of battle, responded to their leader's command without hesitation. Their armor-clad figures moved with disciplined precision, igniting their jetpacks as they took to the sky with an almost practiced ease. The roar of their wrist-mounted flammers filled the air, flames dancing and crackling as they descended upon Jawa corpses. The fire spread like a cleansing tide, consuming everything in its path. What was once a scavenger's den of vermin was now a charred and barren wasteland, with only the smell of burnt flesh and the heat of the flames lingering in the air. Maximus and his brothers forged ahead. Their heavy boots sank into the scorched sand, the heat from the battlefield radiating upward, but they paid it no mind. Their mission was far from complete. As they walked, the horizon ahead of them flickered with the last embers of the firestorm, the glow casting long shadows against the jagged silhouette of their battle barge, still standing resolute despite the chaos surrounding it. Maximus's gaze hardened as he took in the sight of their ship. His helmet turned to the horizon, the battlefield still burning, the dust rising in waves, but his voice was sharp with authority. We have more work to do. This world will be a fortress. A reminder to all who challenge us that there is no mercy, no respite, and no escape from his will. His words were more than a command. They were a vow, a promise to the enemies of the Imperium that none would threaten them again. The Astartes continued to advance, their footsteps leaving deep impressions in the sand, each step echoing the silent fury within them. The Death Watch had already begun the tedious process of securing the area, ensuring there would be nothing left for the Jawas to scavenge. Precision and efficiency were their trademarks, and they worked without pause, moving through the wreckage with a grim determination. Upon entering the barge, the atmosphere shifted. The massive door swung open, revealing the interior, which had remained undisturbed by the carnage outside. But as they ventured deeper into the ship, a heavy silence fell over the three Astartes. The walls, once a symbol of power and pride, now stood as a mausoleum to their fallen brothers. The bodies of the Astartes lined the narrow corridors in a reverent procession. Each warrior, though lifeless, remained in the honor of their order. Their power armor, once gleaming, was now darkened by the dust of the inevitable passage of time. Their hands were crossed over their chests, the silent posture one of respect, one of eternal duty. Their helmets remained in place, their faces obscured, as though they were still guarding their comrades with their final breath. Maximus paused, his gaze sweeping over the fallen. A deep, somber silence filled the air as he took in the sight of their brothers, now lost to time and battle. The faint scent of oil, blood, and fire clung to the air, mixing with the acrid smell of burned flesh from outside, creating an atmosphere thick with loss. It was the scent of war, of men who had lived and died for the Emperor. A rare moment of solemnity touched Maximus's voice as he whispered, "May the Emperor take you to his side," his tone low but filled with respect. It was a rare show of emotion for a warrior so hardened by years of battle, but in the presence of his fallen brothers, it was a necessary pause. His helmeted head tilted slightly in reverence, a silent tribute to those who had gone before him. Beside him, Raxer stood with his posture rigid, his silent demeanor betraying nothing of his thoughts. His piercing eyes now carried a shadow, a subtle hint of regret. But even in the face of such thoughts, he remained silent, offering his own form of tribute in his unyielding presence. Sebastian, ever the bloodthirsty monster, did not speak, but his cold, unwavering gaze swept over the room. His eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation with military precision. He had fought alongside these warriors, and though his emotions were not as easily read, there was a reverence in his stillness. The Black Templar knew that every fallen brother was a link in the chain of the Imperium's legacy, and their sacrifice was never taken lightly. His mind, however, was already turning to what came next. A warrior always looked forward, even in the face of loss. The room felt heavier now, the weight of the fallen pressing down upon them. The air was thick with the presence of those who had sacrificed everything. In that moment, the barge felt like more than just a ship. It was a tomb, a place of honor, and a reminder of what had been lost. The Death Watch had finished purging the last of the Jawa filth, their jetpacks kicking up clouds of sand as they touched down before walking to the 3 Astartes within the hallowed interior of the battle barge. The Mandalorians moved with their usual disciplined grace, their helmets scanning the scene before them. Their eyes flicked over the dozens of fallen Astartes, their bodies arranged with reverence along the ship's darkened halls, a solemn tribute to the warriors who had perished. The Death Watch exchanged quiet, knowing glances, their postures stiff and disciplined, but their gazes betrayed an unspoken question, a silent curiosity as to the nature of the scene. Sebastian's voice broke through the heavy stillness, calm yet commanding. "These are hallowed halls," he declared, his tone carrying the weight of authority. "You will treat them with the respect and dignity they deserve." His eyes swept across the corridors, meeting each of his warriors' gazes briefly. Maximus, standing a few paces away, gave a sharp nod, his own gaze flickering over the fallen warriors. There was a fleeting moment of quiet reflection, but it was brief. The dead had been honored, and it was time to move forward. His expression remained hard and unyielding as he turned to face his brothers. Without another word, Maximus stepped forward, the weight of his armor seeming to reverberate with each heavy footfall. The sound echoed down the cold metal corridors, filling the silence with a grim authority. He moved toward the bodies of his fallen brothers, his posture respectful but determined. Beside him, Sebastian followed, just as solemn. Together, they began the laborious task of moving their fallen brethren to their quarters, their movements practiced yet reverent. Every step was deliberate, every action mindful, as they transported the bodies of the fallen to rest. Maximus turned to the rest of the gathered warriors as he worked, his voice low but still commanding, cutting through the silence. "Sebastian and I will begin moving the bodies to their quarters," he said, his eyes flickering momentarily to Sebastian, who nodded in agreement. "Raxer, you'll assess the operational status of the ship. See what functions remain intact. The rest of you, begin an inventory of the ship. Catalog everything you find. Report your findings to Brother Raxer. If you come across anything you don't recognize, ask him. He will explain." Raxer, ever the embodiment of efficiency, gave a curt nod. Without a word, he turned on his heel and moved toward the massive lift that led to the control room. The steps of his armor rang heavily in the hall, the heavy sound matching the resolute nature of his stride. There was no hesitation, no indecision. He was focused, singular in purpose. His mind already raced ahead to the repairs that were needed, assessing the situation with military precision as he moved. The Death Watch responded to the orders without hesitation, moving with a discipline that was their hallmark. Some of them began immediately sorting through the wreckage of the ship, identifying components, and grouping various supplies. Others spread out, examining the areas of the ship that had been damaged during its crash. Meanwhile, Maximus and Sebastian continued their somber work. They moved with reverence and efficiency, each body handled with the utmost care. Their footsteps left deep impressions in the dust-covered floors as they carried their fallen brothers, laying them to rest in the designated quarters. The weight of the task was never lost on them. Each warrior, each brother who had fallen, was a reminder of the cost of war, but also a testament to the unyielding resolve of the Astartes. The honor they gave to the dead would not be forgotten, for it was through such acts of reverence that they carried on the legacy of those who had fought before them. Back in the control room, Raxer stood before the diagnostics console, his eyes scanning the flickering screens with a practiced gaze. The ship had been through hell, but it had not been destroyed. Yet, the damage was evident. The systems were barely functioning, their screens dull with static and sparks. But there was still life here. A slight smile tugged at Raxer's lips beneath his helmet as he ran a quick diagnostic check. The control systems hummed back to life, the lights flickering on in faint bursts of electric blue. "This will do," he muttered to himself, his voice barely audible beneath the whine of the ship's power core. A plan began to form in his mind. Fix the critical systems first, then work outward to ensure that every last function of the ship would be operational once more. Meanwhile, the Death Watch continued their meticulous work in the ship's corridors. Every compartment, every piece of equipment, was evaluated with the same efficiency that had been instilled in them from the moment they had donned their Mandalorian armor. The wreckage of the barge, though disheveled, would soon be sorted, catalogued, and made ready for use once more. Nothing would go to waste. Each piece of salvageable material was accounted for, every precious resource seized before it could fall into enemy hands. As the last of the fallen warriors was carefully placed to rest, Maximus turned toward Sebastian. his helmet turning to meet the Black Templar's gaze. His expression was grim, determined, the weight of leadership pressing on him in these trying moments. When this is done, we fortify this ship. No one will dare approach it. No one will think to challenge us again. Sebastian's gaze was cold, his jaw set in a firm line as he looked out toward the ship's ruined structure, his voice low but full of unshakable resolve. "We'll make sure of it," he said, his words a simple promise. With the battle barge's restoration underway, and their enemies vanquished for now, the Astartes and the Death Watch stood ready to fortify their new stronghold. No one would challenge them here. The galaxy would soon learn what it meant to face the might of the Emperor's finest. Bo-Katan cries, it was inconceivable. Pre-Vizsla dead? Bo-Katan couldn't believe the transmission she and the Night Owls had just received, recalling them from their mission to Tatooine of all places. Her group had been assigned a high-priority mission by Pre-Vizsla himself, one that would help solidify his rule over Mandalore. But just as they were on the brink of success, a transmission came through her communication device, ordering them to abandon the mission and relocate to Tatooine with the rest of the Death Watch warriors. Apparently, though Bo-Katan wasn't sure if it was true, Pre-Vizsla had been bested in single combat and lost both his life and his mantle to a man named Sebastian. An Astartes. Bo-Katan's mind raced as she stood in silence, her grip tightening around the comm device. The transmission's message had been clear, but its implications were anything but. Pre-Vizsla, the man who had led Death Watch, the one she had followed with unwavering loyalty, was gone. Bo-Katan, one of the Night Owls, said quietly, breaking the silence. "What do we do now?" She didn't answer right away. Instead, she turned her gaze to the stars, her thoughts swirling. If Vizsla was truly dead, what did that mean for the future of Mandalore? And more importantly, who was this Sebastian? An Astartes? Was he another conqueror, another invader like the Republic had been? Or was he something entirely different? Bo-Katan. The Night Owl called again, more urgently this time. She looked back to the transmission once more. There had been something about the way the message had been delivered, a finality in the tone that suggested Pre-Vizsla's death was more than just a power struggle. Whoever Sebastian was, he hadn't just killed a leader, he had taken the Mandalorian mantle from Vizsla himself. And that couldn't go unchallenged. "We'll need to assess the situation," Bo-Katan continued, voice now steady. "If there's any chance of reclaiming Mandalore, we'll need to know what we're up against." Sabine nodded, but Bo-Katan could see the uncertainty in her eyes. Even with their skills, even with the Death Watch at their back, they were facing an unknown force. Astartes. "Let's gear up," Bo-Katan finally said, her decision made. "We're going to Tatooine. And we'll find out who this Sebastian really is." As the Night Owls began preparing for the journey, Bo-Katan's mind was already on the path ahead. The galaxy was changing, and with it, the fate of Mandalore. She wouldn't let it slip away without a fight, no matter who or what they were up against. As Bo-Katan's group descended onto the desert planet of Tatooine, her ship was hailed by one of the vessels on the ground, demanding identification. She scoffed, clearly irritated by the request, and responded with a sharp tone, offering her code. She couldn't hide her displeasure at how quickly the rest of Death Watch had fallen into line, submitting to the new order without question. "You're clear for landing. 2 others will escort you to your LZ," came the Mandalorian's voice over the comms. Before Bo-Katan could retort, 2 ships pulled alongside hers, guiding her toward a clearing. She touched down, and the engines of her ship hummed to a halt. Bo-Katan disembarked, followed closely by the rest of the Night Owls, her boots crunching against the desert sand as they stepped onto the harsh, sun-scorched surface. A small group of Mandalorians waited for them, their armor reflecting the scorching light of the twin suns overhead. The leader of the group, a stocky warrior with a black and silver helmet, gave Bo-Katan a curt nod. "Bo-Katan," he greeted, his tone neutral. "I'm Yarok. The rest of the warriors are waiting at the rendezvous point." Bo-Katan sized him up. She wasn't sure if they were still loyal to the old or if they'd already bent the knee to this new power. Either way, she had no intention of letting them dictate her next move. "Lead the way," she said coldly. As Yarok turned to lead them toward the rendezvous, Bo-Katan's mind was racing. There was something unsettling about the calm efficiency of the Death Watch forces here on Tatooine. They had already taken up position, organized, ready to follow the orders of this new leader Sebastian, without hesitation. Was this what it had come to? A group that once prided itself on its defiance, now bending so easily to someone else's will? Bo-Katan's eyes narrowed as a massive wreckage of a ship came into view, looming against the rocky backdrop of Tatooine's harsh desert terrain. It had clearly seen better days. Broken spires jutted out at odd angles, some twisted and bent as though the very fabric of the ship had been torn asunder. It wasn't a ship anymore. It was a monument to destruction, a twisted half-temple that seemed more fitting for some fanatical cult than an organized military force. She walked in silence, trying to piece together what this place was. From the looks of it, it had crashed in a violent, catastrophic manner. And if it had been home to these Astartes, these superhuman warriors, there was no telling what kind of damage they could wreak. This is the battle barge. The 3 Astartes arrived with it about a month ago. Jarek's voice broke through her thoughts as he gestured to the wreckage, his tone casual, as if this were an everyday occurrence. Bo-Katan raised an eyebrow. 3 Astartes. Yarek nodded, a slight smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. 3. Maximus of the Ultramarines, he leads them. Raxer of the Salamanders, he's more of the technical type. And then there's Sebastian, of the Black Templars. He gestured toward a hulking figure standing at the heart of a gathering of Death Watch warriors. Bo-Katan's gaze followed the motion, her eyes locking onto the figure. Sebastian. She could feel the tension in the air as he stood among his warriors, a palpable presence. He was a giant, clad in black and white power armor, covered in sigils and markings. His posture alone screamed authority, the kind of authority that came with the unquestioning loyalty of men who would follow him into the fires of war without hesitation. And then, from beneath his helmet, his voice boomed, louder than it had any right to be, carrying over the desert winds. And thus the Emperor, in his limitless wisdom and infinite mercy and glory, holds back the forces of chaos in the Immaterium. He shouted, his voice almost religious in its fervor. Now, join me in prayer as we ask for his light on this eve of battle. Sebastian continued, his voice now commanding, his warriors beginning to fall into line with the words. May we ask him for his anger to pour on the Xeno filth that dare steal from us. The Death Watch warriors, those who had once fought for their freedom and their right to rule Mandalore, now bowed their heads in unison, joining in the chant, as if they were following some dark divine calling. Bo-Katan's stomach churned at the sight. This wasn't the Mandalorians she had once fought alongside. This was something else, something twisted. Yarek stood at her side, watching as the scene unfolded. They've fallen under his influence. Sebastian's. Well, he's something else. It's not just the power, you know. He's convincing. They believe in him. Bo-Katan's gaze never left Sebastian, her fists tightening in her gauntlets. They've sold themselves out, she muttered, disgust heavy in her voice. Pre-Vizsla wouldn't have allowed this. Yarek shook his head. Pre-Vizsla is dead, Bo-Katan. This is the way. She clenched her jaw. Not my way. With a final resounding shout, Sebastian lowered his arms, signaling the end of his sermon. The warriors, their faces still hidden behind their helmets, began to rise to their feet, prepared to carry out whatever mission their leader had set before them. Bo-Katan's heart raced as the realization hit her. She was no longer among her people, not truly. These were not the warriors she had once known. These were zealots. And in their midst was the one who had dethroned Pre-Vizsla, Sebastian. The power had shifted, and now, she would have to fight for her place in this new order. She turned to her night owls, her voice low but resolute. We came here for answers. Let's get them. The night owls, who had been silent up to that point, shifted, knowing that the situation ahead had just taken on a far greater weight than they'd anticipated. The atmosphere was thick with tension as Bo-Katan approached Sebastian. The massive Astartes stood at the center of the warriors, his power armor gleaming under the twin suns, casting long shadows over the sandy ground. His presence was overwhelming, his very being exuding an unshakable confidence. But Bo-Katan was not one to be intimidated. Not anymore. The Death Watch warriors parted as she made her way through, their eyes shifting between her and the imposing figure ahead. She could hear the murmur of their voices, their loyalty to this. This fanatic was undeniable, but it wouldn't stop her. Not now. When she finally stood before him, Sebastian turned slowly, as though he had been expecting her. The black helmet he wore was an imposing sight, its red optics glowing ominously. Bo-Katan cries, he said, his voice deep and unwavering, carrying the weight of command. I've been waiting for you. Bo-Katan's gaze was steely, unflinching. "I doubt that," she replied sharply, her voice dripping with disdain. "You've taken everything from us. From Mandalore. From Pre-Vizsla." Sebastian's stance didn't shift. He remained calm, almost serene, as though he was above the conflict in her words. "Pre-Vizsla was weak," he said, his tone cold. "He failed to see the greater purpose. The Emperor's light reveals what the true path is, and now we walk it. Mandalore will be stronger than it ever was. It will be united, under his guidance, but it will take time." Bo-Katan's breath quickened, her fists tightening at her sides. The anger inside her flared, but she fought to maintain control. "Mandalore doesn't belong to you," she spat, her words cutting through the air like a blade. "And neither does the Death Watch. You're nothing but an outsider who doesn't care about us, about Mandalore." Sebastian's gaze remained unmoving, but Bo-Katan could feel the shift in the air, the tension thickening. He was unfazed by her anger. "You misunderstand," he said, his voice quieter now, but no less forceful. "I do not need your permission. You served a man who was weak, and who couldn't see past his pride. I am no such fool." Bo-Katan's jaw clenched, her eyes narrowing as she stepped closer, her voice cutting through the air. "Weak? Pre-Vizsla was no fool. He fought for Mandalore's freedom." Sebastian's stance remained unmoving, but there was an almost imperceptible shift in his posture as he regarded her with a cold, calculated gaze. "Your people are divided, Bo-Katan. That is weakness. You call it freedom, but all I see is chaos. Pre-Vizsla's vision was nothing but self-serving pride. He led you all into an endless cycle of war and defeat." Bo-Katan's fingers twitched at her sides, aching to draw her weapons. But she kept herself in check, her gaze never leaving his helmeted face. "And yet, that war was fought to preserve our honor, to ensure that Mandalore would never bow to anyone, especially not to someone like you." Sebastian's head tilted slightly, and for a moment, Bo-Katan could almost hear the quiet amusement in his voice. "Someone like me?" His tone was mocking, but there was no anger in it. "You have never met someone like me." The words struck Bo-Katan like a spark to dry tinder, igniting a fire within her. She stepped forward, her armor creaking under the movement, her breath coming faster. Her eyes locked onto his helmet, though she could sense the disdain beneath it, and she felt her fists clenching at her sides. "You will never understand Mandalore, and you will never be its ruler." Sebastian's helmeted head tilted again, almost as if he was amused by her rage. He didn't move, didn't flinch, just stood there, towering over her. His voice was calm, almost condescending. "You speak as though your words will make a difference, Bo-Katan. You think your anger will stop this? Stop me." Bo-Katan's rage boiled over, and before she even thought, she stepped closer, her gaze never leaving his imposing figure. "No," she ground out, her voice trembling with barely contained fury. "But I'll make sure that I take back what you stole." Sebastian's dark laugh echoed in the space between them. "What I stole?" He took a slow step forward, his voice smooth and unruffled. "Your precious Death Watch? The very same Death Watch that failed to accomplish anything but bring destruction to Mandalore? You want it back." He paused, looking down at her as if appraising her, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "Then take it. If you can." Bo-Katan's heart pounded in her chest. His words stung, but they only drove her further. There was no going back now. She wasn't going to stand by and watch Sebastian tear everything down, not after everything she had fought for. "I challenge you for control of the Death Watch," she snapped, her voice fierce, cutting through the tension like a blade. For the first time, Sebastian's posture shifted. He seemed genuinely amused, his shoulders relaxing as he straightened, his voice taking on a darker tone, almost as if he were humoring her. "You're serious, then?" Her glare was unflinching. "I am." Sebastian crossed his arms, regarding her with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. "You think the Death Watch is still yours to claim? You think you can take it from me?" He took a step forward, looming over her with the full weight of his height and armor. "You are a child in a game you don't understand, Bo-Katan." Her fists were clenched at her sides, the urge to act almost too much to bear. "You're trying to turn the Death Watch into a group of zealots, bowing to some emperor. I'll fight you for every last Mandalorian who still believes in freedom." Sebastian's voice was cold as ice. Very well. If you truly believe you can defeat me, I'll allow you to try. But make no mistake, Bo-Katan. If you fail, penance will be all that is left for you. A tense silence filled the space between them, the weight of the challenge hanging in the air like a storm about to break. Bo-Katan's pulse thudded in her ears, but she stood her ground, her resolve as hard as the Beskar in her armor. She wouldn't let him have Mandalore, not while she was still breathing. With a slow, deliberate movement, Sebastian reached down and picked his massive shield from the ground before drawing his massive sword from the sheath mounted to his shield. Come then. Prove to me that you're worthy of leading these warriors. Bo-Katan's own hand hovered over her weapons, her heart pounding in her chest. She was ready, her mind focused entirely on the fight ahead. I'm not just going to lead them. I'm going to destroy you. The tension between them reached its peak as they both stood poised, ready for the battle that would decide the fate of the Death Watch. The desert winds whipped around them, and the first crack of thunder echoed far off in the distance. And at that, Bo-Katan cries, lunged forward. Bo-Katan, the air around them crackled with tension, a storm of emotions ready to break. Bo-Katan's breath came in steady and deep as she steadied herself, her hands hovering over the hilts of her weapons. She could feel her pulse pounding in her ears, the weight of the challenge pressing down on her shoulders. There was no turning back now. Sebastian stood before her, his towering form unyielding, like an immovable mountain. The Astartes' armor gleamed under the harsh twin suns of Tatooine, the black and white design of his black Templar plate striking a terrifying contrast against the golden sand. His stance was relaxed, almost casual, as if this fight meant little to him. But Bo-Katan knew better. Every fiber of his being radiated an air of quiet, unshakable confidence, an arrogance she could feel deep in her bones. I've already warned you, Bo-Katan. Sebastian's voice was low, cold, a calm before the storm. You will regret this. The words barely registered in her mind before she charged forward, her Beskar-clad boots kicking up sand as she sprinted at him, her vibro sword drawn with deadly intent. Her blade hummed through the air, aiming for the opening between his armor. The sight of his towering form in her sights only fueled her rage, giving her the focus she needed to strike fast. But Sebastian didn't move. He didn't even flinch. With a single effortless movement, he brought his massive gauntlet up, catching Bo-Katan's blade with the side of his fist. The clang of metal against metal echoed like a drumbeat, reverberating through the air, and Bo-Katan's arms nearly buckled under the force of the impact. The shock shot up her arms, and for a split second, doubt crept in. Was she out of her league? Before she had a chance to recover, Sebastian threw her off his wrist, striking her with his open palm in the chest to shove her backward. She staggered, her boots sliding in the sand as she struggled to regain her balance. Her breath came in quick, frantic bursts, the sting of humiliation already creeping in, while she started to feel her chest bruise. This isn't how it's supposed to go, she thought, her heart hammering in her chest. She had expected him to be strong, but this? This was beyond anything she had imagined. She was a Mandalorian, a leader, but here in this moment, she felt small, weak. Sebastian's voice came again, this time tinged with something like disappointment. Is that really all you have? Bo-Katan snarled, shaking off the doubt, her focus sharpening. She wouldn't let him see her falter. She lunged again, this time aiming for his legs. If she couldn't outmatch him in strength, she'd try to outsmart him. But once again, Sebastian was too fast, too aware of every angle. As her blade slashed at his legs, he moved to the side, using the momentum of her attack to spin her into a shoulder check that sent her crashing into the ground. Pain shot through her side as she hit the hard sand, but she rolled instinctively, her hand snapping out to catch her weapon before it could slip from her grasp. The dust and sand clouded around her, and she quickly sprang back to her feet. The bruise on her ribs would likely be a reminder for days to come, but she didn't have the time to worry about it. Not now. Sebastian was waiting. His posture was unchanged, the expressionless helmet making him look like a statue, a towering presence that felt like a suffocating weight. He took a single step toward her, his boots sinking into the sand with an almost unsettling calm. You're a fool to think you can defeat me. This is not a fight you can win. You never even stood a chance. And who decided that? She asked, her voice tight with defiance, even as doubt gnawed at her. I did. He answered simply. Bo-Katan's fury flared hotter. She couldn't let him break her. She couldn't. With a roar, she lunged again, her sword cutting the air in a blur. This time, She aimed for his head, hoping to strike where the helmet met the rest of his armor. The blow was swift, meant to catch him off guard. But just as quickly as she had moved, Sebastian was already there, his fist moving like a battering ram to intercept her. The hit came so fast and so hard that she didn't see it until it was too late. The force of the blow landed square on her chest, the strength of it slamming her back several meters. Her chest constricted with the impact, the wind knocked out of her in an instant. She felt a wave of panic rise within her as the air was squeezed from her lungs. The world spun, her vision swimming, but she refused to let herself fail. She had fought too hard, too long for this, to be brought down now. She shook her head, clearing the fog, and rose back to her feet, wincing in pain. Her body screamed for rest, but she couldn't afford it. Not now. Sebastian was unfazed. He stepped toward her again, his footsteps slow and deliberate. He raised his hand, the motion so casual it made Bo-Katan's blood run cold. She tried to react, but before she could even think to move, he reached forward and with one swift motion, grabbed her by the throat, lifting her from the ground as if she were nothing more than a ragdoll. Bo-Katan's vision blurred at the edges as her breath caught in her throat. Her hands flew up, desperate to pry his grip off her neck, but it was no use. His power armor, reinforced by strength beyond anything she could muster, held her aloft effortlessly. She could feel the pressure of his grip, the sheer force behind it, and it was like nothing she had ever experienced. This is it, she thought bitterly, as darkness started to creep in at the edges of her vision. I'm going to die here, in the sands of Tatooine. Is this your idea of leadership? Sebastian's voice was a mockery of everything she had once fought for, calm and calculating. Is this how you lead Mandalore? By throwing yourself into a foolish battle. She struggled, but her movements were sluggish now, the edges of her vision growing dark as the oxygen in her lungs began to run out. But she wouldn't give in. She refused to let him have the satisfaction of seeing her falter. With a final desperate burst of energy, Bo-Katan twisted in his grip, managing to hit him in the elbow. It barely made him budge, but it was enough. He released her, and she dropped to the sand with a harsh gasp, clutching her throat and gasping for air. Sebastian didn't even seem winded. In fact, he seemed amused. You're tenacious. I'll give you that. Bo-Katan rose to her knees, spitting sand from her mouth as she glared up at him, hatred burning in her eyes. But she could already feel her strength waning. She knew deep down that there was no way she could win this. Not against him. Not in her condition. But I won't give up, she told herself, her fist clenching in the sand. Not ever. Sebastian took another step back, his posture finally shifting, though still confident. Get up, he ordered, his voice cold and authoritative. This is over. Bo-Katan's chest heaved, every breath a struggle, but there was no time to rest. No time to give in. The doubt that had once crept into her mind was now buried beneath the searing heat of defiance. She would not lose. Not here, not now. With a sharp motion, she pulled both of her blaster pistols from their holsters, the cool metal biting into her fingers. Her mind raced. She couldn't match him in strength. She couldn't match him in speed. But she had something else. She had agility, cunning, and the will to fight until her last breath. In a single fluid motion, Bo-Katan activated her jetpack, the thrusters roaring to life as she shot into the air with a burst of power. Her blasters were already in her hands, and as she soared above him, she opened fire, the twin shots tearing through the air toward Sebastian. The Black Templar didn't flinch. His helmet remained unmoving as she swooped around him, firing from every angle, her movements fluid and quick, a blur against the Tatooine sky. The sand beneath her kicked up as she spiraled, trying to find an opening, trying to force him into a mistake. Her shots rang out in quick succession, the blaster bolt striking him directly, once in the chest, again at his side, a third time aimed straight at his head. But to Bo-Katan's shock, the impacts did nothing. The bolts sparked harmlessly off his black and white armor, their energy absorbed or deflected with ease. Not even a dent. She circled around him again, frustration rising in her chest. How is that possible? Her mind raced. His armor was made of material far beyond anything she'd ever encountered, but the blaster shots, those should have at least left some mark. One thing she realized was he never left his eye lenses vulnerable. No matter how she moved, no matter where she aimed, he would always move his head, or block with his hands if the shots were going to hit his optics. Her next shot flew wide as she tried to adjust. The anger she felt threatened to consume her, but she clamped down on it. This wasn't about raw power or blind rage. She needed strategy, speed, precision. She climbed higher into the air, hoping the angle would give her the advantage. Her blasters screamed in her hands as she fired, but again, each shot collided with his armor like a hammer against stone, sparking without consequence. He didn't move, didn't even shift his stance to avoid them. Damn it! Her fuel was running low, the thrusters on her jetpack sputtering as she struggled to keep her distance. But Sebastian was patient. His posture never changed. He was a wall, a mountain, a statue. With a casual motion, he raised one hand, catching a blaster shot mid-air with his gauntlet, the bolt dissipating harmlessly against the reinforced armor. This is hopeless. Her thoughts were clouded with frustration. She was out of tricks. She couldn't win this with brute force, and her agility didn't seem to be enough to shake him. Before she could make another move, he did. With terrifying speed, he shot upward, his gauntlet shooting out to grab her by the ankle. The next thing she knew, the world flipped upside down as she was yanked from the sky and slammed into the sand with bone-jarring force. Her blasters flew from her hands, clattering uselessly against the ground. Her jetpack sputtered out of control before it too failed. Bo-Katan gasped for air, the wind knocked out of her as she struggled to push herself up from the ground. Her ribs ached with every movement, but she refused to stay down. Not yet. Sebastian stood above her, his helmet as unyielding as ever, the lenses never breaking their unblinking watch of her. The air between them felt thick with the weight of inevitability. "Did you really think you could defeat me?" His voice was low, amused, like he was talking to an insect that had just realized it was about to be crushed. Bo-Katan's hands trembled as she pushed herself to her knees, anger bubbling in her chest. She had no more tricks left, no more plans to execute. But she was not finished. Not yet. She met his gaze, refusing to let him see her surrender. "I haven't given up," she spat, her voice raspy, her chest still heaving. "Not yet." Sebastian's helmet tilted slightly, as if considering her words, before he took another step forward, his boots sinking into the sand with each heavy, deliberate step. Bo-Katan's pulse raced. She knew the end was near, but the last shred of defiance inside her refused to go down without one more fight. Her body trembled as she tried to push herself up, but her legs betrayed her. They buckled beneath her, and she collapsed back to the sand with a heavy grunt, her hands scraping across the coarse grains as if they might offer some support. Her vision blurred for a moment, and when she looked up, her gaze was met by the cold, unfeeling optics of Sebastian's helmet. The red lenses locked onto her, like twin pools of blood, cold and endless. It was as though he were seeing straight through her, piercing the very core of her being. For a brief moment, Bo-Katan almost thought she could feel the disdain emanating from those lenses, a suffocating weight pressing down on her chest, crushing her will. Her breath came in shallow gasps, the pain from her bruises and battered ribs threatening to overwhelm her. She forced herself to push against the sand, trying once more to stand, to show him she wasn't finished. But before she could rise, she felt the crushing force of his boot slam into her side. The air was knocked from her lungs as her body was sent sprawling to her back, the ground shifting beneath her with a brutal impact. Sebastian's towering form loomed over her like a mountain, his shadow casting a deep, oppressive darkness over her. She could do nothing but stare up at him, the feeling of helplessness washing over her, suffocating her spirit. And then, with terrifying indifference, he brought his foot down onto her chest. The pressure was unbearable. She heard a sickening crack, then another, as the pain exploded across her ribs. It was as if he were trying to break not just her body, but her soul. She gasped, the sharp sting of broken ribs sending waves of nausea through her. Her hands curled into fists, but it was useless. She was pinned beneath him, completely at his mercy. Sebastian's voice came again, his tone cold, almost casual. "You certainly have the makings of something great within you, not unlike the sisters. I can feel it. But for now, you only have one option if you wish to stay with the Death Watch." Bo-Katan's breath came in shallow, pained gasps. Death Watch. The thought should have spurred her into action, but there was no strength left in her body. She could only lay there, helpless, as the words hung in the air between them like a terrible omen. Sebastian's foot lifted from her chest, the sudden relief almost enough to make her gasp with what little breath she had left. But there was no escape, no victory. She could only glare up at him through the pain, her eyes burning with a defiance that even broken ribs couldn't extinguish. He stared down at her, the distance between them growing even more oppressive as his form towered over her. Penance. Bo-Katan's blood ran cold as Sebastian's voice rang out, sharp and commanding, cutting through the haze of pain and exhaustion that clung to her like a heavy cloak. His gaze never wavered as he looked down at her, his helmet's lenses unreadable, but she could feel the weight of his command pressing down on her. Strip her of her armor and weapons, save for her blade and a single blaster, he ordered, his voice cold, devoid of emotion. He gave her no room to fight back, no chance to resist. The words felt like the final dagger, a painful reminder of her humiliation, her failure. Bo-Katan's mind raced, but her body refused to respond. Every muscle in her body screamed, her ribs still broken, her lungs burning with each breath. She couldn't move. She couldn't fight. She could only lie there, broken, as the shadows of her enemies closed in. Sebastian's words came again, and they were no less chilling. You will be given the night to recover from this foolish action. Then, in the morning, you will lead us in wiping out the Xeno filth known as the Jawas. Unarmored and unprotected. If you survive, your penance will be over, and you will be brought back into the Death Watch. The pain in her chest flared again as she struggled to sit up, but the pressure of her broken ribs was too much. Her breath hitched, but she clenched her teeth and refused to show any weakness. She wouldn't let him see it. Sebastian's words, however, offered no reprieve. Until then, you are nothing. He turned his gaze toward his second-in-command, who he had given the Darksaber. Prepare her. Bo-Katan the Knight felt like an insufferable hell as Bo-Katan dragged herself to her ship, her body aching with every step. Stripped of her armor and weapons, the weight of her humiliation seemed to press down on her shoulders. Her breath came in shallow bursts, and her vision blurred at the edges as she stumbled through the ship's dimly lit corridors, each movement more taxing than the last. Finally, she reached the medical supplies locker. With trembling hands, she fumbled for the Bacter injections, her mind foggy with exhaustion and pain. When she finally found them, she sank down onto the cold metal floor, resting for a moment as she fought for control over her breathing. Her ribs felt like they might cave in with every inhale. With a sharp, shaky breath, she brought the injection to her skin. She hesitated for just a second, then pressed it against her ribs, wincing as she slammed the needle into her flesh. The fluid burned as it entered her system, but the immediate relief that followed was like a wave washing over her. Her tense body loosened, and she let the back of her head rest against the metal panel behind her, feeling the coolness seep into her skull. The battle may have been over, but her fight wasn't. Not yet. It wasn't the physical pain that hurt the most. It was the mental toll, the crushing sense of defeat. She could still hear Sebastian's words echoing in her mind, the cold, mocking tone that seemed to pierce her soul. You never stood a chance. She clenched her fists, fighting the rising tide of bitterness that threatened to consume her. With a great effort, she pulled herself to her feet and staggered to her quarters, her legs like lead. Once there, she collapsed onto the slab of metal that passed for a bed, the jolt of impact sending a jarring pain through her ribs. She gritted her teeth, refusing to let herself make a sound. Exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her, but she fought it, her mind too restless for sleep. As she lay there, staring at the ceiling, memories of the fight flashed in her mind. Her every failure. Every strike that had been too slow. Every moment she had been forced to recognize the raw difference in strength between herself and Sebastian. The doubt that had crept in, the sense that she wasn't enough. Her heart ached, but she wouldn't let herself give in. Not after everything she had fought for. Her people, her honor. She couldn't lose sight of it all now. The hours passed in a blur, the night stretching on like an endless abyss. Bo-Katan's eyes remained open, her body too battered to sleep, but her mind churned, turning over every aspect of her defeat. The penance that awaited her in the morning would be her crucible, the test that would either break her completely or forge her into something stronger. She couldn't afford to let it break her. Not now. Not after everything she had done to get to this point. Bo-Katan lay still, staring into the darkness, the only sound the distant hum of the ship's systems. Her resolve solidified as the hours ticked by. She would face the morning with defiance. And if she had to fight again, she would make it count. Bo-Katan awoke as the twin suns of Tatooine peeked through the window of her quarters, their harsh light stabbing directly into her eyes. She groaned, her body stiff from the night's torment, but the pain in her chest wasn't as excruciating as it had been before. The Bacter injection had worked its magic, dulling the worst of the agony. She slowly pushed herself up, taking a moment to steady her breath. Her muscles ached, and every movement reminded her of the brutal fight the day before. But there was no time to linger in her weakness. The night was over, and now her penance awaited. Bo-Katan swung her legs over the side of the bed, the cold metal of the floor sending a shiver up her spine as her boots hit the ground. She braced herself, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the task ahead. Her ribs still protested with each movement, but she was far from finished. With determination hardening her features, she stood. The pain was still there, but it wouldn't stop her. She wasn't one to give up. Never had been, never would be. Bo-Katan took a deep breath, steadying herself. Today, she would face whatever came her way. And she would survive. Slowly walking to the exit ramp of her ship, Bo-Katan was taken aback to see a Mandalorian warrior standing at the bottom. But what shocked her more was the darksaber clipped to his side. She raised an eyebrow as she approached him. He gave her a brief nod before turning, wordlessly motioning for her to follow. "You have the darksaber?" she asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. The Mandalorian took his time responding. "The Mandalore gave it to me to carry. He said he had no need of it, but I believe there will be a time when he will." Bo-Katan's gaze hardened, her voice cutting. "Why did you not fight him? Where was your honor? You just let him walk in and take the death watch." She couldn't see it, but she could almost feel the smile beneath his helmet. He let out a soft chuckle before answering. "He slaughtered a squad like it was nothing, then challenged and killed Pre-Vizsla in a duel. He won by right, and we did not question. Something you would do well to learn in the future if you wish to stay with us." Her thoughts churned, but she said nothing more. As they approached the massive gathering of the Death Watch, the sight of the three Astartes, one in blue armor, one in green, and Sebastian, the Black Templar, standing tall and imposing, commanded her attention. The Death Watch forces stood in silence, waiting. When they saw her, they parted to make a clear path straight to Sebastian. Bo-Katan followed the Mandalorian, who had yet to introduce himself. As they reached the makeshift dais where the Astartes stood, the Mandalorian beside her bowed his head in submission before stepping forward and standing at Sebastian's side. Bo-Katan's eyes remained fixed on the Black Templar, her fists clenching at her sides. "Bo-Katan cries," Sebastian's voice boomed, cutting through the silence. "You have challenged my authority, and in doing so, you have insulted me and my brothers. For that, you will perform penance," he continued, his voice loud enough for the entire Death Watch to hear. Bo-Katan's heart hammered in her chest, but she stood tall, refusing to show weakness. Sebastian stepped aside, motioning to a nearby table laden with various weapons. "For the insult to me and my brothers, you will lead the charge against the xeno-filth known as the Jawas. Unarmored and unprotected, you will be given one blaster pistol and one melee weapon for your task. If you survive, you will be brought back into the Death Watch and will have earned our forgiveness. If you die—" He didn't finish the sentence, the weight of the unsaid hanging heavily in the air. As Bo-Katan approached the table, her eyes swept over the array of weapons laid out before her. The gleaming, finely crafted blades and blasters seemed almost to mock her in the stillness, a reminder of her stripped-down state. She spotted one of her own blasters amidst the collection, and without hesitation, she snatched it up, the cool metal familiar in her grip. It was a small comfort, but it was something. Her gaze moved next to the vibraswords, each one sleek and deadly in its own right. She considered each carefully before her fingers closed around one, the weight of the blade steady and comforting. She strapped it to her waist with practiced ease, securing it tight. She didn't need to be reminded that it would be her only defense in the coming assault. Turning back toward the assembled Death Watch, her eyes locked with Sebastian's, his figure towering and imposing even in the silence. His helmet hid his expression, but Bo-Katan could feel the weight of his gaze on her as he gave a sharp nod of approval. Sebastian raised his voice, breaking the silence and commanding the attention of the gathered warriors. "We leave for the Jawa settlement now," he bellowed, his voice deep and resonating across the airstrip. His massive blade gleamed in the harsh sunlight as he lifted it high above his head, a symbol of dominance and unwavering command. "And we will not stop until every single one is annihilated." The words echoed in the air, a roar of fury and intent. The Death Watch responded as one, their movements synchronized with precision. Without hesitation, they sprinted toward their ships, the ground vibrating with the hum of their engines roaring to life. The Mandalorian warriors climbed into their vessels with swift efficiency, ready for the task at hand, their resolve as unyielding as the Beskar of their armor. Sebastian, Maximus, Raxer, Bo-Katan, and the nameless Mandalorian made their way toward a Thunderhawk dropship that had been recovered. Its engines thrummed in anticipation, the metallic groan of its wings opening signaling the impending departure. Bo-Katan moved with purpose, though every step was a reminder of her bruised ribs and exhaustion from the previous day's confrontation. Raxer took his seat at the controls, the cockpit lighting up as he ran final checks on the systems. The sound of the engines roaring to life drowned out the rest of the world as the ship began to rise into the air, the force of the liftoff pressing Bo-Katan back into her seat. The ground below them quickly faded away, replaced by the vast desert of Tatooine stretching out in every direction. Bo-Katan's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Her body still ached from the brutal punishment the day before, but she pushed it aside. There was only one thing that mattered now: survival. The Jawas would pay for their existence in the most brutal of ways, and whether she liked it or not, the Death Watch was the instrument of that destruction. Sebastian's voice, steady and commanding as ever. "Prepare yourselves. We are about to show Tatooine why the Death Watch is not to be trifled with." Bo-Katan glanced out the window, the swirling desert sands beneath them reminding her of just how far she had fallen. She had once helped lead Mandalore, now she was reduced to this. But she refused to let that dictate her. As the Thunderhawk soared towards its destination, the distant silhouette of the Jawa fortress came into view. Her heart beat faster, her fingers tightening around her blaster. The coming battle would be ruthless, and every instinct told her to be ready for what would come next. The Death Watch was not known for mercy. The fortress, if she could even bring herself to call it that, was nothing more than a ramshackle encampment perched on the edge of a massive cave that carved deep into the mountain's belly. It was an eyesore against the backdrop of the stark desert, a collection of hastily erected tents and makeshift structures. No fortifications. No defenses. Just an open target. As Raxer caught sight of the settlement, his fingers didn't hesitate. He slammed the controls forward, and the Thunderhawk's turrets erupted in a storm of Hellstrike missiles. The barrage screamed across the sky before slamming into the encampment with brutal force. The explosion was deafening, a cloud of fire and debris blooming where the settlement once stood. The tremor of the blast could be felt in the hull of the ship, but Bo-Katan was focused on the ground, the smoke and dust rising in waves, swallowing what remained of the pathetic camp. The ship began its descent, the engines whining as Raxer maneuvered them into position. The air was thick with the acrid scent of scorched earth and the faint smell of ozone from the missile barrage. When the Thunderhawk finally touched down with a resounding thud, the ramp doors began to groan open, revealing the destroyed landscape beyond. The heat of the planet seemed to press down, suffocating the air, but it didn't matter. There was work to be done. Bo-Katan rose from her seat, her limbs stiff. Her hand instinctively went to the vibrasword at her side, feeling its weight, a reminder of the task ahead. Sebastian and the Blue Astartes were already stepping forward, their armored forms resolute, unfazed by the destruction they just caused. Sebastian, ever the imposing figure, motioned for her to follow, his armored gauntlet gesturing with authority. She hesitated for only a moment before striding to the front ramp, her boots thudding against the metal as she descended. The sound of it reverberated through the empty air, a solemn reminder of her position, both as a member of the Death Watch and a warrior who had much to prove. As they moved past the wreckage, the Blue Astartes fell in step behind her, his silent presence a stark contrast to the chaos they'd just wrought. The heavy thrum of distant explosions echoed across the plain, the only sign that the Jawas had not yet fully realized the fate that had befallen them. Sebastian halted just before the entrance to the cave, his posture unyielding, and motioned for Bo-Katan to stop as well. His helmet turned slightly, a gesture of his attention, though his voice came through cold and commanding. "Inside," he said simply, nodding toward the dark maw of the cave. "There will be no mercy." She nodded, then advanced, the heavy footsteps of the Astartes echoing ominously behind her as they followed her into the chaos. "For the Emperor." The Blue Astartes' voice thundered through the cavern as he suddenly broke from the group, charging down one of the narrow side tunnels with a terrifying speed that only a space marine could manage. His heavy footsteps echoed off the walls as he disappeared into the shadows, his war cry still ringing in the air. Bo-Katan felt the fire of anticipation stir deep within her. The heavy weight of her vibrasword against her side seemed to pulse with her heartbeat, urging her forward. She turned her gaze to Sebastian, whose towering form remained still, his helmet locked onto her as if waiting for something. For a long moment, the silence stretched between them. The sounds of distant explosions, screaming, and the crackle of fading flames outside the cave were the only things that filled the air. She could feel the pressure mounting, an unspoken challenge hanging in the air. Sebastian's helmet tilted just slightly, a subtle nod, but one full of intent. It was time. Her chest tightened in resolve. She inhaled sharply, the cool air of the cave filling her lungs as she drew herself up, steeling her mind and body for what was to come. Then, without hesitation, she let out a primal battle cry, the fierce sound breaking the stillness of the cavern like a war drum. And then she charged. Her boots pounded against the stone floor as she sprinted forward, the sound of her own steps melding with the distant roars of the Astartes. The narrow passageway loomed before her, twisting and winding as it led deeper into the heart of the cave. The air inside the cave was dense, thick with the musk of earth, oil, rust, and faintly laced with the stench of sulfur. She could hear the soft skittering sounds echoing around her, Jawas screaming as they moved in the cave systems, aware of the death that was about to descend upon them. She gripped her vibrasword and blaster tighter, her pulse quickening with each step. As her vision sharpened, she could almost hear the steady, deep breathing of the death watch that followed behind her, the weight of the space marines' footsteps reverberating through the stone beneath them. But it was the scream of one of the Jawas that broke through her thoughts first, high-pitched and desperate, followed by a flurry of movement up ahead. Bo-Katan's gaze sharpened as she caught sight of them, the scavengers, filthy and disheveled, scrambling in the shadows. They looked like rats trying to escape a trap. The cave's narrow walls funneled them toward her, making their movements frantic and panicked. And then, with a guttural roar, she leapt into the fray. The first Jawa barely had time to react as her vibrasword cleaved through the air, cutting through the primitive creature with ease. Its thin body crumpled under the weight of the strike, the glistening blade humming as it slid through its flesh. The sight of the creature's blood staining the ground only fueled her on, and she moved with deadly precision, cutting down any who dared come near. The tunnel erupted into chaos as the Jawas scrambled to escape, but it was too late. One by one, they fell before her blade, the sound of her battle cry filling the cavern. Her heart pounded in her chest, her blood singing with the thrill of the kill. Behind her, she could hear the unmistakable crash of heavy boots as the space marine surged forward, unstoppable and relentless. The blue Astartes was already engaging the enemy with his terrifying efficiency, and Sebastian was not far behind, with the Death Watch behind them. For Bo-Katan, the only thing that mattered was the hunt. The blood of her enemies spattered across her robes and face, a visceral reminder of what was at stake, of what she had to prove. Each strike, each swing, each shot, only strengthened her resolve. She would earn her place back among them. She would prove that she was worthy. The cave seemed to grow brighter as the battle raged on, but Bo-Katan didn't care. She was a warrior, and the hunt was far from over. The cave was a cacophony of chaos and destruction, the sounds of battle filling the air like thunderclaps. Bo-Katan's heart pounded in her chest as she cut down one Jawa after another, her vibrasword slicing through their frail bodies with practiced ease. Their screams, high-pitched and terrified, echoed off the walls, but it only seemed to spur her on, her rage bubbling to the surface as she moved like a whirlwind through the cavern. Each strike of her blade was a work of precision. The Jawas, small, hunched, and desperate, had no chance against her. She moved with brutal efficiency, her strikes swift and unforgiving. The first group of Jawas that had foolishly tried to escape into the shadows didn't even get the chance to pull their blasters before they were cut down. Their bodies crumpled like rag dolls, their blood staining the stone floor beneath them. She heard a faint sound to her right and pivoted instinctively, her blade cleaving through the air just in time to meet another Jawa's chest. The creature didn't even scream. It simply crumpled, the weight of the sword carrying it to the ground. The walls of the cave were narrow, and the Jawas had nowhere to run. They tried to scurry into the dark corners, but every shadow Bo-Katan passed was another victim waiting to fall. There was no escape. Her every movement was deliberate and efficient. She didn't stop. She couldn't stop. She was the storm in this cursed cave, and the Jawas were nothing more than the helpless debris caught in her wake. She rounded a corner, the stench of the creature's fear thick in the air, and found herself face to face with a larger group of them. The Jawas, panicked but still resourceful, aimed their crude blasters at her. But Bo-Katan was faster. She darted forward, rolling to the side as her own blaster fire lit up the air around her. She sprang to her feet, the Vibrasword already in motion. The first Jawa to cross her path was bisected in an instant, the sword cutting through its middle like a hot knife through butter. It didn't even have time to register the pain before it fell in two, its legs twitching as the life drained from its body. Another shot rang out, grazing her shoulder. The burn of the blast was barely noticeable as she advanced, her eyes narrowing with cold determination. She raised her sword high and brought it down with unrelenting force, the blade carving through the skull of a Jawa that had foolishly tried to flee. The creature's body collapsed in a heap, a pool of blood spreading out from its shattered skull. Her pulse quickened, and the adrenaline flooded her veins, pushing her onward. There were more. So many more. They were everywhere now, huddled together in their desperation, scrambling to gain any advantage in this chaos. But there was no escape. She would not stop until they were all dead. She moved like a specter, her blade and blaster pistol flashing in the dim light as she killed one Jawa after another. The narrowness of the tunnels only made the slaughter more efficient. There was no room for the Jawas to maneuver. Every corner she turned, she met another group of them, and every one of them fell. Their crude weapons were no match for her, their blasters nothing more than an inconvenience as she cut through their ranks with deadly grace. She felt nothing but cold precision, her mind focused entirely on the task at hand. Their cries for mercy were drowned out by the sound of her sword carving through their bodies. The air was thick with the smell of blood now, and the sound of the dying echoed around her like a haunting melody. She didn't hesitate. She didn't pause. Her sword swung without mercy, again and again, as the bodies of the Jawas piled up at her feet. One particularly brave Jawa tried to charge her, its makeshift spear raised high. It was the last mistake it would ever make. With a swift motion, Bo-Katan twisted and sidestepped, her Vibrasword slicing through the air to sever the creature's head clean from its shoulders. The headless body crumpled to the ground in a heap. She turned her attention to the remaining Jawas, who had gathered in a corner, trembling with fear. Their faces, twisted in terror, stared at her in disbelief. They knew what was coming, but there was nothing they could do to stop it. One by one, she struck. The sword hummed as it cut through their fragile bodies. Each swing was clean, efficient, and devastating. The last of the Jawas fell with a pitiful whimper as she severed its spine, leaving it twitching on the floor, blood pooling around it. The cave fell silent, save for the distant crackle of the fire still burning outside. The echoes of her battle cries faded, leaving only the grim aftermath of her carnage. The floor was slick with blood, the bodies of the Jawas strewn around her in a grotesque tableau. Bo-Katan stood amidst the carnage, her chest heaving with the exertion of the fight. Her blade, now stained red, still hummed with a low vibration, the only sound in the quiet aftermath. She surveyed the scene, her gaze cold and unfeeling. There were no more Jawas to fight. The task was complete. Her heart still thundered in her chest, the adrenaline slowly ebbing away, but she didn't feel any satisfaction. There was no pride in this. It was just what needed to be done. What had to be done? On to the next encampment, Sebastian said, standing behind her.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.